Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. I cheated 9 tails at the beginning. I am the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 61. The Hyuga clan's trip was just a small episode for Naruto, and it did not affect his mood at all. Naruto could tell that Hyuga Hiyashi's words just now were all probing words and none of them were true. Aren't you tired from having intrigues and intrigues all day long? After returning home, Naruto opened the attribute panel and began to sort out the ninjutsu he had mastered. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Occupation: Ninja. Level: Genin. Battle mode: Perfect Sage mode. Perfect. Chakra nature: Wind, Thunder, Water, Fire, Earth. Physical skills: 8 inner gates. Duman. Blood succession limit: Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susano, Izanagi, Izanami. Storage space: 10 cubic meters. Ninjutsu: 12 types of water style ninjutsu perfection, 6 types of fire style ninjutsu perfection, 12 types of earth style ninjutsu perfection, 2 types of wind style ninjutsu perfection, 1 type of compound ninjutsu perfection, 13 other ninjutsu perfection. Water style: water barrier, water severing wave, water dragon bomb, water severing wave, sky cry, wave riding strike, water horn, water blade slash, water continuous bomb, hard vortex water blade, water dragon bite explosion, big explosion water rush wave. Fire style: great fireball, great fire extinguishing, dragon flame singing, dust hide, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind style: scythe weasel, wind blade. Earth style: rock fist, weighted rock, super weighted rock, light heavy rock, super light heavy rock, earthquake core, gangly style, rock clone, rock arm, yellow spring marsh, earth dragon bullet, earth flowing river. Compound ninjutsu: 5 escapes Dalian bullets. Other ninjutsu: multiple shadow clone, flying thunder god, Rasengan, big ball Rasengan, transformation technique, body replacement technique, Kagura hard eye, physical healing, ghoul seal, shuriken shadow clone, telescope technique, dark walk technique, tandem paper bombs. My current trumped cards are Sage mode, Flying Thunder God technique, and Mangekyo Sharingan. I am already very skilled in using Sage mode and Flying Thunder God technique. There is no need to practice again. Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be practiced. If you practice it too much, you will easily become blind. It is better to practice it while waiting for it to be used. There are 12 types of water style ninjutsu and 12 types of earth style ninjutsu. They are enough for you. You don't need to study them deliberately in the future. The 6 types of fire style ninjutsu are barely enough. There are only 2 wind style ninjutsu, and there is no lightning style ninjutsu. I need to practice these 2 in the future. The last thing is illusion. I currently only master the darkness technique, and the Tsukuyomi that comes with Mangekyo Sharingan. Learn a few if you have time, so you don't have to worry about too many skills. Well, let's choose a few lightning style ninjutsu first. Naruto learned ninjutsu, first by drawing, and second by learning. The lottery is very random. You may draw a ninjutsu gift pack and bring many ninjutsu at once, or you may not be able to draw one for a long time. During this blank time, you need to study. Anyway, idle time is idle. Lightning style pseudo darkness. This is not bad. Naruto spent most of the next few days at home studying lightning style ninjutsu and wind style ninjutsu. Occasionally I went out for a walk, and during that time I went to the Hokage building and met 3rd generation and Tsunade. Tsunade has just come back and there are many things waiting for her. Fortunately, with the help of 3rd generation, Jiraiya and 2 Hokage consultants, things are in order. On the 4th day after Tsunade came back, all the ninjas who went out on missions came back. On the 5th day, all the villagers and ninjas of Konaha, officials sent by the Fire Country daimyo, envoys from the Allied powers and countless other people gathered in the Hokage building to participate in the Grand Hokage succession ceremony. Tsunade stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, looking down at the dense crowd, and made a solemn declaration. From today on, I, Senju Tsunade, will inherit the position of Hokage and become the 5th Hokage of Konaha village. The sound was loud and resounded throughout Konaha village. The whole place was cheering, life was at its peak, and people were shouting wildly to express their support for the new Hokage. The 3rd Hokage stood in the corner, looking at the high-spirited Tsunade, feeling both relieved and a little disappointed. Third generation knows that its era has come to an end. Next, Konaha will officially enter a new era. The good news is that the successor to the Hokage is his disciple, the successor to the will of fire. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. The third generation whispered. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make the new leaves sprout. Konaha will continue to prosper. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, Shikamaru and other 12 strong men were also mixed in the crowd, looking up at the high-spirited Tsunade. Tsunade-sama is so popular. I will become a great female ninja like her in the future. Long live Tsunade-sama. Our wood industry finally has a 5th Hokage, and the only female Hokage. The new Hokage takes over and everything is renewed. I hope Lord Tsunade can lead our wood industry to be more glorious. Always supports Tsunade-sama. Quote. The Xiaoqiang people were very excited, cheering and dancing to vent their excitement. Even Hinata blushed and looked at Tsunade adoringly. In this atmosphere, even Naruto was affected, and his heart was ups and downs, making waves. Hokage is indeed majestic. The new Hokage succeeded to the throne, and Konoha was immersed in a sea of joy for several days before the joy gradually dissipated. Life is back on track, work is back to work, and the ninjas are starting to perform their tasks. And the news of Tsunade's succession spread like a gust of wind throughout the ninja world and to other ninja villages. Everyone knows that the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world has changed its leader and entered a new era. The day after Tsunade succeeded to the throne, he officially appointed Naruto and Shikamaru as chunin. The two of them also became the only 2 people in Konoha who were successfully promoted to chunin in this chunin exam. In the original work, only Shikamaru became a chunin in this chunin exam, but in this life, Naruto also became a chunin. With the fighting prowess Naruto showed in this chunin exam, becoming a chunin is too normal. Naruto and Shikamaru received their own chunin vests, not to mention, they looked very handsome in them. After Tsunade encouraged him, Naruto and Shikamaru left. The two walked out of the Hokage building side by side. Sakura, Hinata, Choji and Ino were already waiting. The 2 leading teachers, Kakashi and Asuma, are also there. Kakashi, little Sakura and Hinata walked towards Naruto. Asuma, Choji and Ino walked towards Shikamaru. Naruto, congratulations on becoming a chunin. Hinata smiled sweetly and congratulated her, and gave her a gift she had prepared, a set of clothes. The upper body is a half-sleeved black shirt with the Uzumaki logo printed on it, and the lower body is black shorts. Although the clothes were not expensive, they were obviously gifts carefully prepared by Hinata and they fit perfectly. Thank you, Hinata. Naruto took the clothes and smiled at Hinata. This is what I should do. Hinata's face was red and she looked a little excited, as if she had been promoted to chunin. Naruto, congratulations. Little Sakura also smiled and congratulated her. Her gift was a bouquet of flowers, colorful and beautiful. Thanks. Naruto thanked him, looked behind the 2 of them, and said, Sasuke isn't here. Little Sakura was a little embarrassed. Forget it, if he didn't come, he didn't come. With his temper, I would be surprised if he came. Naruto waved his hand. Naruto, congratulations on becoming a chunin. Kakashi's gift is a special kunai, it must be newly made and still brand new. The gift is not expensive, but it represents Kakashi's heart. Naruto took the kunai and thanked him with a smile. You're welcome. Kakashi waved his hand. To celebrate Naruto and Shikamaru's promotion to chunin, how about I suggest you all go out for barbecue? Asuma walked over. I'll treat you to this meal. Great. A group of people went to the barbecue restaurant, ate barbecue and chatted until very late. The next morning, while Naruto was still sleeping soundly, there was a violent knock on the door. Who is it? It's so early in the morning. Naruto cursed secretly and motioned for Shadow Clone to open the door. Before going to bed every night, Naruto would create 3 Shadow Clone to condense the magic chakra. A habit has been formed. Shadow Clone opened the door, and Shikamaru walked in panting. Naruto, get up quickly. What's wrong? Naruto looked at Shikamaru confused. Sasuke defected. Shikamaru put his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. Master Hokage ordered us to pursue him immediately. We must stop Sasuke before he leaves the land of fire. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then sighed. In this life, without Itachi using Tsukuyomi to stimulate him, the two pillars will eventually embark on this path. It seems to be destiny. You don't have to go. Naruto shook his head and said, I am enough. Naruto had no intention of stopping him. Sasuke was determined to leave. For someone who wants to leave, why stay? Besides, they left to gain strength for revenge and to fulfill their most important and only wish in life, so why should I stop them? No matter what angle you stand on, it should not be stopped. Don't encourage others to do good unless they have suffered. With Sasuke's mentality, he would just be a zombie if he stayed in the village, so it was better to let him go. Furthermore, Naruto didn't think Sasuke's defection was a bad thing. The second pillar is the reincarnation of Indra. Who is Indra? That was his ancestor who had been reincarnated 1,000 years ago. How dare Orochimaru seize the body of such a person? It can only be said that the old man drinks arsenic and thinks he will live longer. But as a ninja, you still have to do what you should do. Thinking of this, Naruto opened Kagura's inner eye, sensed Sasuke's chakra, and found Sasuke. Shua, Flying Thunder God technique activates. Naruto disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he had stopped Sasuke and others. At this moment, Sasuke, accompanied by 4 sound ninjas, shuttled through the forest at high speed. Naruto suddenly appeared, startling the 4 of them. It's you. Seeing Naruto, the 4 sound ninjas all turned pale. The 4 sound ninjas who presided over the 4 purple flame formation watched the whole battle between Naruto and Orochimaru, first generation and second generation. In their eyes, Naruto was a more powerful being than Orochimaru-sama. Naruto, are you even going to stop me? Sasuke turned on Sharingan and stared at Naruto closely. As my only friend in Konaha, I always thought you were the only person in Konaha who could understand me. I thought you wouldn't stop me. Naruto smiled lightly. Have you decided to leave? I have decided to leave. Sasuke said solemnly. Unchangeable? Naruto asked again. Unchangeable. Sasuke replied firmly. Okay then, let's go. Naruto waved his hand and said, I hope you can impress me next time we meet. Will do. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Sasuke knew it. If Naruto had to stop him, he wouldn't be able to leave. The reason Naruto was willing to let him go was for the sake of being friends. Otherwise, if it were any other jonin, he would have to answer here today. Treason is a very serious crime, equivalent to treason. In Li Yunlong's words, it would be beheading. Zuzi, before you leave, I have one last piece of advice for you. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, revenge is revenge, but don't be blinded by hatred. Sometimes, what you see may not be true. It may be what others want you to see. What do you mean? Sasuke frowned slightly. You will understand later. Naruto smiled lightly and turned to look at the 4 sound ninjas. I'll keep your heads first. Go back and tell Orochimaru that I will go to his place for a cup of tea when you are free. Yes, definitely bring it. The 4 sound ninjas quickly agreed. They were really worried that Naruto would kill them with his sword. Let's go. Naruto waved his hand. Sasuke did not leave in a hurry, but said in a deep voice, Naruto, there are rumors in the village recently that you have mastered senjutsu, and even Orochimaru, first generation and second generation are no match for you. Before I leave, I hope to fight you. Sasuke had hope in his eyes. I really want to know how big the gap is between you and me. Sasuke's defection this time was partly due to his desire for revenge. On the other hand, it was actually being stimulated by Naruto. Naruto is improving every day, and now, his ability exceeds that of Orochimaru, first generation and second generation. Sasuke knew that the gap between himself and Naruto was getting wider and wider, which made him feel inferior, unwilling, and jealous. Under various emotions, Sasuke's mentality collapsed and finally made the decision to defect. Good. Valley of the End. The huge waterfalls crashed down the cliff like one after another, splashing countless crystal pearls. 2 huge statues stand on both sides of the waterfall, like 2 door gods, quietly guarding here. It is the statue of Madara and Mom. Naruto and Sasuke stood on the statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara respectively, looking at each other. The 4 sound ninjas watched from a distance, not daring to get close. This guy really doesn't care about life and death. He dares to challenge Uzumaki Naruto. Doesn't he want to live? He has not witnessed the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Orochimaru-sama with his own eyes, and cannot understand the terror of Uzumaki Naruto. Ignorant people are fearless. Let's see, he will know how big the gap between himself and Uzumaki Naruto is after he suffers. Naruto, I hope you can use your full strength. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a hint of pleading in his voice. Don't hold anything back, okay? If I didn't hold back, I would kill you with one move, and you would avenge me with a hammer. Fine. Naruto nodded. Black eye shadow appeared around his eyes, and his pupils turned into horizontal lines. Sasuke also used the Heaven's Curse seal in its second state, transforming into a monster with hand-shaped fleshy wings. War. Electricity raged in Sasuke's hand, and the thunder attribute chakra erupted into a chirping bird sound. Lightning-style Chidori. Sasuke flapped his wings on his back and turned into a bolt of lightning, which shot toward Naruto like lightning. Sasuke used his strongest method as soon as he struck, knowing that other methods would be useless against Naruto. Facing Sasuke's attack, Naruto simply unleashed a great fireball technique. Boom! Amplified by the magical power of chakra, the great fireball has a diameter of over 50 meters, reaching an outrageous scale. Before he even got close, Sasuke could feel the terrifying heat emanating from the great fireball and the fiery energy it contained. Is this the great fireball? Sasuke stared blankly at the great fireball coming at him. Is it so big? Boom! Sasuke's entire body was swallowed up by the great fireball. He was still in the air, dozens of meters away from Naruto, and the Chidori in his hand looked a little funny. After a long time, the flames dissipated. Sasuke lay paralyzed on the water, his body wrapped in fleshy wings, which were completely burnt. It can be seen that in critical moments, Sasuke covered his body with flesh wings to resist the burning of the fire. As the person alive, the four sound ninjas suddenly became nervous. They were ordered by Lord Orochimaru to pick up Sasuke. If Sasuke died, how could they go back to deliver the mission? Fortunately, at this time, the pair of flesh wings quickly receded, and Sasuke returned to human form. He was breathing heavily and stared at Naruto with a look of despair, frustration, and bitterness on his face. One move. Naruto easily defeated him with just one move. The gap between the two was so big that Sasuke couldn't even see how big it was. Two pillars, take care of yourself. Naruto took a deep look at Sasuke, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared on the Hashirama statue. I left in a hurry today, and I didn't even have time to draw the lottery. System, draw the lottery. Ding, won the lottery. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on winning. I actually got this thing. I'm going to make a lot of money this time. I'm so lucky. Konaha, Hokage building. What, didn't you bring it back? Tsunade stood up suddenly and glared at Naruto, the pair of huge waves on his chest. Naruto, with your strength, it would be easy to bring Sasuke back. Why didn't you bring him back? Tsunade stared at Naruto. I need a reason. The reason is simple. Naruto smiled and said, I let him go on purpose so that he could deal with Orochimaru. Tsunade was amused. Uzumaki Naruto, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Sasuke, a brat, can deal with the vicious Orochimaru. Are you kidding me? Tsunade sneered. Sister, you should know that Orochimaru tricked Sasuke just to get Sasuke's body. He is despicable. Naruto smiled and said, and I got the news that Orochimaru has just been reincarnated recently. In other words, it will be at least 3 years before Orochimaru's next reincarnation. 3 years are enough for Sasuke to grow up. At that time, we can't say for sure who will take over whose body. You have so much confidence in Sasuke. Tsunade frowned. Of course I have confidence. Is the reincarnation of Indra, the reincarnated ancestor, something Orochimaru can covet? No confidence, Naruto said. You still let him go if you don't have confidence. Tsunade was angry. Naruto smiled and said, Sister Tsunade shouldn't know the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan, right? Tsunade was stunned and asked in confusion, weren't the Uchiha clan wiped out by Uchiha Itachi? Not really. Naruto shook his head. The reason why the Uchiha clan was destroyed back then was actually a decision jointly made by the top management of Konaha, led by 3rd generation, Danzo, and 2 Hokage advisors. Uchiha Itachi, he just acted as the executioner and the scapegoat. Tsunade was shocked. Is there such a thing? Sister, if you don't believe it, you might as well ask 3rd generation, the old man will tell you the answer. Naruto shrugged. In other words, the real murderer who destroyed the Uchiha clan was not Uchiha Itachi, but the top management of Konaha headed by the 3rd Hokage. Sister, have you ever thought about what will happen to Sasuke if he knows the truth about this matter in the future? Tsunade's expression changed. Sasuke has always regarded himself as an avenger, and has always regarded Uchiha Itachi as the target of revenge. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to defect from Konaha and go to Orochimaru in exchange for power, which shows that he has reached the point of madness. If Sasuke knew the truth about the genocide, you can imagine what he would do with your buttocks. When he knows the truth, will he turn his back on the 3rd generation and others? Will he hate those of us who kept him in the dark? Will he vent his anger on us in Konaha? Naruto said. So, an unstable factor like Sasuke is not suitable to stay in the village. In this case, it's better to let him defect to Orochimaru and fight dog with Orochimaru. Orochimaru wins, and the village has one less trouble. Sasuke wins, an enemy is eliminated from the village. No matter who wins or loses, we won't lose. Naruto knew that Sasuke would not lose, and he was just saying this to convince Tsunade. Tsunade was silent. After a long while, he said, "What you said makes sense, but have you ever thought about it? If Sasuke really kills Orochimaru, a more terrifying enemy than Orochimaru will appear in the village." Scary. How scary? Are you as scary as me? Naruto looked at Tsunade with a smile, raised his right hand, and a sapling grew out of his palm. The sapling grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 1 meter tall. Lush and green. Tsunade was stunned. She covered her mouth and stared blankly at the sapling in Naruto's hand, her mind going blank. Wood style. It took quite a while for Tsunade to react. She rushed to Naruto like crazy, grabbed Naruto's right hand tightly, and spoke incoherently with excitement. Wood style. This is wood style. Naruto, you actually awakened the wood style blood succession limit. Is this true? Sister Tsunade, although I know you are very excited now, I hope you don't get excited yet. Naruto smiled and said, although my wood style is also very strong, compared with 1st generation, it is still far behind. Where did Naruto's wood style come from? The answer was drawn through a lottery after today's battle with Sasuke in the Valley of the End. I woke up in a hurry this morning and didn't even have time to draw the lottery. It was only after the war that Naruto remembered to draw. The result was wood style. Naruto was very surprised. You know, wood style is the bloodline of the famous ninja god Senju Hashirama. Back then, Senju Hashirama relied on his wood style to calm down troubled times, establish Konaha, and distribute tailed beasts. In the era of Senju Hashirama, wood style can be said to be the best blood successor in the ninja world, and it is more popular than Sharingan. Wood style is indeed ridiculously strong and very versatile. It can attack alone, attack in groups, defend alone, defend in groups, control alone, control groups, and detect separately. It can be said to be the most versatile blood successor limit in Hokage. Naruto was so lucky to be able to draw wood style. Therefore, after Naruto drew wood style, he immediately tried wood style, but the result was not satisfactory. Naruto's wood style is also very powerful. At least it's much better than Yamato's wood style, but far from the level of Senju Hashirama. Yes, not as good as Hashirama. Even if Naruto uses Sage Mode, it is still far inferior to Senju Hashirama's wood style. Naruto was very depressed and began to think about a question. Why is my wood style not as good as Senju Hashirama? Is wood style really as strong as rumored? Or is it Senju Hashirama itself that is really strong? Naruto has seen a post before, talking about who is the winner between Senju Hashirama and wood style. Some people think, although wood style is also a very powerful blood successor, the real power is Senju Hashirama itself. Senju Hashirama has a sage body, which itself has an unfathomable amount of chakra. Plus, he has the perfect sage mode. Add 2 by 2. Even if Senju Hashirama uses ninjutsu such as water style, fire style, lightning style, etc., it is still ridiculously strong. For example, if Hashirama uses Earth style, he can still use Earth style, Earth Man, Earth Dragon, and Earth Transformation. Therefore, the real strength is Senju Hashirama himself, who brought wood style to a height that should not belong to wood style. Some people also think that wood style is stronger. Reason: wood style is derived from the power of the sacred tree. The sacred tree is the origin of chakra, the source of ninjutsu, and the most powerful and mysterious force in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama's wood style and the chakra that can absorb tailed beasts are the best evidence. Because this happens to be the characteristic of the sacred tree. Again, except for Sage of Six Paths, which uses 10 tails, sacred trees, to create the 9-tailed beasts, wood style is the only ninjutsu that can create life. This obviously goes beyond the limits of ninjutsu and blood succession. Therefore, it can be proved that wood style is derived from the power of the sacred tree. It is precisely because of this and the fact that Hashirama has an exaggerated amount of chakra that he is so strong. So, it is wood style that makes Hashirama. The father-in-law said that the father-in-law was right, and the mother-in-law said that the mother-in-law was right. No one can tell who succeeded whom. Naruto couldn't tell, but the wood style he drew was indeed a serious first-generation wood style. But the power is indeed not as powerful as Senju Hashirama's first generation. Maybe, it's because my chakra capacity is not as good as that of first generation, so I can't exert the power of wood style. Naruto could only think this. The difference is normal. Tsunade was very excited. When my grandfather first awakened to wood style, he wasn't that powerful. It was only after a long period of training that I finally reached the point of being invincible in the ninja world. Another point is that the amount of chakra is not large enough, and it cannot exert the destructive power of wood style. Tsunade looked at Naruto as if he were a precious treasure. You are still young. Although you have more chakra than others, you are still far from reaching the level of your grandfather. When you grow up in the future and control the 9 tails chakra perfectly, you will theoretically be no worse than your grandfather. This is true. Naruto knew that his chakra plus 9 tails chakra was comparable to Senju Hashirama. By then, the power of wood style should be unleashed. Tsunade was very excited and pulled Naruto to chatter. That posture made him want to hold Naruto in his hands and offer him like a treasure. As for Naruto letting Sasuke go on purpose, she had long since forgotten about it. Naruto has awakened the wood style and may reach the height of his grandfather in the future. Who does Sasuke count? After she calmed down completely, Naruto said, "Sister, you are the only one who knows about my awakening of the wood style blood succession limit. I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Tsunade suddenly burst into laughter. "Don't worry. You know this, I know it, God knows it, and no one outside of this office will know about it." "That's good." Naruto nodded. "I have another question. I hope my sister can help me find some wood-style ninjutsu." "This is easy too," Tsunade said proudly. "Our Senju clan has a complete wood-style ninjutsu scroll left in our clan. They are all left behind by my grandfather. I will help you look for them when I go back and I will give them to you later." "Yeah, thank you sister." Naruto smiled. "Why are you so polite to your sister?" Tsunade waved his hand. "Do you have any other requests? Tell them all, and my sister will help you handle them." "No more for now, I'll look for my sister when I think of it." That night, Tsunade gave Naruto the wood-style scroll left by Senju Hashirama. "Naruto, I won't assign you any tasks for the next time. You should study wood-style ninjutsu." Tsunade looked at Naruto expectantly. "I hope you can regain the glory of wood style and inherit the glory of your grandfather." "Yes, sister. Come on." Tsunade loved hearing Naruto call her sister, and every time he called her, it made her happy. After Naruto awakened wood style, Tsunade preferred Naruto to call her sister, as if she regarded Naruto as a biological brother. After Tsunade left, Naruto began to study the wood-style scroll. There are 30 wood-style ninjutsu recorded on it. The famous Tree World Jutsu, Flower Tree World Jutsu, Wooden Golem Jutsu, Buddha on the top, and 3 rooms and 2 halls technique are all available. Let's start with the birth of the Tree World. In the following time, Naruto was immersed in the study of wood-style ninjutsu, busy and fulfilling. With the help of Shadow Clone, Naruto's learning efficiency is super high. In a week at most, one wood-style ninjutsu can reach perfection, and you can get whatever you want with just a clap of your hands. As expected, Tsunade took good care of Naruto and did not assign any tasks to him, allowing Naruto to move freely. Naruto simply stayed at home and studied wood-style in peace. Only when Hinata comes back from a mission will he go out on a date with Hinata, walk, eat, and go into the woods together. It is worth mentioning that, the day after Sasuke defected, little Sakura came to Naruto and asked him why he didn't bring Sasuke back. Then he was sprayed by Naruto. Naruto's original words are as follows. Do you know Sasuke's heart? Do you know what he went through as a child? Do you know his pain? If you don't know all this, don't force Sasuke to stay with you, that would be too selfish. Everyone has the freedom to pursue their own goals, and you cannot restrict other people's freedom for any reason. Little Sakura left in tears and never looked for Naruto again. After Naruto heard that she had been depressed for a period of time, he was accepted as a disciple by Tsunade and began to teach her carefully. Time passed by, and 2.5 years passed before I knew it. Konaha, barbecue restaurant. Except for Guy's class, all other Xiaocheng in Konaha are there. Of course, Sasuke is not here either, but there is Temari. In 2.5 years, the Xiaoqiang boys turned into teenagers, the boys were handsome and the girls were beautiful. Naruto and Hinata were sitting next to each other. They were wearing couples outfits. They looked like a perfect match. Shikamaru and Choji are in a row. Kiba and Shino sat in a row. Little Sakura and Ino are in a row. Temari sat alone. I still remember that we took the chunin exam at this time 2 years ago. The past is still vivid in my mind. Shikamaru leaned back on his chair and couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. You do not say. Kibaya smiled and said, I remember this time 2 years ago, we were in the forest of death and witnessed Gaara killing people. At that time, we were almost scared to death by Gaara. Temari smiled awkwardly. She is now a chunin, and it was Sunagakure who sent her to Konaha this time to contact chunin about the exam. By the way, is Gaara okay? Naruto suddenly asked. He remembered Gaara in the original work, who seemed to have been captured by the artistic duo during this time period. For this matter, Naruto also specifically approached Tsunade and asked her to remind Sand Shinobi to increase the protection of Gaara. Fine. Temari glanced at Hinata who was clinging to Naruto like a little bird, and then looked at Naruto with a hint of loss in her eyes. I have to thank you for that. After the last chunin exam, Gaara became a changed person. He was deeply loved by the villagers, and he successfully became the Kage. Every time I think about Gaara becoming the Kage, I feel very unbalanced. Ya said depressedly. When we all took the exam together, we were the chunin, and he became the Kage. Teeth. You can't compare with others. Shino said gloomily. You won't be able to become Hokage even if you wait for another 10 years. Tooth. Feng Yang. Naruto also lamented that in 2.5 years, the former brats had changed a lot. Among them, Gaara was promoted the fastest and became the Kage. This was followed by Naruto and Neji, who became Jonin. Others were slower, but they all became chunin. Except for Sasuke, everyone we were with back then seemed to have become chunin. As Yasheng was talking, he suddenly realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and quickly shut up. Sakura-chan, I didn't mean it. I'm fine. Sakura smiled awkwardly, but her face darkened a little. Everyone looked at each other and glared at each other. This guy was really short-tempered and would not open any pot. Don't demonize Sasuke, Naruto said calmly. Tsunade's sister has already determined what happened to Sasuke. Sasuke is not defecting, but lurking into the Sound Ninja village to perform a secret mission. When the mission is completed, he will come back naturally. Everyone laughed, but no one took it seriously. Carrying out a secret mission is just a superficial statement. Everyone knows exactly what happened. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shikamaru came out to smooth things over. Eat meat, eat meat. If you don't eat, Choji will kill you all. Ha, Choji, eat slowly. Save some for me, Choji. A group of people immediately started grabbing, and the atmosphere became lively again. Everyone. Kakashi suddenly appears. Everyone looked at Kakashi. Although I really don't want to disturb everyone's enjoyment, Master Hokage has called me for something important, so come with me. Kakashi's face was serious. Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Little Sakura asked hurriedly. Everyone else looked at Kakashi. Don't ask. You will know it when you meet Mr. Hokage. Kakashi said. A few minutes later, a group of people arrived at the Hokage building. Tsunade sat at his desk, holding his chin with his hands, a solemn look on his delicate face. Lord Hokage, everyone walked into the office. You are here. Tsunade got straight to the point. Everyone, I just received urgent news from San Shinobi. The case cage has been captured by Akatsuki. What? The case cage was caught. Everyone was shocked. Temari's delicate body trembled and she almost lost her breath. She asked anxiously, Master Hokage, what is going on? I just received news that 4 members of Akatsuki captured the 5th case cage at 11 o'clock last night. Tsunade punched the table. There is no doubt that their target is the one tail inside the case cage. Hateful. Temari gritted her teeth. Akatsuki. Hokage-sama, didn't we send a notice to other ninja villages and ask them to be careful about Akatsuki? Little Sakura couldn't help but ask. San Shinobi should strengthen the protection of case cage, how come? Tsunade shook his head. In order to deal with the case cage, Akatsuki directly dispatched 4 members this time. Naruto shook his head. All said and done, San Shinobi is still too weak. San Shinobi is located in a desert area with a sparse population and poor resources. Its strength itself is the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Coupled with the successive deaths of the 3rd case cage and the 4th case cage, as well as the Konaha collapse planned 2.5 years ago, San Shinobi's strength can be said to have dropped to the bottom. Why did San Shinobi recommend Gaara to be the case cage? On the one hand, Gaara is the son of 4th case cage and has unique advantages in terms of status. On the other hand, there is really no one in San Shinobi, so Gaara, the Jinchuriki, can only take the lead. San Shinobi is so weak, no matter how hard he defends himself, he can't stop Akatsuki's capture. Lord Hokage, please help us. Temari pleaded. San Shinobi is our ally in Konaha, so naturally we won't just sit idly by. Tsunade immediately issued an order. Kakashi, you lead the original Class 7, Shikamaru leads the original Class 10, set off immediately to rescue San Shinobi, be sure to bring the case cage back. Yes, Kakashi and Shikamaru responded loudly. Seeing that there was nothing to do without them, Yaya volunteered, Hokage-sama, let us go too. Anyway, I just came back from a mission. I have nothing to do, so I happened to go and help. Hinata and Shino also volunteered. Oh well, Tsunade thought for a while and agreed. You will be temporarily assigned to Class 7, and will be uniformly deployed by Kakashi. Yes, after receiving the order, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and led everyone to the border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire. For more than 2 years, Naruto has been sending Shadow Clone, marking the world with the Flying Thunder God technique. His original plan was to mark the Flying Thunder God technique to the entire ninja world within 3 years. It turns out that Naruto is a little weird. The ninja world is so big that it has been marked for nearly 3 years, and only the Land of Fire and the surrounding small countries have been marked. The great kingdoms of Earth, Thunder, Wind, and Water have not yet had time to mark themselves. Too fast. We reached the border between the 2 countries in a blink of an eye. Naruto, you are awesome. Everyone was amazed. In such a split second, they appeared at the border across thousands of kilometers. It was amazing. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi said. Next, you need to hurry up, don't fall behind. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The group immediately rushed towards Sunagakure. After driving for a certain distance, Naruto thought everyone was too slow, so he simply stopped. Your speed is too slow. It's better for me to take you away so that you can go faster. As soon as Naruto stepped on the ground rumbled and trembled, and an earth dragon rose up from the ground. Naruto applied the super light heavy rock technique to the earth dragon again, and the earth dragon suddenly became as light as nothing. Naruto hugged Hinata and jumped on the dragon's head. You guys come up too. Everyone jumped up too. Everything is done, let's go. Naruto snapped his fingers and the earth dragon immediately rose into the air and flew towards Sunagakure. The speed of the Earth Dragon was very fast, and the scenery on both sides and on the ground were retreating rapidly, turning into phantoms. We're flying, it's awesome. So fast. Naruto, you are so powerful. Naruto, I haven't seen you take action in the past 2.5 years, but you are even more powerful than before. Naruto, I'm a little curious, where have you reached now? Everyone looked at Naruto. Since the collapse of Konaha's plan, Naruto has rarely carried out missions and almost never made any moves. 2.5 years. Everyone believes that with Naruto's talent, he must be stronger, but no one knows exactly how strong he is. If nothing else happens, we should fight Xiao this time, and you will know then. When you say that, I can't wait to meet Xiao's guys. The Earth Dragon was like a supersonic fighter jet, rushing towards Sand Shinobi at terrifying speeds under Naruto's control. As dusk approached, we finally arrived at Sunagakure. As a village built in the center of the desert, Sunagakure is surrounded by high and thick earth walls. There is only one channel to the outside world. When everyone rushed to the entrance of the passage, the entire Sand Shinobi was waiting and the defense was very tight. It is obvious that the cage was caught in the village, making Sand Shinobi jittery and highly nervous. Tamari, you're finally back. Sand Shinobi Jonin Baki came forward. Everyone in Konaha, thank you for rushing to the aid of Sand Shinobi. Baki looked at Naruto and others gratefully, especially after seeing Naruto, he was even more ecstatic. Master Hokage actually sent Uzumaki Naruto. Now Gaara is saved. Baki Jonin, forget about the polite words and tell us what's going on here at Sand Shinobi. Kakashi, as the leader Jonin, immediately asked. Baki knew that the matter was urgent and did not dare to neglect it. He quickly told the situation in detail. Last night, 4 members of Akatsuki attacked the village. After a fierce battle with Gaara, he captured the cage Gaara and disappeared without a trace. According to Baki's introduction, Naruto basically guessed the 4 people who captured Gaara. The puppet genius Red Sand Scorpion, the little explosives expert Deidara, the beloved brother the madman Uchiha Itachi, and the tailless-tailed beast Kisame. Itachi and Kisame actually joined in, this is interesting. Naruto thought to himself. At Kakashi's request, everyone rushed to Gaara's residence and found his clothes. Kakashi summoning produces the 8 ninja dogs. Parker, remember Gaara's scent, and then search for Gaara's traces immediately. Okay, Kakashi. Parker, take this. Naruto took out 8 special kunai and hung them on Parker and other 8 ninja dogs. After you find Gaara's trace, stay where you were and I will come find you. Is this a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique? I understand, wait for our news. The 8 ninja dogs quickly set off. Everyone is waiting at Sand Shinobi. About 4 hours later, Naruto suddenly felt that Parker's chakra was not moving. Everyone, I found it. Naruto stood up. Let's go there right now. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and led everyone to the location where Parker found Akatsuki. Gaara's scent disappears here, Parker said pointing to the cave in front. If nothing else, it should be right here. Naruto looked at the cave in front of him and the giant stone ball blocking the cave, and knew that this was the place. Looks so familiar. I'll break this boulder. Choji volunteered. Expansion Jutsu. Meat bomb tank. Boom. Choji turned into a high-speed rotating meatball and hit the giant stone ball at a terrifying speed. Buzz. A layer of ripples rippled on the surface of the giant stone ball, knocking Choji away. Defensive barrier. Everyone was surprised. This is the 5 sealed barrier. Kakashi said. It is composed of 5 forbidden talismans. You need to tear apart 5 forbidden talismans at the same time to open the barrier. Can you open 5 forbidden symbols by tearing them apart at the same time? It's so troublesome. No need to bother. Naruto smiled lightly. Just break it violently. Everyone was shocked. Naruto, do you have any idea? Try it first and then tell me. Naruto twisted his neck and stepped on the lake. 8 inner gates 7th gate shocking gate. Open. Boom. Naruto's forehead had veins popping out, blood vessels bulged, and surging blue steam erupted from all over his body. The blue steam stirred the surrounding airflow, forming a mountain-like tsunami-like airflow storm that swept in all directions. The powerful momentum caused the lake water under his feet to be flushed out of a large pit by the air current, exposing the mud at the bottom of the lake. 8 inner gates. 7th gate. Kakashi gasped. Naruto actually practiced the 8 inner gates to the 7th gate. Teacher Kakashi, is it difficult to practice 8 inner gates to the 7th gate? Ino asked. Difficult. It's more than difficult. Kakashi was a little unbelievable. 5th gate before 8 inner gates, it's actually not difficult to practice. Generally, it is possible for a ninja with talent in physical arts to master it in a year and a half. But starting from the 6th gate, opening each gate is extremely difficult and requires years, even decades, of hard work. Your teacher Guy spent a full 8 years from the 6th gate to the 7th gate. 8 years, so exaggerated. Naruto only used it for 2.5 years. This guy is indeed a monster. Naruto kicked the lake surface and the lake exploded instantly. Naruto's whole body shot out like a cannonball. His speed is too fast. It rubbed the air, making a shrill sound of breaking through the air, and even flames appeared on the surface of the body, like a meteorite. Break it for me. Boom. Naruto punched the boulder surface hard. With an earth-shattering explosion, the defensive barrier covering the giant stone shattered. Even the giant stone balls blocking the cave were turned into powder by this punch. The cave is wide open. Naruto lifted the 8 inner gates, took a few deep breaths, and walked into the cave like nothing happened. There was no sign of any discomfort after he opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. Let's go in too. Kakashi and others looked at each other and quickly followed Shangdu. Entering the cave, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. That's, inside the cave, there stood a huge human sculpture that looked like a dead tree. This dead wooden golem-shaped sculpture has 9 eyes and 10 pillars protruding from the back. The 10 fingers of the sculpture were raised. At this moment, a colorful humanoid figure stood on Tien Gen's fingers. No, it's not all a ghost. On 4 of the fingers, there are 4 real people standing. One has a stooped figure, a young man with yellow hair, a young man with black hair, and a shark face. At this moment, both the phantom and the 4 real people were looking at Naruto and the others. There is no doubt that they are members of Akatsuki. It's been discovered. These guys in Konaha are so fast. It should be Flying Thunder God technique. Now we are in some trouble. 973. The Akatsuki frowned and looked at Naruto and the others. Who are they? Choji swallowed. Black coat, red cloud pattern, besides the Akatsuki organization, who else could it be? Naruto said calmly. Akatsuki organization. So, they are all Akatsuki members. 1, 2, 3, 9 in total. There are 9 members of the Akatsuki organization here. Oh my god, they are all S-class traitorous ninjas. Can we deal with them with such a small number of people? Kakashi shouted. Everyone be alert, we may enter the secret stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. No need for Kakashi to remind them, everyone realized this, and their bodies immediately tensed up, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Gaara! Granny Chio suddenly screamed. Everyone quickly looked around and saw Gaara suspended in midair wrapped in a long blue chakra dragon. At this moment, a steady stream of red chakra was pulled out of Gaara's body, dripping down the blue dragon into Gedo statue's mouth. They're pulling away the tailed beasts. Granny Chio shouted. They must be stopped immediately. Once Shukaku is completely separated, Gaara will definitely die. Withdraw the tailed beast. Everyone was shocked. Let go of the cage. Kakashi shouted angrily. Nasty flies. Tiandao Pain said indifferently. Sealing a tailed beast is what I'm most afraid of encountering. I didn't expect to encounter the first tailed beast that was sealed. It's really troublesome. Scorpion's voice is hoarse and his face is expressionless. That guy is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I didn't expect him to come to the door by himself. Kisame stared at Naruto. Which one is Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Deidara asked. That kid with yellow hair. Kisame chuckled. Swish swish. Everyone in the Akatsuki looked at Naruto. Are you Nine Tails Jinchuriki? We didn't go looking for you, but you came to our door yourself. Tiandao Pain's voice was cold. Now that you're here, don't leave. I'll seal you too. Scorpion, Deidara, Kisame, Itachi, which one of you is going to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki? This kind of remote sealing of the tailed beast is very troublesome and takes 3 days. During this period, it cannot be interrupted. Except for Scorpion, Deidara, Itachi and Kisame, everyone else on the scene is a projection avatar. All go. Deidara chuckled. I just dealt with one-tail Jinchuriki, I haven't had enough fun yet, huh? Since Nine-Tails Jinchuriki took the initiative to sacrifice his life, I don't mind letting him see the charm of art, huh? Kisame chuckled. Deidara, this kid is not easy to deal with, you'd better be careful. The last battle left a deep impression on Kisame, and now that he thinks about it, he still has lingering fears. Kisame, I'm not you. Deidara sneered. If an artist doesn't actively pursue excitement, his emotions will become dull, huh? Hee. Kisame didn't say much. Deidara jumped off Gedo statue's finger and looked at Naruto with a smile. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you should be satisfied that my art can determine the cause of your death, huh? Deidara. Naruto smiled calmly. Male, rock shinobi rebels, codenamed Qinglong, his ninjutsu is explosive clay. Deidara was surprised. Kid, you actually know me. Has my name spread throughout the ninja world? The other members of the Akatsuki looked at Naruto confused. No, although you consider yourself an artist, your name is not that famous. Only I know it. Naruto shrugged. Actually, it's not just you, I know everyone present. Kid, you have such a loud voice. Hidan couldn't help but mocked. I remember your face. If you are not killed today, I will kill you no matter what and let you accept God's sanction. Naruto couldn't help but look over. Hidan, codename 3, rebels against the ninja of Yuyin village and believes in the evil cult. Mainly using physical attacks, he has the ability to become immortal. He won't die even if his head falls off. It mainly uses the blood of the opponent to curse, causing the opponent to bear the same damage as itself. Immortal, you won't die even if your head falls off. Is this guy a monster? Kakashi and others looked at Hidan in shock. Hidan opened his mouth in shock and looked at Naruto in astonishment. Kid, you actually know me so well. This brat. The rest of the Akatsuki stared closely at Naruto. If Naruto knows Deidara, it's possible that he accidentally obtained Deidara's information. But he told Hidan's information so accurately, it was a bit scary. Is it true that he knows all the members of Akatsuki as he said? In order to confirm this, Zhao Zhao took the initiative to speak. Kid, do you know me? The Akatsuki immediately looked at Naruto. Kakuzu. Naruto smiled and said, codename North, rebel ninja from Takigakure village, possesses the secret technique, Earth Resentment U. Through the Earth's resentment, you can steal the hearts of others and extend your life by replacing the hearts. You were from the era of the first Hokage. You are now 91 years old. You once assassinated the first Hokage with a shuriken from 800 miles away. After the failure, you betrayed the village. People from the first Hokage period. This guy can actually extend his life by replacing his heart. Is he still a human being? Why are the Akatsuki members all monsters? Kakashi and others were a little numb. Even though Kakuzu has lived for too long, he has long been happy and not angry, and now he is a little unbearable. This kid in front of me actually knows him well. Kid, who are you? Kakuzu asked in a deep voice. Tendo Pain, Konan, Zetsu and others also stared directly at Naruto, with chills rising in their hearts. Now, they didn't doubt Naruto's words at all. Naruto really knows them. This made Pain and others feel incredible. They thought they were doing things in a secretive way, but they didn't expect that Naruto would pull them out completely. I am who I am, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled faintly, his eyes passing over the Akatsuki one by one, and finally landed on Tendo Pain. Rinnegan. Tisk, I finally met the legendary Rinnegan, even though he is an imposter. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Pain stared at Naruto. You know me too. Certainly. Naruto shrugged. Forget it, in order to save some face for you, I'll call you Pain. Long. Does he know my name? Pain shivered. Pen, actually I have always wanted to ask you a question. Naruto smiled and looked at Tendo Pain. Explain. Tiandao Pain said indifferently. You are from the Uzumaki clan, and I am also from the Uzumaki clan. Why can you awaken the Rinnegan, but I can't? Naruto smiled and looked at Tendo Pain. Do you have any secrets? Why don't you teach me? Because I am God and you are a humble mortal. Tiandao Pain's voice was majestic. How can a mere mortal be worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with a god? Although he looks majestic and indifferent on the surface, Tiandao Pain is actually stirring up troubles and turbulent waves in his heart. Uzumaki clan. This guy actually knows that I am an Uzumaki clan member. Tendo Pain has judged that Naruto already knows his identity and knows that his name is Nagato. God. Naruto smiled and shook his head. Tiandao Pain's face turned cold. Humble mortal, you are blaspheming the great god. You are in the advanced stage of secondary disease and there is no cure. Naruto shook his head. Then let me ask you, since you call yourself a god, do you think you will die? God is eternal. The voice of the Buddha of heaven is majestic. Immortal, Naruto sneered. Let me ask you again, since God is eternal, why did Sage of Six Paths die? Tiandao Pain was speechless and unable to refute for a moment. He has always thought of himself as a god, but because he has a pair of eyes that are exactly the same as Sage of Six Paths, he is confused by Sage of Six Paths. According to his logic, he is a god, and Sage of Six Paths must also be a god, but Sage of Six Paths died. Since God can die, it means he is not a god, but an ant and a mortal like us. Naruto said calmly. Am I right? Kaido Pain couldn't refute. Since you are not a god, what are you pretending to be here? Naruto looked disdainful. Pen, your body is about to be worn down by the Rinnegan, right? Boom. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Tiandao Pain and Konan hard in the heart, causing their expressions to change drastically. Rinnegan is really awesome. This is undisputed. But Rinnegan was too much of a burden on the body, and as Naruto said, Nagato was indeed about to collapse. Not only is he skinny, but his whole body is covered with tubes, and he can only rely on the delivery of nutrient solutions to survive. But this secret is known to only the two of them in the entire Akatsuki organization, and no one else can know it. How did Naruto know? The leader was brought down by the Rinnegan. The rest of the Akatsuki organization looked at each other, and all looked at Tiandao Pain with surprise in their eyes. They never knew about this. Throughout the 1,000-year history of the Uzumaki clan, there has never been a precedent for the Rinnegan to be awakened. Naruto looked at Tendo Pain. Pain, why do you think you are the special one? What do you want to say in the end? Tiandao Pain said coldly. Naruto smiled slightly and pointed to Kakashi beside him. Teacher Kakashi, he transplanted the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, but because he does not have Uchiha blood. So Sharingan cannot be controlled freely, causing Sharingan to continuously consume his chakra. Over the years, this Sharingan has caused a huge burden on Kakashi-sensei. Having said this, Naruto looked at Pain with a half-smile. So, have you ever thought that your Rinnegan may not be original, but transplanted by someone else? What nonsense, Pain said coldly. I am the son of destiny who inherited the power of Sage of Six Paths. I am the god who brings peace to this world, eliminates suffering, and saves all people from water and fire. If you are wise, hand over 9 tails obediently and contribute to the peace of this world. I have said so much about poisonous chicken soup that I even believe it myself. Naruto couldn't help but shake his head. It's hopeless. Deidara, get him off. Tiandao Pain said coldly. And everyone here cannot leave alive today. Naruto was about to take off the Akatsuki organization's panties. Kakashi and other observers cannot stay under any circumstances. I will handle it. Deidara chuckled. Kid, what you just said made me very angry, and I want to punish you. Deidara put his hand into his pocket, and the mouth on the palm immediately swallowed the clay in the pocket. After a moment, Deidara waved his hand, and many small clay spiders appeared in his palm, crawling towards Naruto and others. What's this? Everyone, be careful. Kakashi and others tensed up. Little devil, let's have a taste of the power of my art. Deidara laughed loudly. Drink. In the past, these little clay spiders would have exploded instantly as Deidara shouted. But this time, it failed. Deidara waited for a long time. Nothing happened to the little clay spiders everywhere. What's the situation? Deidara looked at the ground, then was shocked. The little white clay spiders everywhere turned into bright red crystal spiders. What happened? Deidara grabbed a crystal spider, squeezed it gently, and the crystal spider shattered. Looking at the other clay spiders, they have also turned into crystal spiders. They are all bright red and very beautiful. Kid, what did you do to my clay spider? Deidara glared at Naruto. Who doesn't have a bloodline limit these days? Naruto smiled calmly. I'm too embarrassed to go out without the blood set limit. Naruto waved his hand to summon a stone, and when he grabbed it with his hand, the stone instantly turned into a bright red crystal. This limit of my blood inheritance, I call it crystal style. Naruto said lightly. It can transform any material in the world into crystal. Crystal style blood inheritance limit. Is there such a limit to blood inheritance? Have not heard. The whole place was in an uproar. The Akatsuki organization stared at Naruto, Kakashi, Hinata and others in surprise, even more so in disbelief. Have they never heard of Naruto awakening this kind of blood inheritance limit? Naruto, when did you awaken the crystal-style blood successor? Kakashi asked. A year ago. Naruto replied that of course he could not awaken the crystal-style blood succession limit, it was a lottery result. In the past 2.5 years, because the time span was long enough, Naruto did get a lot of good things. There are several types of light blood succession limits. Of course, more trash. Naruto, you developed the crystal-style blood succession limit. Why have I never heard of you talking about it? Kakashi looked at Naruto in shock. The blood successor limit is different from ninjutsu. It cannot be developed by good talent. It is too difficult to develop the blood successor limit. I have been practicing hard for the past 2 years, and I have hardly done anything. I don't even have a chance to show it off. Naruto spread his hands and said helplessly. What you said makes so much sense, I'm so speechless. Kakashi was speechless. Lord Hokage particularly favors Naruto. Naruto doesn't need to perform tasks or do other jobs, but he still gets his salary. Not only that, the 5th generation still visits Naruto every now and then, and treats him better than the retired 3rd Hokage. Naruto really has no chance to take action. Naruto, you are so awesome. Shikamaru gave a thumbs up. You can even develop the blood succession limit. I really don't know how to praise you. Others were also impressed. No one in the group said anything, they were equally shocked. Naruto is only 14 years old, and he has already been able to independently develop the blood step boundary. I've said before that you can't keep this brat, but you didn't take my words to heart. Kisame made a shark face. You see, in just over 2 years, the blood successor limit has been developed. If we continue to let him grow, he may be the next Senju Hashirama before long. Normally, everyone would refute Kisame's sarcastic remarks. But now, I really can't say anything to refute it. Deidara, kill him. Tiandao Pain shouted. Give him to me. Deidara sneered and glared at Naruto. Kid, how amazing is crystal style? In front of my clay art, your crystal style shoes are not even worthy. Noisy. Naruto waved his hand, and a dazzling red light swept out and enveloped Deidara. Kakaka. Deidara's whole body crystallized instantly and turned into a crystal-clear crystal sculpture, motionless. There was dead silence. Both Kakashi and the others, as well as everyone in Akatsuki, looked at the crystallized Deidara in silence. One move turns Deidara into crystal. Is this the crystal style? It's too scary. This guy is so noisy. He finally stopped. Naruto complained, then looked at the Akatsuki and others, and said calmly, who else is there? How about coming together? Shall everyone looked at each other in silence. Present today were Deidara, Scorpion, Itachi, and Kisame. Deidara turned into crystal, leaving only Scorpion, Itachi and Kisame, and now they can only rely on the 3 of them. Who's coming? Scorpion looked at Itachi and Kisame. The 2 of them didn't speak. Itachi didn't want to fight Naruto. Kisame didn't want to fight Naruto. He almost fell into Naruto's hands last time, and he had a psychological shadow. Itachi, come here. Tiandao Pain directly named them. Drive them out of the cave and buy us time. Understood. Although I don't want to in my heart, I still have to play the role. Itachi sighed and jumped off Gedo statue's fingers. Uzumaki Naruto, meet again. Itachi fell to the ground, the nasolabial folds on his face deeper than 2 years ago. You are more powerful than before. As you grow older, your strength naturally grows too. Naruto looked at Itachi, shook his head and said, on your side, you feel worse than you did 2 years ago. Weasel, Uchiha Itachi. This guy is Sasuke's brother. Sure enough, he looks a lot like Sasuke. Kakashi and others stared at Uchiha Itachi. Except for Kakashi, this was the first time for everyone to see Itachi and they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Naruto, I know you are very strong, so I will use the strongest method next. Itachi's tone was indifferent and his voice was as cold as ever. I hope you can bear it. Itachi's eyes suddenly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan, and the evil and cold chakra spurted out. The next second, strange orange-red chakra rose up from Itachi's body, burning like a flame. The bones were condensed and formed, and soon they condensed into a red skull with only the upper body. Meridians and muscles appeared one after another, covering the red skull, and the Karasudangu armor appeared. Yata mirror, 10-fist sword also appeared one after another. It's Susano. The third form. What is this? Kakashi and others were shocked. This is Susano. Itachi was in Susano, and his cold voice conveyed, the ultimate eye technique can only be mastered by the Uchiha tribe members who activate two Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. Susano, is this the power of the Uchiha clan? It's really great. Kakashi and others were amazed. As a former wealthy family in Konaha, the Uchiha clan is no stranger to the Uchiha clan. But they don't know much about the power of this family, and Susano has never heard of it. When I saw it today, it was indeed extraordinary. Everyone in Akatsuki also looked at her with suspicion. Except for Kisame, few of them had seen Susano. Naruto, let me see how much progress you have made compared to 2 years ago. Itachi said with an indifferent expression. To deal with Susano, first Hokage told us the standard answer decades ago. Naruto smiled slightly, eye shadow quietly appeared around his eyes, and his pupils turned into horizontal lines. Sage art would style the birth of the tree world. Boom! The ground suddenly shook. Countless thick vines and tree roots broke out of the ground, growing wildly like horned dragons and turning into countless trees. In the blink of an eye, the small cave was occupied by trees and vines, forming a forest. Wood style. Kakashi was really shocked this time. The exposed right eye was round and full of shock and horror. Wood style. It's actually wood style. Kakashi's voice was trembling. Naruto, you actually mastered first generation's wood style. This is wood style. First Hokage-sama's wood style. I read that correctly, right? Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Wood style is the most powerful escape technique used by the first Hokage to calm down the troubled times and establish Konaha. How can Naruto master it? Shikamaru and other Shaoqiang were equally shocked. They have grown up listening to the stories of several Hokages, and they are very familiar with the deeds of the first generation. Wood style, as the first Hokage's most powerful escape technique to calm down troubled times, disappeared after the death of the first generation. From now on, no one in Konaha can control it. Naruto actually mastered the wood style, which gave them a feeling of myths and legends coming to reality. The impact is too great. Wood style. Itachi's always cold face finally changed, showing a surprised expression for the first time. This guy actually developed wood style. Itachi felt unbelievable. I knew he was extremely talented, but I never expected that he could even master wood style. What a terrible talent. Fortunately he is a ninja from Konaha. Fortunately, Naruto's talent frightened Itachi. If such a powerful ninja came from another ninja village, just thinking about it would make people sleep uneasy. But Naruto is a Konoha shinobi, which makes Itachi happy. Everyone in Akatsuki was silent, even the talkative Hidan who was always chattering was very quiet now. This brat, Angle was trembling all over. He actually mastered first Hokage's wood style. This kid's talent is so terrifying. Itachi, Kisame, Scorpion. Listen. Zhao Zhao shouted. No matter what the price is, I will kill this kid today. We can't let him grow any longer. Otherwise, he will be the first Hokage again in a few years. By then, everything will be over. Is it so exaggerated? Hidan couldn't help but retorted. So what if you become the first generation? Kakuzu, you won't be frightened by the first Hokage and have a psychological shadow, right? Ignorant idiot, shut your mouth. You will never understand the horror of the first Hokage. Zhao Jian couldn't help but sprayed. I am from the same era as first generation, and I understand his power very well. All in all, we can't let this brat continue to grow. Itachi, did you hear that? Tendo Pain said coldly. Hurry up and get rid of Uzumaki Naruto to avoid raising tigers. Understood. Itachi responded lightly, controlled Susano, and slashed at Naruto with the 10-fist sword. Naruto clapped his hands and controlled the thick trees to immediately wrap around Susano. Boom boom boom, _W. The 10-fist swords cut iron like mud, and the vines were easily cut off, but more vines wrapped around them. The 10-fist swords were stretched thin, and they were gradually unable to cut him. More and more vines entangled themselves like a python, and soon Susano was entangled into a rice dumpling. Itachi controlled Susano and struggled hard. It's a pity that it doesn't help. The binding force of these vines is so terrifying that it is impossible to break free. Stop struggling, Itachi. Naruto smiled and said, your Susano is restrained by my wood style, and your struggle is in vain. This is just an ordinary tree world birth. The stronger wooden golem, wooden dragon, and Buddha on the top are not used yet. If it really had to be used, Itachi wouldn't be able to bear it. Itachi was silent. Kisame, Scorpion, help. Tiandao Pain gave the order. I really don't want to fight him. Kisame reluctantly jumped to the ground, pulled out the sword Samahata from behind, and said, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, let's go together. Naruto looked calm and said, anyway, one more of you is not much, one less of you is not much. Kisame is not a good-tempered person. If others had ignored him like this, he would have gone into a rage and hurt others. But it was Naruto who said this. Kisame didn't have any temper at all, he just grinned. You're looked down upon by a kid. Shie waved his hand and took off his black coat, revealing the body of a Fei Liuhu puppet that looked like Scorpion. Why is this guy like this? Seeing Shia's appearance, Ka and others were shocked. That's Fei Liuhu. Granny Chio, who came with her, said with a serious face, a kind of human puppet. Scorpion's true body is hidden in Filiu amber. It turns out to be a puppet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You all stand back. Naruto waved his hand. This puppet has quenched poison on all weapons. It will be very troublesome to get injured. Poisonous. Everyone trembled. *TT. Naruto, what do you do? Hinata couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. These guys can't hurt me. Naruto smiled slightly. You guys quickly step back. All right. Hinata nodded. Everyone immediately exited the cave. Seeing everyone leaving, Naruto lost all scruples. Now we can fight hard. Sage Art Wooden Golem Jutsu. Naruto clapped his hands, and the magic chakra in his body poured into the trees wildly, and the trees grew rapidly. It soon condensed into a tall giant wooden golem with a wooden dragon wrapped around its body. Kill. Naruto put his hands together. The giant wooden golem raised his fist and punched the red sand scorpion. The crimson sand scorpion jumped up and hurriedly avoided the wooden golem's attack. A deep pit was created on the ground. What a terrifying power. Scorpion's eyelids twitched wildly. If I were hit by a punch, my Fei Liuhu would probably be smashed into pieces. Call out. A shrill sound broke through the air. Scorpion, be careful, Tiandao Pain hurriedly reminded. Scorpion's heart trembled when he saw a thick tail whistling like a whip. This is the wood dragon's attack. Not good. The scorpion was in midair, with nowhere to hide. It hurriedly swung its long tail, trying to resist the attack of the dragon's tail. Boom! The dragon's tail crushed the long tail and hit Fei Liuhu hard. With a click, Fei Liuhu was immediately torn apart. Fei Liuhu, known as the strongest defensive puppet, was actually beaten to pieces by the wooden dragon's tail. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Shia's true body escaped and looked at Mulong from a distance, with shock and anger in his eyes. Is this the true form of Scorpion? Why are you a brat? Point 0. Seeing Shia's appearance, everyone at Shao, as colleagues, were surprised. They had never seen Shia's true face. Short-lived brat, you broke my beloved puppet, and I'm going to make you an adult puppet to compensate. Scorpion had no expression on his face, and took out a summoning scroll from his back, and summoned a puppet. It is a human puppet made from the third cage. Senju martial arts. Scorpio shouted, and the charm on third cage's left arm instantly summoned thousands of arms. Thousands of arms gathered together to form a thick arm python, which shot towards Naruto. You're just a puppet, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Naruto snorted. Wooden golem grabbed thousands of arms, pulled hard, and grabbed third cage. Punch out hard with your right fist. Boom! A sand iron shield appeared out of thin air in front of third Cage, blocking the wooden golem's attack. The wooden golem was so powerful that the sand iron shield and third Cage were directly blasted away. Magnet-style Satetsu Shigure, Scorpio shouted, and third Cage formed a seal with his hands, summoning sand and iron like ocean waves out of thin air. The sand and iron quickly condensed into countless fine needles and shot towards Naruto at a terrifying speed. There are so many tiny needles. It was so dense and overwhelming that it almost covered the cave, leaving no place to hide. Facing so many fine needle attacks, Naruto didn't even bother to dodge and activated crystal style. Buzz! In an instant, all the tiny needles that were shot quietly crystallized into crystal needles. Naruto thought. These crystal needles immediately stopped in midair, then turned around and shot toward the scorpion. Shoo shoo shoo. Hateful. Scorpion quickly controlled the third Cage, letting it control the sand iron to form a shield in front of him. Bang bang bang. Crystal is originally a very fragile object, just like glass, it will shatter at the slightest touch. Logically speaking, a shield made of sand and iron can completely block the crystal needle. But the opposite is true. These crystal needles contain terrifying penetrating power and can easily penetrate the sand iron shield. Puff puff. The human puppet made by third Cage was instantly pierced into a sieve by countless crystal needles. Then it fell to the ground and became motionless. How come? There was astonishment on Scorpion's childish face. Third Cage is known as the strongest Cage because it developed the magnet-style blood succession limit. Use magnet style to rule the iron sand, it's ridiculously powerful. As a result, the shield made of condensed sand and iron was actually pierced by crystal as brittle as glass. Why is that? Naruto wasn't surprised. As the limit of ordinary blood successors, crystal style's power in Guren's hands is actually relatively average. But with the blessing of Sage Mode, the power is dozens of times greater than in Guren's hands. It's normal to penetrate a sand iron shield. Die. Naruto pointed in the distance, and the overwhelming crystal needles continued to shoot towards the scorpion of ambition. Scorpion smelled the breath of death and did not dare to neglect, and even took out the second summoning scroll. Bang bang bang. White mist exploded, and hundreds of puppets wearing red robes appeared in front of Shie. Red Secret Technique 100 Machine Exercises. So many puppets. Everyone in Shao was shocked. Can Shie control so many puppets at the same time? Everyone has only 2 hands and 10 fingers. In theory, controlling 10 puppets is the limit. And Shie summons so many puppets at one time, at least hundreds of them, can he control them? Everyone in Akatsuki was very surprised to see Scorpion making so many puppets at once, but Naruto was not surprised at all. Scorpion has long since made himself a puppet, and only the regeneration core in his chest belongs to him. Each puppet is controlled by the regeneration core, and Scorpion can control hundreds of puppets at once. It is no exaggeration to say that Shie's accomplishments in puppetry are unprecedented and unprecedented. Unfortunately, it's useless. Your puppetry skills are amazing. Naruto smiled and said, but for a real master, a puppet is just a toy to pass the time. Yeah, Scorpion's face was expressionless. Then let me see how strong a master you are. Red Secret Technique 100 Machine Exercises. Quack quack. Hundreds of puppets were waving various weapons, making weird rattling sounds, and flew toward Naruto. Judging from their menacing posture, they seemed to be cutting Naruto into pieces and mincing him into pieces. Satisfy you. Naruto smiled lightly, his chest suddenly bulged, and then he opened his mouth and spit out a stream of steaming mist. These high-heat mist looks very similar to the water vapor that evaporates after boiling water, and it is unattractive in appearance. But at the moment of contact with the puppet door, the puppets melted and melted like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. What? Scorpion was shocked. It's boil style. Kisame was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. The 2 chakra properties of fire and water are combined to form the blood successor ghost. Boil style can freely adjust the acidity of the high heat mist and can melt any substance in the world. Scorpion, be careful. As a master of water style and a former mist shinobi ninja, Kisame has a certain understanding of boil style. This kid actually developed boil style. How many blood succession limits has he developed? Shao. Everyone was silent. As S-class rebellious ninjas, they were all geniuses in their ninja village when they were young and had high hopes. But compared with Naruto, they felt that 447 was not a genius but simply a fool. Crystal style, wood style, and now boil style. Ang Jian's face was heavy. This kid is only a teenager this year, and he has developed 3 kinds of blood inheritance limits. It's really hard for me to imagine what heights he will reach in the future. I'm afraid it will be more terrifying than Senju Hashirama. Angle has lived the longest, has seen the most, has the deepest experience, and can better understand Naruto's terror. What a terrible little devil. Konan's face was expressionless. Konaha is indeed the cradle of geniuses, and peerless geniuses can emerge in every generation. The Land of Fire has a vast territory, abundant resources, a huge population base, and a complete ninja training system. Tiandao Pain said indifferently. There are more genius ninjas than Shao Ninja Village, of course. While a few people were chatting, Scorpion's hundreds of puppets had melted completely and turned into acid water and fell to the ground. Scorpion's face was indifferent and his expression did not change, but the anger in his heart had already burst into the sky. These 100 puppets were his last trump card, and they were easily melted away by Naruto. Simply unforgivable. You kid, go to hell. Scorpio roared, and suddenly shot out a steel cable from his belly, whizzing towards Naruto. What's the point of living in this world if you turn yourself into a human or a ghost? Naruto shook his head. I'll help you get out as soon as possible. Boil-style Chow technique. Naruto spat out a puff of acid mist, which roared and enveloped his legs. With the blessing of Sage Mode, the acid mist has reached terrifying levels in terms of scale and power. Scorpion had no place to escape if he wanted to, and was eventually corroded, and even the regeneration core was completely melted. Scorpion. Die. There was silence in the cave. Naruto's battle with Deidara, Itachi, and Scorpion seemed long, but it was actually only a few minutes. Deidara turned into crystal, Scorpion died in battle, and Itachi was the only one bound by wood style. Although he was not dead, he could not move. Since the establishment of the Akatsuki organization, it has never been in such a mess, nor has its losses been so tragic. Now you're the only one left, Sharkface. Naruto looked at Kisame. Are you going to die too? Kisame blinked his mung bean eyes with an awkward smile on his face. Naruto-kun, I know I'm not your opponent, but I can't disobey the leader's order. I'm sorry. Kisame, retreat. Tiandao Pain suddenly said. Itachi, you also retreat. Kisame was stunned. Pen, are you serious about this? Retreat now. One Tail is no longer sealed. You are no match for him. If you continue to fight, you will only lose your life in vain. It is better to retreat early. Tendo Pain looked at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I remember you, and I will catch you personally next time. Welcome any time. Naruto smiled lightly, but when you come, don't forget to bring a gift. I think your Rinnegan is good. Snort. Tiandao Pain snorted coldly and lifted the summoning spell. The Gedo statue disappeared with a bang, the tailed beast's withdrawal was forced to stop, and Gaara fell heavily to the ground. Konan took a deep look at Naruto and disappeared quietly. Kid, next time we meet, I will definitely cut off your head and sacrifice you to the evil god. Hidan was cursing, and he didn't forget to throw in a few harsh words before leaving, and then he disappeared. Kakuzu took a deep look at Naruto and disappeared quietly. Mr. Naruto, goodbye. Kisame breathed a sigh of relief and left. Itachi removed Susano and Mangekyo Sharingan also turned into normal eyes. Naruto, I'm glad to meet a talented ninja like you. See you next time. The corner of Itachi's mouth curled up, showing a happy smile, and he disappeared into the cave. For a time, the originally bustling cave became quiet because of Shao's departure. Naruto shook his head, somewhat unfinished. Shao organized this group of people and could no longer let him fight heartily. It's really boring to hold back and fight the whole time. Perhaps only Nagato can force me to use my true strength and have a hearty battle. Old man, you really hit the mark. Nine-Tails' voice suddenly sounded in Naruto's mind. It refers to the fact that Nagato awakened the Rinnegan, summoned the Ten-Tails body, and captured the tailed beast. Although I had no doubts about Naruto's words before, I saw Rinnegan and Ten-Tails body with my own eyes. Still gives Nine-Tails the creeps. It is one of the nine-tailed beasts. If the opponent wants to resurrect 10 tails, there is no way around it. The thought of being targeted by this group of people made Nine Tails feel like a thorn in his back, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Everyone thinks that Nine Tails is invincible and the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world, but Nine Tails knows its own business. Compared with eye skills like Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, it is completely a lamb to be slaughtered. Why, are you scared? Naruto teased. There's nothing to be afraid of, I just don't want to go back to 10 Tails again. Nine Tails said calmly, Old man, we have to make preparations early, otherwise we will be too passive. I know. Naruto flashed and arrived in front of Gaara. Gaara is still unconscious and does not know whether he is alive or dead. Isn't he dead? Naruto knelt down to check. Can't die. Nine Tails said calmly, the Shukaku in his body has only been taken out half, so he is far from death. That's good. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Gaara in the original work, after 3 days of separation, Shukaku was completely removed from her body, and she eventually died. In the end, Granny Chio used the reincarnation technique to save Gaara. But in the real world, he led everyone on the road, working hard and getting here early. Because Shukaku was stopped in time, half of Shukaku was not removed, so theoretically Gaara would not die. Naruto, Kakashi and others rushed into the cave. Where's Akatsuki? Kakashi looked around the cave. 2 died, the others escaped. Naruto smiled and said, Fortunately, our goal was achieved this time and Gaara was saved. Very good. Naruto, you are amazing. Thankfully Naruto is here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and immediately looked at the unconscious Gaara. Is he okay? It's okay. I'm just unconscious, Naruto said. As long as it's okay. Just as long as it's okay. Everyone was completely relieved, and after taking a short rest, they left the cave and rushed towards Sunagakure. Along the way Naruto became the center of attention. Everyone gathered around him and asked questions, including wood style and crystal style, and Naruto answered them all with a smile. He has a lot of trump cards now, so it doesn't matter if he exposes some of them appropriately, it won't affect him. After the group returned to San Shinobi, Gaara was sent to the ninja hospital for medical treatment. He was injured in a previous battle with Akatsuki and was separated from the tailed beast. He was seriously injured and needed urgent treatment. Towards evening, Gaara finally woke up, and after understanding the situation, asked to see Naruto. The two met in the ward. Naruto, thank you. After Gaara saw Naruto, he first expressed his gratitude. At this time, Gaara's eyes were kind, and the hostility and bloodlust between his brows were gone. It can be seen that he has changed a lot in the past 2 years. Out of sight, Naruto smiled and said, We are all Jinchuriki. We understand each other's pain and should be best friends. Friend, Gaara was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily, yes. Friends. Best friends. Friend, Naruto nodded. Is the Shukaku inside you okay? Shukaku. Gaara was startled. It should be fine. I can feel that its chakra is still huge. Can't you still communicate in a friendly manner? Naruto asked. The last time they met, he reminded Gaara that he needed to reach reconciliation with Shukaku so that he could become the perfect Jinchuriki. It seems that there is no progress now. Gaara shook his head and said helplessly, Shukaku's character, in short, he repulses me. Naruto understood. Well, I'll go meet this fat cat and communicate with it. Communicate. Gaara was startled and saw Naruto closing his eyes. Gaara's spiritual depths, sealed space. The chubby Shukaku squatted on the ground, his body covered with purple curse marks, staring at Naruto with evil eyes. Kid, you actually talked about it here. Shukaku was impressed with Naruto. Last time in the outer forest of Konaha, it was severely beaten by Naruto, and it will remember Naruto firmly. Shukaku, long time no see. Naruto looked Shukaku up and down and found that Shukaku had shrunk severely and was not as fat as before. It's obvious that a lot of chakra has been pumped into it. Kid, what are you doing here? Shukaku called coldly. I'm here to save you. Naruto smiled and said, Do you remember what happened during the day? Were you very scared at that time? Shukaku choked and became silent. Although I don't want to admit it, when I was pulled away today. Shukaku was indeed frightened. Under the pull of Gedo statue, it was restrained to death, leaving no room for resistance. He could only watch helplessly as his chakra was being continuously withdrawn, and he watched himself being sealed. That feeling was painful, desperate, and scary, and I will never forget it in this life. What happened today was not an accident, but a precise and premeditated operation by the Akatsuki organization. Naruto said, "There is a first time, there will be a second time. You were lucky today and you were saved. What about next time? What about next time? Kid, what on earth do you want to say?" Shukaku glared at Naruto. "You have to learn to protect yourself." Naruto shook his head and said, "Jinchuriki and tailed beasts can only exert their greatest power if they understand each other. If you don't want to be so powerless next time you are caught, just cooperate with Gaara honestly. Help him become the perfect Jinchuriki, so that when facing the Akatsuki organization, he will at least have the power to resist." Shukaku didn't object. "That's all, you should think about it. The case cage has returned, and Shukaku has not been lost either. This is undoubtedly great news for Sand Shinobi." In order to express their gratitude, the senior management of Sand Shinobi prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain the Konaha rescue personnel. At the dinner, the senior management of Sand Shinobi, headed by Chiyo's mother-in-law, expressed their sincere gratitude. After the banquet, Naruto couldn't sleep, so he took Hinata to visit Sunagakure. Admire the scenery of Sand Shinobi and taste the delicious food of Sand Shinobi. After shopping until very late, the two of them were tired. Naruto took Hinata to the Sand Shinobi castle wall. Looking up at the stars in the sky and overlooking the vast desert, a different kind of emotion comes to my heart. Hinata was extremely happy, clinging to Naruto, looking at Naruto with eyes that almost overflowed with tears. "Naruto, thank you. Call brother." Naruto chuckled. "Brother, brother." Hinata blushed and shouted softly. "Good." Naruto kissed him. Nothing happened that night. Hinata is only 15 years old this year, a minor in Naruto's eyes, and has just graduated from the 3rd grade of junior high school. Although Naruto is not Unagi, he is not so greedy as to prey on minors. The next morning, the first thing Naruto did after waking up was naturally the lottery. System, lottery. Ding. Won the lottery. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on winning the Gedo statue. What the hell? Gedo statue. Naruto suddenly woke up and quickly opened the attribute panel to check his personal attributes. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Occupation: ninja. Level: Jonin. Battle mode: perfect. Sage mode: perfect. Chakra attributes: wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, yang. Taijutsu: 8 inner gates. Death gate. Blood successor limit: Mangekyo Sharingan. Weasel. Wood style, crystal style, boil style, lava style, ice release. Storage space: 1000 cubic meters. Summoning technique: Mount Myoboku Toad. Gedo statue. Did you really draw the Gedo statue? Naruto was a little surprised. I made a lot of money this time. What is Gedo statue? 10 tails body. As long as the 9-tailed beast is inserted, the Gedo statue will be restored to its complete attributes. What can the complete 10 tails do? The answer is 10 tails Jinchuriki. As long as 10 tails is sealed into one's body, one can become 10 tails Jinchuriki and enter the 6 paths level. It can be said that becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki is the easiest and most common way to break through the 6 paths level. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara in the original work entered the 6 paths level through 10 tails Jinchuriki. Naruto drew the Gedo statue, which means that Naruto can copy their path like Obito and Madara. As long as Naruto captures the 9-tailed beasts and seals them into the Gedo statue, he can resurrect 10 tails. However, there is no rush to take this road. Naruto rejected it. It's too troublesome to capture tailed beasts in the ninja world. It's easier to draw a lottery. If you can draw a Gedo statue, you will definitely be able to draw a tailed beast, and you can definitely create Naruto's own Dao. Unless forced to do so, Naruto is not willing to capture Jinchuriki all over the world like Akatsuki did. After all, in Kurama's eyes, he is the reincarnation of Sage of 6 Paths, so he has to work hard to maintain his personality. If Jinchuriki were captured all over the world, how would it be different from Akatsuki? First, find a place to look at the Gedo statue. It should be the same as the Gedo statue in Nagato, right? With this thought in his mind, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported to the deepest part of the desert. Summoning technique. Gedo statue. Boom. A tall, withered wooden golem-shaped statue appears. Chapter 71. Boom. White fog exploded. A tall humanoid statue of dead wood suddenly appeared, standing in the boundless sea of sand. 9 eyes were closed tightly. There are 10 columnar protrusions on the shoulders. It's indeed the Gedo statue. Naruto looked ecstatic. This thing is exactly the same as the Gedo statue in my memory. And this Gedo statue is like his hands and feet. With just one thought, you can easily control it. Rise, Naruto thought. Rumble. Gedo statue, who was originally sitting cross-legged, actually stood up, standing on his feet like a human being. Walk, jump, punch. Naruto tried to control the Gedo statue and found that he could hit wherever he pointed. Completely connected with his heart. And the abilities of the genuine Gedo statue are Blue Chakra Dragon, Phantom Dragon 9 Sealings, and the chain that seals the tailed beast. It's not bad either. Obviously, there is no difference between it and Nagato's genuine Gedo statue. I don't have a Rinnegan, but I can control it perfectly. Naruto's eyes sparkled. It stands to reason. Only Rinnegan can control the Gedo statue. This is an iron rule. Naruto can control this Gedo statue. This is obviously because it is an item extracted from the system, and Naruto can control it at will. I just don't know if Rinnegan can control my Gedo statue. Probably not. Better not. Naruto shook his head. He didn't want his Gedo statue to fall into the hands of others. Gedo statue is here. Is the tailed beast still far away? The scene where Naruto, with good hopes, draws the 9 tailed beasts and resurrects 10 tails. Little did he know that the 9 tails in his body exploded. Old man, where did you get this? 9 tails' body is tense, his limbs are straight, and his hair is standing on end, like a beast with exploded fur. Seeing 9 tails like this, Naruto found it funny and deliberately teased, "Are you scared? Afraid? Can you not be afraid?" There was fear in 9 tails' eyes. We tailed beasts are immortal. Even if we die, we can be resurrected after a while. But once it is swallowed by the body of 10 tails, over time, the consciousness will be wiped out and you will die completely. As time goes by, consciousness will disappear. Naruto was surprised. What if the time is short? That won't happen. 9 tails shook his head. It takes time to destroy consciousness. I see. Naruto was stunned. In the original plot, the 9-tailed beasts were sealed by Madara, 10 tails was successfully resurrected, and was occupied by Kagaya. After Nazuo defeated Kagaya, the 9-tailed beasts were able to see the light of day again, and they were all alive and well. Now that I think about it, it was probably because the time of being sealed was too short and the consciousness didn't have time to disappear. After all, the 4th Ninja War only lasted 4 days from beginning to end. Old man, where did this thing come from? 9 tails couldn't help but ask, could it be those people from the Akatsuki organization? Not really. Naruto had already thought of the reason. There are 2 10 tails in the world, so there are 2 Gedo statues and 2 tailed beast chakras. What? 2 10 tails? 9 tails looked confused. Really or not? I don't have enough education. Old man, please don't fool me. After staying with Naruto for a long time, 9 tails' speaking habits were also influenced by Naruto. Why did you lie to me? Naruto snorted. Then he changed the origin of Otsutsuki Kagaya and told it half truth and half lie. In Naruto's version, in addition to Otsutsuki Kagaya, there is also a Otsutsuki 1 style. Each of them has a 10 tails, who came to Earth to plant sacred trees to harvest the chakra fruit. Later, because of the chakra fruit, Kagaya fought with Yishi and was defeated by Yishi. Kagaya dominates 2 10 tails. You also know what happened next. Naruto said calmly. Hamura and I worked together to seal Kagaya, and each of us got 1 10 tails. I used my 10 tails to create the 9 of you, and the 10 tails body was sealed in the moon. Hamura takes his 10 tails and heads to the moon to guard Kagaya. He also stripped the 10 tails chakra into 9 parts, but since he had no Rinnegan, Hamura cannot give these 9 chakra souls so that they cannot form tailed beasts like you. 9 tails was shocked when he heard this. Good boy. So that's what happened. Naruto was amused. What lie is easiest for people to believe? Of course it's a lie based on facts, half-truths and half-lies. This kind of lie is often the hardest to expose. After a long time, Nine Tails calmed down and sighed. I didn't expect Otsutsuki Kagaya to have such an origin. They are an interstellar race. Naruto explained. Take 10 tails, plant sacred trees everywhere, and collect chakra fruits. And I have a hunch that it won't be long before the Otsutsuki family will return to Earth. What should we do? Nine Tails is a thrill. Don't be afraid, it won't come so soon. Naruto said with relief. The top priority now is to summon the 9 copies of 10 Tails chakra on the first moon. When I summoning them, I can resurrect this 10 Tails and become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. By then, even if the Otsutsuki clan returns to Earth, we will still be able to fight. Nine Tails has a little more heart. After finishing chatting with Nine Tails, Naruto looked at the towering Gedo statue and suddenly felt troubled. How should I take this thing away? Once the real items drawn from the system are taken out, they cannot be put into the system. For example, kunai, scrolls, and shurikens are usually sent to the storage space by Naruto. How to put Gedo statue? I simply can't let it go. What to do? Naruto thought hard for a long time. Finally, it was decided to dig an underground palace under the desert to store the Gedo statue. This is not difficult. Earth-style digging, wood-style reinforcement. Multiple shadow clones speeds things up. In less than half an hour, Naruto dug an underground palace at a depth of more than 800 meters under the desert. Naruto entered the underground palace and used the summoning technique to summon the Gedo statue into the underground palace. That's it. Naruto looked at Gedo statue. Just stay here and wait for my good news. Naruto separated 4 wood clone to protect this place. Wood clone is different from ordinary shadow clone. Not only is it extremely lifelike, it can't even be seen through by eternal Mangekyo. And both its existence time and combat effectiveness are far beyond those of ordinary shadow clone. 4 shadow clones are enough to protect Gedo statue. To be on the safe side, Naruto marked the Flying Thunder God technique on the Gedo statue. This way, Naruto could come over frequently to check the Gedo statue in case it was stolen. Shua. Later, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left. Everyone had breakfast under the hospitality of the 3 Gaara siblings and set off back to Konaha. The return trip was easy. Naruto directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the Hokage office. The difference from the past is that today's Hokage office has 4 more uninvited guests besides Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, Udatane Kaharu. They didn't know what they said to Tsunade, which made Tsunade angry, and they had a fierce quarrel in the office. Naruto and others suddenly appeared, and the office instantly became quiet, with 2 groups of people staring at each other. Tsunade and the others didn't expect Naruto and the others to suddenly appear. Kakashi and others did not expect that Naruto would teleport them directly to the Hokage office. This is the Hokage's office. Can they break into it casually? Are there any rules? This is embarrassing. Naruto, why did you teleport us to the Hokage's office? This is the Hokage's office. Kakashi's head was full of black lines. He glared at Naruto fiercely, and then said apologetically. Sir Hokage, sorry for disturbing you, we are leaving now. No need to bother. Tsunade waved his hand and scanned the crowd with his beautiful eyes. Seeing that everyone was intact, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. How was the mission to rescue the case cage? Was the case cage rescued? Tsunade asked. The process was a bit tortuous, but fortunately the result was good. Kakashi briefly reported the entire rescue process, and finally said, thanks to Naruto for this rescue mission. If it weren't for him, not only would the case cage not be able to be rescued, but we probably wouldn't be able to come back intact either. Well done, Naruto. Tsunade praised greatly. Not only did he successfully rescue the case cage, he also saved one tail and thwarted Akatsuki's conspiracy. Tsunade is too praised, she should do something about it. Naruto smiled lightly, but his eyes fell on the 3rd generation, half smiling but not smiling. Sister Tsunade, I just heard you guys arguing. It seems like it was because of me, right? When mentioning this matter, Tsunade became angry. The impact of Akatsuki taking case cage away is too bad. 3rd generation old man, they think. As a Jinchuriki, we must strengthen supervision and management of you. You should not be allowed to leave the village. You won't let me leave the village. Naruto raised his eyebrows and looked at the 4 third-generation people, besides the old man from 3rd generation, who are the 3 of them here? Why have I never seen them in the village for almost 15 years? Feel sorry. We haven't seen it either. Shikamaru and others couldn't help but look at Danzo and the others. Naruto, let me introduce you. The old man from 3rd generation smiled and said, the 3 of them are our top leaders in Konaha. This is Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root. The other 2 are Hokage consultants, Mitokado Homura, and Uchiha Kaharu. They are all meritorious elders of Konaha, and they have made penultimate contributions to Konaha. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu nodded to Naruto. Shimura Danzo looked indifferent. Uzumaki Naruto, as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you are the strategic weapon of the village. You left the village rashly, putting yourself in danger and disgracing the village. From now on, I will send Root ninjas to monitor you for 2 hours a day, and you will not be allowed to step out of the village. And you, Princess Tsunade. Danzo pointed the finger at Tsunade again. You are the Hokage of Konaha now, not a gambler who hangs out in the casino. Don't do things emotionally, do things according to your temper, and put his interests first. I know you value Uzumaki Naruto, but you can't let him act recklessly and leave the village at will. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, when has Tsunade ever been scolded like this? The veins on his forehead bulged out of anger, and he clenched his fists. Danzo, right. Naruto smiled and looked at Danzo. I heard it. You should put the interests of the village first in everything, and value the village more than your own life. All heavy people, right. Danzo looked indifferent and said calmly, everything I do is for the village. Good one for the village. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Then let me ask you, where were you when Orochimaru attacked Konaha? Old man. Danzo was speechless. Where am I? Of course I'm just sitting tight at my base, waiting for news that Orochimaru will kill the 3rd generation old man. Not only that, I also ordered my base ninjas to stand still and not allow them to stop Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja. Can't you answer that? Naruto looked at 3rd generation, at Tsunade, then at Kakashi and the others, pointed at Danzo and smiled. Everyone, take a look and see clearly this man's face. It is this face that keeps saying he is for the village. As a result, Orochimaru teamed up with the Sound Ninja and Sand Shinobi to attack Konaha. We, Konaha, were in the most danger. The 3rd generation old man was besieged by Orochimaru and needed help the most. This man and his base ninjas have never shown their faces from beginning to end. No fighting, no stopping the Sound Ninja, no stopping the Sand Shinobi, and no Hokage protecting them. Naruto looked at Danzo again and smiled. I'm a little confused. Is this person really doing it for the village? Kakashi, Shikamaru and others all looked at Danzo with doubts and dissatisfaction on their faces. They were all witnesses of Konaha's collapse plan and knew very well how dangerous the village was at that time. Without any exaggeration, without Naruto, the 3rd Hokage would have died. Without Naruto, the village would most likely be destroyed. With the village in such danger, Danzo and his Root ninjas went into hiding. Now he comes out and says that he is protecting the village for 967. Is this for the village? This is the kind of person you're talking about when you're a fool and you still have to build a memorial arch. It's so disgusting. The old man from 3rd generation said nothing and smoked silently. He knew exactly what Danzo was doing, but he just didn't want to worry about it for the sake of his old friend. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kaharu are also a little embarrassed, and they also know Danzo's tricks. It's just that he is an old brother after all. The maintenance still needs to be maintained, and Danzo cannot be allowed to lose face in front of a bunch of juniors. Uchiha Kaharu said. Danzo and the Root ninja were not in the village at the time and went out on a mission. Old guy, you really know how to tell lies with your eyes open. Naruto sneered. Let me ask you, what mission did Danzo go out on? Is there a mission record? Is there a proof of leaving the village? Is there a proof of returning to the village? Can you show it? Uchiha Kaharu was speechless. There was a fart record, she just made up a random reason. Uchiha Kaharu was a little angry. Uzumaki Naruto, this is a high-level matter, it's not your turn to ask. After being exposed, you are so angry that you want to suppress others as a senior member of the village. Can you handle it? Naruto sneered. Self-interest is self-interest, why do you need to do it under the guise of doing it for the village? It's so disgusting. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Koharu was angry. Shut up, old woman. Naruto's face suddenly turned cold. For the sake of the third generation old man, I've given you a lot of face. But don't be so shameless, and don't rely on this little bit of face to rely on your old age. Lousy doesn't accept this. Uchiha Koharu's face was ashen and he pointed at Naruto for a long time. He was so angry that he couldn't say a word. And you Danzo. Naruto looked at Danzo again. I don't want to care about your dirty things, and I don't want to care about them. But let me tell you, I am not Uchiha Itachi, let alone Uchiha Shisui. It's my freedom to go wherever I want. No one has the right to interfere, monitor, manage, haha. The corners of Naruto's lips curled up into a dangerous sneer. If you dare to send someone to spy on me. Come on one, I'll kill one. Come on two, I'll kill them both. If you have the guts, send all the root ninjas here. Naruto came up to Danzo, looked directly into his eyes, and said word by word. Don't blame me for flattening your roots and turning the rats in your roots into dead rats. It's against. Uchiha Koharu shouted angrily. This is too much. Uzumaki Naruto, are you going to rebel? Naruto, shut up. Third generation's face suddenly changed. Are you still my ninja of Konaha? How dare you say such treacherous words? Ninja. To put it bluntly, it's a knife in the hands of the village's senior officials. Since it is a sword, it cannot disobey its master's orders, let alone turn it against the master. Naruto's words were simply treasonous to the top management of Konaha. They were committing rebellion against those above and those below were committing perverse acts. Just like a knife that wants to bite back its master, this is absolutely intolerable to rulers like third generation. Ninja Village. In essence, it is a military organization and a violent armed institution. In a place like this, the most important thing is respect for superiors and subordinates, laws and regulations, and it is the ninjas' bounden duty to obey orders. As a part of the ninja village, ninjas do not need to have thoughts, they just need to obey orders absolutely. Naruto's words are definitely taboo for the senior management. Naruto, stop talking. Kakashi was so scared that his heart was about to burst. He quickly covered Naruto's mouth and apologized to third generation. Third generation Sama, Naruto is a little confused. Don't get along with him. I will criticize him. Naruto, follow me. Kakashi pulled Naruto to leave, but Naruto dodged Kakashi in a flash. Rebellion. Whose rebellion? Naruto smiled and looked at the third generation. I would like to ask Master Third Hokage, who is the Hokage of Konoha now? Is it 5th generation Senju Tsunade? Or Sarutobi Hiruzen? Or is this Shimura Danzo? Third generation was speechless. Naruto looked at Shikamaru, smiled and asked, Shikamaru, tell third generation, who is the Hokage of Konoha now? Of course Tsunade-sama, Shikamaru replied without thinking. Third generation old man, did you hear that? Naruto turned to look at the third generation. The Hokage of Konoha now is Sister Tsunade. Not you, not this Shimura Danzo who doesn't even dare to show his face. Since he's not a Hokage, does that count as rebellion? Third generation was left speechless, opened his mouth, and said, Danzo is after all a senior member of the village and a leader at the root, making silent contributions to the village in secret. What a silent contribution, Naruto sneered. Then let me ask you, where was Orochimaru when he attacked Konoha? Where was his root? Third generation is speechless. The village was attacked by Orochimaru, and Danzo and the roots ignored it. This is a fact and cannot be washed away. The village is in danger but watching the fire from afar, what is the use of such roots? What is the use of such high-level people? Naruto suddenly turned around, looked at Tsunade and said, Sister Tsunade, I request that the root organization be abolished, Shimura Danzo be removed from his position as the root leader, and let him go home and retire. Naruto. The third generation looked at Naruto in disbelief. Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu also looked at Naruto with bewildered expressions on their faces. Kakashi, Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Sakura, Choji and others were so shocked that they could not speak. Abolish the roots, oust Danzo. This is simply. The roots have been there since the third Hokage was in power, and it has a history of almost 40 years. Abolish such a long-established department. Tsunade closed his eyes and pondered. He did not immediately agree or reject, and seemed to be hesitating. Naruto, where there is light, there is darkness. The operation of Konaha cannot be separated from Danzo, and it cannot be separated from its roots. Third generation immediately advised, we must not abolish the root cause. Once it is abolished, there will be big problems in the village. Third generation old man, you think too highly of him. Naruto sneered. Konaha village can function normally without anyone, let alone a foundation that is in name only. Besides, when you are a Hokage, you need your roots to do some dirty work for you and do some shady things. But it's a pity that you are no longer Hokage. The person sitting in Hokage's seat now is Tsunade-sama. Naruto pointed at Tsunade and said, I believe that Sister Tsunade's governance strategy does not require roots. Furthermore, first generation does not need roots when it is in power, and Nadaime does not need roots either. Cloud Shinobi has no roots, Rock Shinobi has no roots, Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi also have no roots. Why does our wood industry need roots? Naruto has always believed that the problems of the Uchiha clan back then were actually political struggles. In the end, the top management of Konoha led by the third Hokage won, and the Uchiha clan lost. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. How can there be any right or wrong? Now Naruto proposes to cut off the root, which is a reason. The group of old ministers left behind by the third generation have become too big to be eliminated, seriously hindering the new Hokage's governance. Therefore, it must be eradicated. This is also a political struggle. Third generation wants to say more. Naruto shouted loudly. Third generation old man, find out your identity, you are no longer Hokage. Third generation opened its mouth, but in the end nothing came out, that's all. It's up to you. At this moment, third generation instantly aged dozens of years, and his back was a little rickety. Hiruzen, you saw it. At this time, Danzo, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, this is the nine-tails Jinchuriki you trained. Rebellious, unruly, disobedient, lawless, committing crimes below, being treasonous and rebellious. If he is allowed to grow, he will definitely bring huge disaster to the village in the future. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke as calmly as an old dog. While his wings haven't grown hard yet, you and I will work together to suppress him, and then let me control him with distinguished heavenly gods. Distinguished heavenly gods. Tsunade suddenly opened his eyes. The existence of Jinbe and two Hokage consultants has indeed become a serious constraint for Tsunade. For the sake of the third generation and the contribution these elderly people have made to the village, Tsunade has never been angry. But now that he heard that Danzo was going to use distinguished heavenly gods to control Naruto, Tsunade suddenly became furious. Danzo, in the name of Hokage, I revoke your identity as the root leader, effective immediately. At the same time, the roots will be eliminated, effective immediately. Tsunade, you detain Koharu immediately advised, don't. Tsunade suddenly stood up and slapped the desk, smashing it to pieces. Listen. Tsunade grabbed Udetain Koharu by the collar, lifted her up and said, I am Hokage. I am the leader of this village, I am the supreme leader here. My order is the highest will of the village. Anyone who dares to disobey it will betray the village. Udetain Koharu was frightened and turned pale. Ba bang bang. Naruto immediately applauded. This is Hokage-sama. This is the Tsunade sister I know. Snort. Tsunade pushed Udetain Koharu away, glared at Naruto, and looked at Shimura Danzo threateningly. Did you hear the order clearly? I will send Anbu later to supervise and execute the root dismantling work. Naruto. Tsunade looked at Naruto again. I temporarily appoint you as Minister Anbu, responsible for supervising the root abolition. Whoever dares to disobey will be shot to death. As you command. Naruto straightened his back and looked at Danzo. Danzo-sama, no, you are no longer the leader of the root. It is not appropriate to call you sir now. Old man Danzo, please. Danzo ignored Naruto and just looked at Tsunade indifferently, his tone still calm and gentle. Tsunade, you will destroy the village. After that, he turned around and left on crutches. Well, the old man from third generation sighed quietly, hunched his back, and silently left the Hokage office. The back view reveals endless loneliness and desolation. One emperor and one courtier. At this moment, third generation deeply understood that the era that belonged to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had completely passed. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other, then looked at Tsunade and Naruto, and then left. Kid, look at the good things you've caused. Tsunade glared at Naruto fiercely and sat down on the chair. You were happy to cut off the roots, but leaving such a mess, how do you want me to clean it up? I believe that with my sister's ability, she can handle these things with ease. Naruto smiled. HMPH. Stop flattering me. Tsunade knew it was flattery, but he liked it. What I'm most worried about now is that Danzo won't be willing to axe him, because most of them are his diehards. If Danzo does something drastic, it will be the village that gets hurt in the end. Sister, don't worry about this. Naruto smiled confidently. The entire Konaha is within my perception, including the roots underground. He, Danzo, just needs to cooperate honestly. If he dares to act recklessly, he will be asking for death. Stop hitting and killing them at every turn. Tsunade said angrily. Danzo is a meritorious old man in the village after all. Don't kill him if you can. Sister Tsunade, you are still too kind. Naruto shrugged. Once the emperor, once the courtier, now you are the leader of this village. Trash from the old era like Danzo should have been completely eliminated long ago and replaced with your own henchmen. Otherwise, you will have to endure their dictation and restraint in everything you do. It will be annoying to death. One emperor and one courtier. Tsunade squinted his eyes, savoring these words. After a long while, Tsunade slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Naruto, I leave all the root matters to you, and I will send Anbu to assist you later. I have only one request. Tsunade raised a finger. We must take down Genbu and Danzo without losing any blood, and don't cause turmoil. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade. Everything is under my control. Naruto smiled confidently. Naruto and his party left the Hokage office. Kakashi and others looked at him with complicated expressions in their eyes. Naruto, you just committed a big taboo. Kakashi couldn't help criticizing. Fortunately, Hokage is Tsunade-sama, and she favors you very much. Otherwise, if it were anyone else as Hokage, who would be able to tolerate you? Kakashi-sensei, as ninjas, it is enough for us to obey Hokage-sama's orders. Naruto was noncommittal. As for other messy high-level officials, don't worry about it. There was something else he didn't say. If the Hokage isn't Tsunade, it's some other mess, like Shimura Danzo. If you dare to treat him like this, Naruto still won't bear it. The worst-case scenario is to launch a coup, overthrow Danzo, and become Hokage yourself, or support your own people to become Hokage. Anyway, I have big fists and I have the final say. 2. Kakashi nodded. Hokage is the supreme leader of the village, and there is nothing wrong with being loyal to Hokage. Naruto, you were so tough just now. I'll go. He's so handsome. Naruto, you almost scared me to death just now. You almost gave me a heart attack. Those are all high-level officials of the village, the elders who have ruled Konoha for decades. For all these years, whoever meets them is not respectful, and who dares to talk to them like this? Brother Naruto, you will be my brother from now on, and I will follow you from now on. Shikamaru and others gathered around Naruto, looking at him with great admiration. They were all excited. Everyone has been unhappy with these old guys for a long time, but they are at the top. Who dares to question them? Naruto dared to point his nose and curse, and finally abolished Danzo's position as the root leader. It's so cool. Naruto, relieve your chi and return your chi, but I still have to remind you. Kakashi still remained calm. Danzo has been in control of the root for decades. No one knows how many tricks he has hidden. You have to be more careful to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Kakashi-sensei, don't worry, it's just Danzo, I haven't taken him seriously yet. Everyone left the Hokage building and dispersed. The Anbu assigned to Naruto by Tsunade is also in place. There are a total of 16 Anbu ninjas, all wearing animal faces and black tights, standard Anbu matching. Naruto-sama. 16 Anbu suddenly appeared and knelt down on one knee in front of Naruto. Anbu Team 5 is reporting, please give your instructions. Anbu's full name is Assassination Tactics Special Forces, and is directly commanded by Hokage, so it only listens to Hokage's orders. Although Naruto is a jonin, he has no right to command Anbu. But when Tsunade gave an order, Anbu naturally had to obey Naruto. Everyone get up. Naruto waved his hand. Follow me to the root base. Yes, Naruto-sama. Naruto led Anbu's fifth team along the passage to the underground root base. Unexpectedly, Danzo had been waiting for a long time. Behind him stood 17 root ninjas, all of them ready. Naruto walked to Danzo and stood a few meters away, saying, "Danzo, looking at your posture, are you planning to resist violently?" Danzo narrowed his eyes. His expression did not change at all, and he looked as if the mountain was about to collapse without changing his expression. His tone was calm and unhurried, and he said, "You are going against the grain, committing rebellion, and being treasonous. Tsunade is stupid and incompetent, and he indulges you wantonly. If you two are allowed to act recklessly, the village will be completely destroyed." Danzo untied his right arm as he spoke. "In order to protect the village, I can only kill you first, then abolish Tsunade, and restore peace to the village. Everything I do is for the village. For the village." Naruto found it funny, but didn't bother to ridicule. Danzo is a man who speaks for the village, but he does care about the interests of Konaha. But what he cares more about is whether he can become a Hokage. Naruto remembered that in the original plot, when Pain invaded, Konaha was destroyed. The root ninja couldn't stand it anymore and suggested that Danzo go out to protect the village and resist the enemies. The reason is that if all the villagers are dead and the village is destroyed, there is no point even if you become a Hokage. Danzo said, "With the medical master Tsunade here, it is impossible for the villagers to die, and it doesn't matter if they don't die. As long as I can be a Hokage, this is a necessary sacrifice. Have a look. Is this for the village? It's all about the position of Hokage." In Danzo's eyes, becoming a Hokage is the most important thing. For this goal, everything can be sacrificed, including the village. Therefore, this is a very hypocritical person. There is nothing to argue with this kind of person, just do it. Dang Kang. Danzo untied his right arm, and the copper band fell to the ground, revealing one arm of Sharingan. What? So many Sharingan? So disgusting. How many Uchiha clans will this have to kill? The Anbu members behind Naruto were all stunned, their scalps were numb and they gasped. Even though he had known it for a long time, Naruto was still disgusted by seeing so many Sharingans with his own eyes. They are all 3 Tomo Sharingan, each one is still spinning, making people feel extremely evil. This guy is really crazy. Naruto turned his hand, took out a camera from the storage space, and threw it to the Anbu ninja. Today, Naruto not only wanted to kill Danzo, but also nailed him to the pillar of shame forever. Don't you, Danzo, like to use public opinion to attack political opponents? Then let you also taste the feeling of being ruined. Photograph. Naruto shouted lightly. Yes. The root ninja didn't dare to neglect, and quickly took out the camera he had prepared in advance and started taking pictures. When Danzo saw this, his expression did not change at all. Feel free to take pictures. For the stability of the village, all of you must stay here. Everything I do is for the village, Danzo said, slowly forming seals with his hands, completing the seals in a precise manner, and immediately pounced on Naruto. Do you think you can survive by activating Izanagi in advance? How naive. Naruto sneered in his heart, and his pupils quietly turned into a horizontal line, Sage Art Boil style Chowu technique. Naruto opened his mouth and a large cloud of acid mist instantly covered a large area and hit Danzo head on. Ah! The acid mist suddenly enveloped Danzo, corroding Danzo's skin and muscles. Danzo let out a shrill scream, then was corroded into a puddle of acid water and fell to the ground. Terumi Mei's boil style can even melt Sasuke's Susano, which shows how terrifying boil style is. Naruto used Sage Mode and Boil Style, which increased its power dozens of times. How could Danzo resist it? Killed Danzo in one move. Isn't that too exaggerated? The ninjas of Anbu's 5th detachment were shocked and looked in disbelief. Naruto is very strong, this is actually not a secret in Anbu. In the Konaha collapse plan, 3 Anbu watched the whole battle between Naruto and Orochimaru, 1st generation and 2nd generation. Naruto's name has long been spread in Anbu, and the Anbu ninjas are well aware of Naruto's power. But no one knew that Naruto was so strong that he could kill Danzo instantly with just one move. That's Danzo, a disciple of the second Hokage, the right-hand man of the third Hokage, and a cage-level leader who has led the organization for decades. Can such a person be killed in one move? Simply outrageous. Boil style. Danzo's voice sounded. The Anbu ninjas followed the sound and found that Danzo had appeared again, still intact. Not dead. How come you're not dead? Is it a shadow clone? The Anbu ninjas were very surprised. No need to make a fuss, he did die just now. Naruto said calmly. Naruto-sama, why is Danzo alive again? An Anbu asked quickly. See those Sharingans on his arms. Naruto pointed at Danzo's right arm and said, Sharingan has an ultimate eye technique called Ianki. Izanagi can turn all the things that are not good for him that happen within a period of time into dreams. For example, injuries and deaths can be transformed into dreams, so that you don't have to die. And things that are beneficial to you are transformed into reality, such as seriously injuring or killing the enemy. When the Anbu heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Sharingan actually has this kind of pupil technique. Simply unheard of. Isn't it too buggy? How can we fight this? Danzo has so many Sharingan, wouldn't it mean immune to death? Now I finally understand why Danzo transplanted so many Sharingans. Each Sharingan is equivalent to a life. If it were me, wouldn't I have to transplant Sharingans all over my body? Pervert, you actually know Izanagi. Danzo's expression finally changed, and he stared straight at Naruto with his narrowed eyes, a cold glint in his eyes. Danzo, I know more about Sharingan than you do. I know more about you than you do. Naruto smiled lightly. You have a total of 10 Sharingans transplanted into your body. By the way, including the Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Shisui in the right eye, there are 11 in total. Every time a Sharingan is used, Izanagi can be activated that lasts for 1 minute. In other words, you have a total of 730 and have 11 minutes of resurrection time to squander. Am I right? Naruto looked at Danzo with a smile. So, don't be afraid, just come here. Maybe you can kill me in these 11 minutes. You really know me very well. Danzo said in a low tone. Uzumaki Naruto, I have underestimated you all this time. I didn't expect you, a brat with no hair on your head, to know so many things. Danzo thought he was hiding very deep, that he was a ninja walking in the darkness, and that he was the root of Konaha. But he didn't expect that Naruto knew him so well that he would even be completely stripped of his pants. Of course you underestimate me. Naruto smiled lightly. After all, you, Lord Danzo, only have Hokage and political enemies in your eyes. How can an insignificant little person like me get into the eyes of your group? I was careless. Danzo took a deep breath and let it out. Wind-style vacuum wave. Danzo exhaled a sharp wave of air from his mouth, tearing the air and screaming towards Naruto. The vacuum wave cuts golden jade, which is extremely sharp and can easily cut the enemy into 2 pieces. Faced with such a blow, Naruto stepped on the ground and said calmly, Sage Art Earth-style Tsuchi Lubi. Rumble. The ground shook violently. A wall of earth rose from the ground in front of Naruto and the Anbu, blocking the vacuum wave. Shua. Naruto disappeared instantly. The next second, Naruto was behind Danzo, holding a kunai and swiping across Danzo's neck. Puff. Blood was spilled, and a good head rose into the sky. Awesome. Another instant kill of Danzo. He is indeed a character who can suppress Orochimaru, first generation and second generation. He is really powerful in combat. That was the Flying Thunder God technique just now, right? A normal teleportation technique cannot be so fast. The Anbu members marveled again. You have indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo appeared from the corner again. Your talent is indeed worthy of praise, but you should not betray the village. It's not me who betrays the village, it's you. Naruto sneered. You trampled on the corpses of the Uchiha clan, transplanted Sharingan, and then transplanted first-generation cells. People like you will die 10,000 times. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo is still arrogant. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Whoosh. Each vacuum sphere roared towards Naruto, like bullets fired from a machine gun, seeming to beat Naruto into a honeycomb. Naruto disappeared quietly. Puff. Danzo's head is flying again, chaff. A moment later, Danzo resurrected again. the Flying Thunder God technique is really troublesome, it's so unpredictable and unpredictable. No, this is not the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto shook his head slightly. An old dog like you is not qualified to let me use the Flying Thunder God technique. Come again. Naruto disappeared again. The next moment, he was behind Danzo again. In the following time, Naruto killed Danzo again and again, either beheading him with kunai or using ninjutsu to kill him. The fighting power of the two is not at the same level at all. On speed, Naruto is elusive and unpredictable. On ninjutsu, Naruto's ninjutsu, with the blessing of Sage Mode, was ridiculously powerful, far exceeding Danzo's ninjutsu. After repeated confrontations, Danzo was unable to fight back. Danzo used all kinds of methods, including wood style, self-inflicted curse seal, and summoning beast. It's a pity it's useless. Danzo, you only have the Mangekyo in your right eye left, what are you going to do with it? Naruto smiled and looked at Danzo. Are you going to use it as a resurrection coin, or are you going to use distinguished heavenly gods on me? Danzo gasped for air, stared at Naruto angrily and unwillingly, and activated distinguished heavenly gods. After being killed by Naruto for the fourth time, he had launched distinguished heavenly gods and invaded Naruto's brain. Trying to change Naruto's will without anyone noticing, turning Naruto into his puppet. But it's been so long, but it's of no use. Why doesn't distinguished heavenly gods work for you? Danzo asked breathlessly. You want to know? Naruto smiled slightly. Since you are about to die, I might as well tell you the answer. Earth-style barrier downed prison hall. An earth wall appeared around it, forming a bowl-shaped barrier, isolating Naruto and Danzo. See clearly, Danzo. The corners of Naruto's mouth turned up slightly, and his eyes changed. The one character Hengang eyes turned into blood-red Mangekyo, and the pupils took on the shape of large windmills with four corners. Danzo's whole body was shaken, his eyes were wide open, and he murmured, 10,000 Mangekyo Sharingan. No. Not only Mangekyo Sharingan, but Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Both eyes. Why? Danzo stared at Naruto. Why do you have Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzo finally understood why distinguished heavenly gods was ineffective against Naruto. He had two Mangekyo, but he only had one. It's only effective. Danzo can't understand why Naruto has Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo. Is it a clone? Who said I only have Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo? Naruto sneered and his eyes changed again. This time, the pupils turned into triangular shuriken shapes. Danzo was shocked. This is Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto smiled and said, Danzo, are you saying you are not greedy? Do you want it? Are you angry? Whether it's Itachi's Mangekyo or Shisui's Mangekyo, Naruto got it by drawing. Danzo panted heavily and stared at Naruto silently. After a while, he slowly said, you are indeed a monster. Both eyes are Mangekyo, and can switch between Shisui and Itachi's Mangekyo at will. This is obviously not something that transplantation can do. It can only be explained by the word monster. Okay, it's time to send you on your way. Naruto said calmly, because you are so pursuing Sharingan, I will kill you with Sharingan. Amaterasu. Naruto's right eye glared, and a stream of blood flowed down. The black fire of Amaterasu ignited in Danzo's body and began to burn Danzo's body. Uzumaki Naruto, I lost, but don't be proud. Danzo whispered. You are a more evil and ambitious monster than me. If you are allowed to stay in this world, you will definitely bring huge disaster to the village in the future. For the sake of the village, come to hell with me. As soon as the words fell, a black curse mark appeared on Danzo's body, and blood splattered crazily all over his body. The seal of the four symbols engraved on his body expanded in a spherical shape, instantly covering everything around him. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Naruto disappeared instantly. Boom. After a while, the seal of the four elephants inside ended, the smoke and dust dispersed, and a large spherical pit appeared on the ground. Danzo lay motionless on the ground and died on the spot. This old guy is finally dead. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo's military power is not high, but he is an ambitious man who secretly plays tricks behind his back. This kind of person is not a good person, but he can make you sick to death if he comes here every now and then. Fortunately, he is finally dead. The body that Naruto collected, Shisui Mangekyo, is still on Danzo, so he has to recover it. Naruto himself has no intention of transplanting it, but he can transplant it to others, such as Kakashi. Kakashi already has a Sharingan from Obito, and it is activated to Mangekyo level. It would be interesting to transplant Shisui's Mangekyo to him. The premise is that Kakashi is willing to transplant. You actually killed Lord Danzo. The Root Ninja stared at Naruto with shock and anger in his eyes. What? Do you want to avenge him? If you want to avenge him, you can come here. Naruto looked at the 17 Root Ninjas with a faint smile, but then again. I killed Danzo and rescued you from Danzo's curse. You should thank me, right? The 17 Root Ninjas remained silent. They were all given the curse of tongue and could not tell any secrets related to Danzo. Now with Danzo's death, the tongue eradication seal is completely ineffective, and they are completely free. From this perspective, they should really thank Naruto for saving them. But Naruto killed Danzo after all, killing the person they had been loyal to for half their lives. The Root Ninjas were confused. Take them to the Hokage. Naruto gave instructions to the Anbu members. Let Hokage decide how to deal with them. These Root Ninjas are little minions. As long as they don't seek death themselves, Naruto doesn't bother to kill them. Yes, it's Naruto's fault. Anbu left with 17 Root Ninjas, and the huge root became empty. Naruto was in no hurry to leave. Danzo has been operating here for nearly 40 years. With Danzo's old and sinister character, he should be able to collect some good things, right? As Naruto expected, in just half an hour, Naruto searched out a large number of ninjutsu scrolls and forbidden technique scrolls at the root base. What is recorded on these ninjutsu scrolls are not ordinary ninjutsu, but extremely precious ninjutsu. The most typical example is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. King Kong seal, Four Elephants seal, Ghoul seal, Contract seal, Tail seal, Eight Sign seal, etc. There are all kinds of sealing techniques. Even though Naruto is well informed, he can't help but be surprised. Did this old dog Danzo loot the Uzumaki clan's treasure house? Where did all these sealing techniques come from? In addition to sealing techniques, there are also a large number of forbidden techniques. Multiple shadow clone technique, impure world reincarnation, Izanagi, 8 inner gates, 100 technique, living corpse reincarnation, etc. Baihao technique. The Baihao technique developed by Tsunade was actually taken over by Danzo. And living corpse reincarnation. This is the reincarnation ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru. Danzo can actually do it. What a talent. Take it away, take it away. For Naruto, whether it is forbidden technique or ninjutsu, it is basically not difficult to learn. Forbidden technique like Baihao technique, living corpse reincarnation, and impure world reincarnation, Naruto didn't mind researching it when he had free time. The more skills you master, the more trump cards you have. If you don't need it now, you might not need it in the future. All in all, take it away first and then talk about it. Naruto put all the ninjutsu scrolls and forbidden technique scrolls into the storage space. Then continue searching. In this search, many good things were found. This time it was neither a ninjutsu nor a forbidden technique, but the secrets of the ninja clan. The Nara clan's shadow mimicry technique, the Akamaiki clan's expansion jutsu, the Yamanaka clan's heart turn technique, the Aburame clan's insect repelling technique, the Yuhi family's genjutsu. Danzo, this old dog, is too shady. If these ninjas know that the family secrets have been leaked, why don't they fight Danzo to the death? With Danzo's methods, it is not difficult to obtain these secrets. After all, there are all kinds of talents at the root. Keep searching. Naruto also found a lot of cutting tools, military food pills, silver, all kinds of messy items. Naruto kept everything in mind and put it all into the storage space. The last room. Don't know what's here. Naruto pressed on the door and activated crystal style. The door instantly turned into crystal and shattered into pieces. Naruto walked into the room and froze. A wall appeared in front of me, and the wall was a square grid-shaped petri dish. In each petri dish, there is an eye, showing a strange blood-red color. That's Sharingan. A wall of Sharingan. This scene seems familiar. Naruto gasped. In the original plot, Obito keeps a Sharingan on the wall in a secret laboratory. How similar is that scene to the one in front of you? I finally understand why Danzo used Sharingan as a resurrection coin. Naruto completely solved a doubt. When Danzo fights people, it gives people the feeling that he doesn't cherish Sharingan at all. Sharingan is obviously so precious, especially after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, it became out of print. However, Danzo took Sharingan seriously and used it casually, treating it as a resurrection coin. Naruto used to think Danzo was a fool, but now that he saw a wall of Sharingan, Naruto understood everything. Danzo has so many Sharingans, it is normal to use Sharingans as resurrection coins. It's all mine now. When I become Hokage in the future, maybe I can find a group of children, or simply clone a group of children with Uchiha blood and transplant these Sharingan to them. It's a pity that a limited bloodline family like the Uchiha clan has disappeared like this. After searching the roots this time, Naruto really found a lot of good things and returned to the Hokage building with a happy mood. Tsunade, third generation, and 2 Hokage consultants are all there. The third generation and the 2 Hokage consultants originally left, but when they heard that Naruto had gone to the roots, they hurried back. As Danzo's old partners, they know Danzo's character very well and cannot just give in. They were worried that something would happen, so they went back and forth, waiting for news at the Hokage building. The result was as they expected. Danzo refused to surrender and resisted violently, and was killed by Naruto. The death of an old friend who had known each other for decades left third generation and the 2 Hokage consultants with mixed feelings. Sad, angry. No, when Naruto returned to the Hokage building to resume his duties, the 2 Hokage advisors were blaming Tsunade. Tsunade's sister. Naruto smiled. Swish swish swish. Both advisors looked at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you kill Danzo? Uchiha Koharu glared at Naruto. Who gave you the courage to slaughter the meritorious elders of the village at will? You are too presumptuous. Why do you act so wantonly? Are you not a ninja? Uzumaki Naruto, you've gone too far. Mitokado Homura said with a cold face. It is wrong for Danzo to resist violently, but you can't kill him either. If everyone is like you and slaughters the village's meritorious elders at will, who will work for the village in the future? After hearing the 2 people's questions, Naruto smiled and did not refute, but looked at third generation. Third generation old man, what do you say? Third generation exhaled a wisp of smoke and sighed quietly. Danzo and I have known each other for 70 years and fought for more than 60 years. He is a competitive, narrow-minded, selfish person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. But everything he did was for the village. Even if he was at fault, Naruto, you shouldn't kill him. For the village, Naruto scoffed and released Danzo's body, the secrets of each ninja clan family, and Tien Sharingan. Third Hokage-sama and the 2 advisors, look at what these things are. This is Sharingan. Why are there so many Sharingans? Could it be? Shodai's face. Is this a first-generation cell? This is the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan. The expressions of third generation and the 2 Hokage consultants changed. Brute. Tsunade was completely angry. The Uchiha clan was wiped out, and they didn't even spare their Sharingan. After all, the Uchiha family is a meritorious family that founded Konaha, but their eyes were gouged out after death. It's really crazy. And my grandfather's cells. This Danzo actually secretly transplanted his grandfather's cells. Who helped him transplant? It must be Orochimaru. Danzo, an old thief, is secretly in contact with Orochimaru, a rebellious ninja. There are also these family secrets. If these ninjas know that the family secrets have been leaked, will there be a riot? Third generation and the 2 Hokage advisors were completely silent. After all, the Uchiha clan is a meritorious family that founded Konaha and has made great contributions to Konaha. If the villagers knew that after their genocide was exterminated and all the Sharingans were dug up, what would they think? Transplantation of first-generation cells. As the founder of Konaha, first Hokage is like a god in the eyes of the villagers. Many villagers even have first Hokages memorial tablets in their homes, worshipping them day and night. As a senior member of the village, Danzo plays with first-generation cells wantonly. How will the common people accept it? If the above 2 things are still a matter of personal ethics, then collecting the family secrets of each ninja clan can be regarded as disturbing the foundation of Konoha's rule. Konaha is actually a union of multiple ninja clans. These ninjas are the backbone of ruling Konaha and occupy important positions in all areas of the village. It is no exaggeration to say that Hokage is the leader jointly elected by these ninja clans. The Hokage rules Konaha by relying on these ninjas. Danzo secretly collected the secrets of the ninja clan and completely touched the taboos of these ninja families. Think about it too. We live and die for Konaha and assist you, Hokage, in governing Konaha. It would be better for you to be the guy who secretly steals our food. Who can bear this? Once the news is leaked, these ninja clans will unite to make trouble, and the consequences will be disastrous. How many shameful things has this old guy Danzo done behind our backs? Third generation was trembling with anger. He even dares to collect the family secrets of each ninja clan. Does he want to go to heaven? This matter must not be leaked. Uchiha Kaharu said, I suggest that these scrolls be destroyed immediately and it is strictly forbidden to leak this matter. I agree. Mitokado Homura immediately said, this matter is of great importance. Once leaked, it will shake the foundation of Konaha. I agree too. Third generation nodded slightly, looked at Naruto and said, this matter is over now, don't pursue it any further. Third generation old man, I'm so sorry. Naruto shrugged. I already informed the heads of the families when I came to the Hokage building. Naruto wouldn't let Danzo go easily. Not only do they want to kill people, they also want to nail him to the pillar of shame forever, making him a street rat and everyone shouting to beat him. Third generation's face changed. Naruto, why did you take it upon yourself to inform these clan leaders? Do you know that if you do this, you will cause big trouble in the village? Facing the third generation's question, Naruto smiled lightly. Third generation old man, some people's consciences are bad and rotten. I think it's necessary to take it out and show it to everyone so that everyone can see how many shameful things these people have done. Bang 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 _W. There was a knock on the door. Enter, Tsunade said. The office door opened and a group of people walked in. The leader is clearly the head of the Nara clan, Nara Shukaku. Behind him were the heads of the other two families of Ino Shikacho, Yamanaka Hiei and Akamaiki Dingzo. The expressions of the three family heads were very serious. As soon as they came in, they asked straight to the point. Sir Hokage, I heard from Naruto that Danzo, the leader of the Root, is secretly collecting the family secrets of my Ino Shikacho clan. Is this possible? Third generation opened its mouth but remained silent. The two Hokage consultants turned their heads away with embarrassed expressions. That's what happened. Tsunade sighed. This is the secret scroll that Naruto brought out from the Root, take a look. Shukaku, Hiei and Dingzo immediately stepped forward, picked up the scroll and read it, their faces immediately darkened. Danzo, this thief, how dare you do such a thing? Shukaku was very angry and turned to look at third generation. Third generation Sama, do you know about this? The Ino Shikacho clan has a close relationship with the Sarutobi clan, and is a loyal supporter of the third Hokage Japanese family. This can be seen from the fact that third generation asked his son Asuma to be the teacher of the new generation Ino Shikacho. Shukaku wanted to know whether the third generation knew about Danzo's secret collection of Ino Shikacho family secrets. Just don't know. It would be too sad to know. Naturally, third generation strongly denied it. Danzo did it behind my back, and I didn't know about it. Shukaku nodded and said to Tsunade, Master Hokage, is there a backup of this secret scroll? If there is any, please give it to us. We will take it back and destroy it. The family secrets must not be leaked. Tsunade looked at Naruto. It's all here, Naruto said calmly. That's good. Shukaku breathed a sigh of relief and said, Sir Hokage, I'm sorry to bother you, but we'll leave now. Tsunade waved his hand. Shukaku nodded and looked at Naruto again. Naruto, thank you for this matter. Come to my Nara house when you have time. I will give you a grand reception. Thank you for your generous helping hand this time. Uncle Shukaku, you're welcome. Naruto smiled and said, Shikamaru and I are good friends, so naturally we can't just sit idly by and ignore this kind of thing. Shukaku patted Naruto on the shoulder. Shikamaru is lucky to have a friend like you. Yamanaka Hiei and Akamaiki Dingzo also expressed similar meanings, and strongly invited Naruto to visit their homes. Naruto, say yes. A hero has 3 gangs, a fence has 3 stakes. No matter how strong Naruto is, if he wants to be a Hokage, he cannot do without the support of these ninjas. Just like Uchiha Madara, her strength is not inferior to that of the first generation, but she is unruly and looks down on these ninjas. The result is that even if first generation abdicates, Uchiha Madara will not be able to become Hokage, he is too arrogant. After the 3 people left, the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, and Yuhi Kurenai arrived one after another, and they were squirted again. Okay, it's time for me to go. The goal has been achieved. Naruto put away Danzo's body and prepared to leave. Leave Danzo's body behind, Uchiha Koharu said angrily. You have ruined Danzo's reputation, why don't you even spare his body? Those who have just arrived are all heads of families. Danzo must not be able to hide the scandalous things he has done. One can imagine, it won't be long before a series of scandalous things done by Danzo will spread, and eventually he will be accused by thousands of people, and everyone will cry out for beatings. Naruto not only killed Danzo's people, but also brought Danzo infamy for eternity, and now he doesn't even spare the corpse. I have no interest in Danzo's body, Naruto said calmly, but his right eye transplanted from Uchiha Shisui is my trophy, and I have the right to take it back. What did you say? Third generation looked at Naruto in shock. You said Danzo's right eye is Uchiha Shisui's eye. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura were also stunned. You do not know, Naruto said in surprise. I thought Danzo took away Uchiha Shisui's eyes, you know. Danzo. He actually took Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan. I didn't expect it. Third generation smiled bitterly. I thought Shisui was killed by the Uchiha clan, but I didn't expect Danzo to be the real murderer. Danzo, how much have you done behind my back? When the Uchiha clan was about to rebel, third generation sent Shisui to stop the rebellion. When necessary, you can use distinguished heavenly gods to forcibly rewrite the will of the Uchiha clan. With Shisui's double Mangekyo eye power, using distinguished heavenly gods is very likely to succeed. The most powerful illusion is definitely not something you can boast about. Unfortunately, Shisui died later, and there was no hope of stopping the rebellion. Only the third generation will make the decision to eliminate the Uchiha clan. It can be said that if Shisui did not die, he would have been able to prevent the Uchiha clan from rebelling. There would be no subsequent series of tragedies. Third generation originally thought that Shisui died at the hands of the Uchiha clan, but they never expected that it was Danzo who did it. Third generation really hates Danzo. Yes, he is suppressing the Uchiha clan, but he never wants to directly destroy the Uchiha clan. This will seriously weaken the village's strength. What has happened cannot be changed, and there is no point in talking about it now. Naruto shrugged, turned and left. This time, Uchiha Koharu didn't stop. She has no shame to stop it anymore. Naruto got angry. I went to the movie building and went directly to Kakashi's house, where I found Kakashi who was watching Intimate Love in Heaven. Naruto, has Danzo's matter been resolved? Kakashi asked. Solved. Naruto nodded. From now on, there will be no Danzo in Konaha, and the roots will become history. Danzo is dead, Kakashi murmured to himself, with a somewhat complicated expression. It's so ironic that a careerist with great ambition ends up as a traitor. Kakashi will not have any sympathy for Danzo, and he was just worried about his disciple when he tried to dissuade Naruto. Danzo loves it to death. You're not hurt, are you? Kakashi looked at Naruto and said. I'm fine. Naruto shrugged. I killed Danzo this time and got a lot of loot, including a Mangekyo. Naruto smiled and said, it's Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo, do you want it Kakashi-sensei? Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi was shocked and said in disbelief, Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Right, Naruto briefly told the story of Danzo taking away Shisui's right eye, which led to Shisui's death. This Danzo, it's really not a pity to die. Kakashi gritted his teeth. If it hadn't been for him, the Uchiha clan might not have been exterminated. Stop talking about this old thief. Naruto doesn't want to talk about Danzo. Kakashi-sensei, do you want to transplant this eye? Forget it. Kakashi sighed. Obito's Sharingan cost me a lot of chakra. If another one comes, I won't be able to hold it back. Right, Naruto nodded. After all, Kakashi is not of the Uchiha clan and cannot turn off Sharingan, so he keeps consuming chakra. With Kakashi's small amount of chakra, a Sharingan can barely survive. If another one comes. After coming out of Kakashi's house, Naruto directly picked out Danzo's right eye and stored it in a petri dish. He hasn't figured out how to use this eye yet, so he'll keep it for now and use it later when he thinks of it. For the next few days, Naruto stayed at home and practiced. Just as he expected, the evil deeds Danzo had done spread like wildfire and spread throughout the village. The villagers lashed out at Danzo, who became a street rat. Everyone shouted for him to be beaten, and he was completely stinky. The villagers don't care how much Danzo has contributed to the village, they only know that Tuan now has done bad things. Naruto hadn't drawn anything good these days and was in a bad mood, so he turned to studying forbidden technique. The forbidden technique that Naruto is most interested in is impure world reincarnation. This thing is definitely the most buggy summoning technique, and it shined in the Fourth Ninja War. Yakushi Kabuto was therefore dubbed the Master of Dream Realization, which shows the pervert of impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation is not difficult to learn, and it only took Naruto 2 days to practice it to perfection. The trouble is with human sacrifices and the body tissue, or genetic material, of the deceased. Human sacrifices are not difficult to find. There are a lot of robbers, bandits, criminals, and traitors. The most troublesome thing is the genetic material of the deceased. This requires tomb robbing. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Yakushi Kabuto robbed countless tombs of powerful men in order to impure world reincarnation. Naruto had no interest in digging graves and robbing graves. He was so frightened that he thought of the second method, Orochimaru. Orochimaru should have collected a lot of genetic material from the deceased. You can ask Orochimaru for it. Orochimaru has many strongholds and has to move every now and then to avoid the Akatsuki organization. No one knows where he is hiding. Naruto had a way to find Orochimaru. The last time Konaha's plan collapsed, Naruto took the opportunity to leave the Flying Thunder God technique on Orochimaru. So, it's not difficult to find him. Shua. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from home. When he reappeared, he was in a strange place. It was a dark room, surrounded by rock walls, with a candle burning quietly. Who? A hoarse sound sounded. Naruto looked around and saw Orochimaru staring at him with a pair of vertical pupils, looking at him indifferently. It's you. Orochimaru was a little stunned. How did you find this place? Is it the Flying Thunder God technique? Uncle Snake, long time no see. Naruto looked Orochimaru up and down and said, I haven't seen you for more than 2 years, you are a little embarrassed. Orochimaru was lying on the bed, his face pale, coughing violently, and there was bloodline on his chest. It can be seen that he has become blind due to illness. Naruto knew that this was the sequelae of living corpse reincarnation. The snatched body can only be used for 3 years. After 3 years, the parasitic body will no longer be able to survive, and a new container must be replaced. What is your purpose? Orochimaru stared at Naruto with fear. I'm here to help you. There are not many people in this world that Orochimaru can be afraid of. Naruto counts as one. During the Konaha collapse plan, Naruto left an indelible impression on Orochimaru. More than 2 years have passed, and Orochimaru believes that with Naruto's talent, he has definitely become stronger. Now suddenly appearing in front of him, Orochimaru instinctively raised his vigilance. What are you here for? Orochimaru looked wary. Let me help you. Naruto smiled. Help me. Orochimaru showed a hoarse smile. Tell me, how can you help me? Uncle Snake, isn't it Sharingan that you are thinking about? Naruto smiled and said, I just got a batch of Sharingan recently, how about giving you a pair? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then smiled evilly. Don't tell me, you stole it from Danzo. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Sharingan was almost out of print, and not many people owned Sharingan. As far as Orochimaru knows, in addition to Sasuke, Itachi, and Kakashi, Danzo has it. When the Uchiha clan was exterminated, this old dog led the roots to clean up the battlefield and dug up countless Sharingan. Naruto got a batch of Sharingan, and Orochimaru's first thought of the source was Danzo. As expected of Uncle Snake, Naruto admitted openly, I just killed Danzo 2 days ago and abolished the Root organization. Orochimaru froze. He just said it casually and didn't think Naruto really killed Danzo. Unexpectedly, it's true. Danzo is dead. Orochimaru had a complicated expression. This vicious dog lurking in the darkness will actually die in your hands. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said, "It seems that the Sharingan collected by Danzo should fall into your hands." Naruto nodded slightly. "As long as you do me a small favor, I can give you a pair of Sharingan." "No, I'm not interested in this kind of Sharingan." Orochimaru smiled evilly. "Danzo and I collaborated a lot back then, and got a lot of Sharingan from him, 320. I conducted experiments with Sharingan and found that the value of Sharingan is greatly reduced after it is separated from Uchiha's body. So I'm not very interested in this kind of Sharingan. What I really value is the original Sharingan, such as Sasuke's body plus Sharingan." Naruto understood. Orochimaru and Danzo often work together, and it's really easy for him to get the Sharingan. But he loves Sasuke, obviously knowing that the original Sharingan is the strongest. "But then again, Naruto-kun actually asked me for help. What do you want me to help you with?" Orochimaru looked at Naruto with an evil smile. "You are Konoha's genius, the favorite to be the next Hokage. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble and ruining your reputation by cooperating with a rebellious ninja like me? You don't need to worry about that." Naruto waved his hand and stated his purpose. "I want to get the genetic material of the first Hokage and the second Hokage." Orochimaru was stunned and said with an evil smile, "So Naruto-kun is also interested in impure world reincarnation?" Somewhat interested. Naruto didn't deny it either. "Naruto-kun is a genius in Konoha. Is it really okay to study forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation at will?" Orochimaru smiled evilly. "In the eyes of the third generation, impure world reincarnation is a magic trick to play with the souls of the ancestors. If you let them know that you are filthy from the first generation and the second generation." "Pedantic," Naruto sneered. "I have always believed that there are only evil people and no evil ninjutsu." After Orochimaru heard this, he immediately felt like a confidant. "Naruto-kun, you and I are the same person." Orochimaru glanced at Naruto, summoned Yakushi Kabuto, and asked him to bring the genetic material of the first generation and second generation. Yakushi Kabuto was shocked by Naruto's appearance. He straightened his body the whole time and acted very alert. Naruto got 2 pieces of genetic material, and after confirming that it was correct, he nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Uncle Snake, I won't disturb you anymore. I hope you'll still be alive next time we meet." "Will do." Orochimaru smiled evilly. Naruto was just about to leave when suddenly a cold voice sounded, "Orochimaru, it's time to practice with me." The next second, a familiar figure appeared outside the door, staring coldly at Orochimaru. Wearing a white kimono, holding a kusanagi sword, and tied with a butterfly knot-style shuriken rope around his waist. His face was expressionless and his face was as frosty as ice. It's the second pillar. Orochimaru dotes on Urzu. Not only does he often personally teach Urzuzu how to practice, but he also allows Juju to walk around the base as he pleases. The various privileges of the 2 pillars are not available to everyone, including Yakushi Kabuto. "Sasuke, look who's here." Orochimaru smiled evilly. Sasuke frowned slightly, looking away from Orochimaru and falling on Naruto. "It's you." Sasuke was stunned. "Why are you here?" In the past few years, Sasuke has been following Orochimaru and has been in contact with people around Orochimaru. Contact with Konaha was completely lost, and Sasuke gradually forgot about his friends in Konaha. Seeing Naruto again after 2.5 years, the dusty memories returned instantly, and Urzu couldn't hold himself tight. "It's a little trivial." Naruto smiled lightly. "Sasuke, we haven't seen each other for almost 3 years, are you okay?" "I'm fine, very fine." Sasuke's expression was indifferent. "In the past 3 years, I have been practicing day and night, just hoping that one day I can defeat you. Naruto, I originally planned to find you later, but I didn't expect you to come first." Sasuke has 2 obsessions in his heart. One is to kill Uchiha Itachi and take revenge. The second is to defeat Naruto and prove that you are stronger. These 2 obsessions urged Sasuke to practice desperately. After 3 years of hard training, Sasuke's strength has indeed improved by leaps and bounds. It seems that you have changed a lot in the past 3 years. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Both the physical body and the amount of chakra have undergone qualitative changes. Of course, Orochimaru smiled evilly and said, in the past 3 years, Sasuke has been transformed under my training. Even you may not be able to defeat him for sure. Orochimaru, the teacher, has the most say in Sasuke's progress because he taught him step by step. Swordsmanship, development of lightning-style ninjutsu, further development of curse seals, learning summoning jutsu, and actual combat. Nothing is left behind. It is true that Naruto is a rare ninjutsu genius, but Orochimaru believes that if they fight again now, they may not be able to defeat Sasuke. Naruto, fight with me. Sasuke pulled out the Kusanagi sword with fighting intent in his eyes. Let me see how much you have improved in the past 3 years. It seems that after 3 years of hard training, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds, making you feel like you are good again. Naruto smiled lightly. Okay. I'll satisfy you. Orochimaru's strongholds are all built in desolate wilderness, and this stronghold is no exception. It is surrounded by grasslands and barren hills. Naruto and Sasuke faced each other from afar. Orochimaru also arrived not far away with the support of Yakushi Kabuto, intending to watch this battle. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and asked, Lord Orochimaru, do you think Sasuke can win? Disaster. Orochimaru shook his head slowly. Naruto has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and is naturally invincible. Plus he has perfected Sage Mode, it will be very difficult for Sasuke to defeat him. But, Orochimaru changed the topic. Sasuke has perfectly mastered curse sealing, taijutsu, and swordsmanship. Lightning-style ninjutsu has also made a qualitative leap compared to 3 years ago, and combined with 3 Tomo Sharingan. It won't be easy for Naruto to defeat him. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and looked at the two people facing each other expectantly. Sasuke took out several shurikens and threw them at Naruto. Immediately afterwards, electricity surged through his body, he screamed shrilly, and his whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Naruto. Thousands of birds are all over your body, it should be the Chidori style, right? Urzu, you have really grown in the past 3 years. Naruto smiled lightly, quickly formed seals with his hands, and then suddenly exhaled a stream of air. Wind-style katakana middle. Great scythe Itachi. Naruto exhaled in one breath, forming a terrifying airflow storm that rumbled over Sasuke. Boom! The roaring and raging millennium current on Sasuke was blown away, and Sasuke's whole body was also thrown away. It flew dozens of meters away before landing on the ground. This guy is as smart as ever. Orochimaru said. Wind style restrains lightning style, and directly uses wind style to fly Sasuke away, without giving Sasuke a chance for melee combat. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. But if it's just an attack of this level, it won't be able to stop Sasuke. As expected, thunder and lightning raged in Sasuke's hand, which suddenly turned into a spear and stabbed Naruto like lightning. Lightning-style Chidori Spear. The form change of the Chidori Sharp Spear. Naruto smiled lightly. Wind-style Vacuum Dayama. Vacuum Dayu is an enhanced version of Vacuum Sphere. Naruto exhaled in one breath, forming a bazooka-like vacuum jade, which hit the Chidori Spear accurately, and once again blew away the spear-shaped Chidori Spear. Naruto, you are really amazing. Sasuke stared at Naruto indifferently. Next, let you see the power of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke suddenly opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, his eyes widened. Magic Shaohong Technique. Magic Yaohang Technique is one of Sharingan's unique illusion abilities and belongs to the Golden Binding illusion. People who fall under this illusion will have illusory wedges penetrate their limbs and become unable to move. Kill. Taking advantage of the moment when Naruto was frozen, Sasuke pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist and injected the thunder-like chakra into it. Electricity suddenly overflowed from the surface of the Kusanagi sword, and thunder and lightning flashed. Lightning-style Chidori Blade. Like a bolt of lightning, Sasuke was in front of Naruto in an instant, and the Kusanagi sword slashed towards Naruto. The Chidori Blade's penetrating power is unparalleled, and it can paralyze the enemy. It is difficult for ordinary people to resist this slash. Especially when Naruto was under a genjutsu and couldn't move his body, it was even harder to resist. Sasuke believed that this sword would be able to kill Naruto. However, Just when the Chidori blade was about to touch Naruto's body, a green skeletal hand suddenly appeared in front of Naruto and grabbed the Chidori blade that penetrated. What? Sasuke looked up in shock. Then he saw green flames rising from Naruto's body, condensing into a green skull palm. What's this? Sasuke looked at the green skull palm in disbelief. Nizu, you just said that you want me to see the calendar area of the Uchiha clan. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a smile. Just right. I also want you to see the power of the Uchiha clan. As Naruto was talking, bones appeared one after another, forming a green skeleton. This green skull has complete arms, head, ribs, shoulder blades, everything. But only the upper body. It took on the form of a green flame, but exuded an extremely cold aura that was bone-chilling. This is... Sasuke was stunned. Susano. Orochimaru was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Naruto use Mangekyo Sharingan's unique pupil technique, Susano? Orochimaru quickly looked into Naruto's eyes, and then realized that Naruto's eyes had also changed. Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru was stunned. How come Naruto has Mangekyo Sharingan from the Uchiha clan? Lord Orochimaru, you mean... Naruto's eyes are Mangekyo Sharingan. Kabuto said in shock. It's unmistakable. Even if those eyes turn to gray, I can't admit my mistake. Orochi stared into Naruto's eyes. I don't understand why Naruto has Mangekyo Sharingan. Lord Orochimaru, could it be that Naruto took the eyes of the Uchiha clan and transplanted them into himself? Kabuto guessed. It seems like this is the only possibility. Orochimaru said solemnly. I remembered, Danzo seems to have captured Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo. Didn't Naruto just kill Danzo? His Mangekyo is probably Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Orochimaru-sama, I don't think it's like a transplant. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. The transplanted Sharingan cannot close properly, just like Konaha Kakashi. And Naruto-kun's Sharingan can be turned off and on at will. It's not like a transplant. That's true. What is this? Sasuke looked at the sudden appearance of the green skull in shock. 2 pillars, this is the ultimate eye technique of the Uchiha clan, called Susano. Naruto looked down at Sasuke. This power can only be used if both eyes are opened Mangekyo at the same time. The ultimate eye technique of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's body stiffened, and then he realized that Naruto's eyes had changed, becoming like 4-cornered windmills. That's Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke was confused. Naruto, why do you own the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan? Sasuke feels extremely ridiculous that he, a pure Uchiha, has not yet opened Mangekyo. Naruto actually turned it on. Who the hell can he ask to reason with? It's more troublesome to explain. Naruto smiled lightly and made up a reason casually. Just think that I woke up on my own. Awakening on your own. You are not of the Uchiha clan. How can you possibly awaken Sharingan? Sasuke asked loudly. Naruto, where did you transplant the Sharingan from? Haha, I'll tell you when I win. Naruto said. Hateful. Sasuke directly used his second state, and black thunder and lightning erupted from his body, shooting towards Naruto like lightning. At this moment, Sasuke desperately wanted to know the reason why Naruto had the Mangekyo Sharingan. So there is nothing left to hold back. Sasuke's offensive was very amazing, but unfortunately Susano 4.8 just bounced him away with just a flick of his finger. Sasuke crashed into the ground, creating a large crater in the ground. But he didn't realize it, roaring and pounced again. Once, twice, 3 times. After being blasted away 5 or 6 times in succession, Sasuke collapsed on the ground, completely unable to get up. The curse seal quickly receded. His wings retracted into his body, and Sasuke returned to his human form. Naruto dismissed Susano and said with a faint smile, how is it, do you feel the difference between us? Sasuke's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Naruto, tell me, why do you own Sharingan? Sasuke thought that Naruto's Sharingan was a transplant, but he quickly overturned it. Sharingan transplanted by foreigners cannot be closed properly. Kakashi is a typical example. Naruto's Sharingan can be turned on and off at will, which means it shouldn't be transplanted. The question is, where did Naruto's Mangekyo come from? Of course I woke up on my own. Naruto shrugged. To be honest, I was hooked right after I graduated from ninja school. During the bell test, your great fireball technique was copied by me using 3 Tomo Sharingan. Why did you awaken Sharingan? Sasuke felt incredible. You are obviously not from our Uchiha clan. Who knows? Naruto shrugged. It's just awakening anyway. Normally, only the Uchiha clan can awaken the Sharingan, but Naruto-kun broke this iron rule. Orochimaru and Kabuto came over. Naruto-kun, you are really enviable. Orochimaru's eyes were intense, like a hungry wolf staring at a tender lamb, wanting to devour Naruto in one gulp. He was so curious about Naruto's secrets. I wish I could capture Naruto immediately, take him to the dissecting table, and do a thorough dissection and study. But this kind of thing can only be thought about. Orochimaru knows that Naruto's power is not something he can covet. After finishing the conversation, Naruto left. Passing a mountain village on the way, Naruto caught 2 robbers and tried to impure world reincarnation. Summoning technique impure world reincarnation. Naruto slapped the ground, and the black curse mark lines spread quickly, and white light enveloped the 2 robbers. As the 2 robbers wailed in pain, a large amount of dust quickly enveloped the bodies of the 2 robbers. Eventually it transformed into first generation and second generation. This is where first generation looked around. Impure world reincarnation. Second generation had anger on his face. Is it that guy named Orochimaru again who made us dirty? Tobirama, I have told you not to develop this kind of ninjutsu. Look, you will be punished. First generation snorted coldly, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on Naruto. Young man, we meet again. The first generation had a very deep impression of Naruto during their last battle with Naruto and recognized Naruto at a glance. Young man, do you want to fight with you again this time? The second generation also looked at Naruto with a smile. 2 Hokage-samas, nice to meet you. Naruto smiled and said, let me explain first, it's not Orochimaru who's summoning you this time, it's me. It's you. The smile on first generation's face gradually disappeared. Boy, are you starting to study this evil forbidden technique? Shodai is wrong. Ninjutsu is just ninjutsu. How can it be evil? Naruto smiled incredulously. Just like impure world reincarnation, Inshimaru can be used to destroy Konaha. And I can use it to protect Konaha, which shows that impure world reincarnation itself is not a magic. Brother, you heard me, your understanding of ninjutsu is worse than that of a young man. As a forbidden technique development master, second generation agreed with Naruto's words, and at the same time, he did not forget to ridicule Hashirama. First generation scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Second generation smiled slightly. Young man, tell me, what is your purpose for summoning us? There is no purpose, I just want to test impure world reincarnation. This was Naruto's initial thought. However, after seeing first generation, Naruto had other ideas in mind. I want the 2 Hokage-sama to be my teachers and teach me ninjutsu. Naruto smiled. Summoning is just to learn ninjutsu. Your reason is really weird. First generation tutted. 2 Hokage-samas, let's go back to Konoha first. Naruto smiled and said, I think you must be very curious about what Konoha has become now. Back to Konoha, you can have this. First generation and second generation's eyes lit up. 2 Hokage adults, these are Anbu's clothes. Just pretend to be Anbu first. Naruto took out 2 sets of Anbu clothes. Young man, be considerate. We have been dead for a long time. We really shouldn't show up in the village openly. The first generation and the second generation put on Anbu clothes, and Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and took the 2 back to the village. The 3 of them entered the village. First generation and second generation looked around like curious babies, exclaiming in admiration from time to time. The 3 of them wandered along. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared and knelt on one knee in front of Naruto. Master Hokage, please come over. Nu. Anbu left immediately. Monkey looking for you. The second generation looked at Naruto. It's not the third generation, it's the 5th generation. Naruto laughed. 5th generation. The first generation was startled. Has the Hokage been passed down to the 5th generation? It seems that the village is developing well. Tobirama looked at Naruto in confusion and said, Young man, who are the 4th generation and 5th generation? The 4th generation is my father, Namikaze Minato, and the 5th generation is your granddaughter, Tsunade-sama. Shaozuna. 1st generation jumped up in shock. Can Suna also become a Hokage? This girl has been addicted to gambling with me since she was a child. If she becomes a Hokage, she won't lose all Konaha's money, right? Tsunade-sama loves gambling, but after becoming Hokage, he never gambled again. Naruto was a little amused. Let's go. I'll take you to see her. I believe you also want to see her. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at Hokage's office, where Tsunade was sitting at his desk processing documents. Tsunade-sama, are you looking for me? Tsunade raised his head, glanced at 1st generation 2nd generation, and then looked at Naruto. Naruto, there is news from Cloud Shinobi that 2 Jinchuriki wooden golem has been captured by the Akatsuki organization. These guys are starting to act again. Naruto frowned slightly. Akatsuki failed to capture Shukaku 2 years ago, and then fell silent, never heard from again. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, we would start taking action again. Wooden Golem was captured, and other ninja villages sent messages asking us to share detailed information about the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade continued. Naruto, you know the Akatsuki organization best, I hope you can provide information. No problem. Naruto would not just watch the Akatsuki organization capture the tailed beasts. He wanted to create as much trouble as possible so that the Akatsuki organization would not be so relaxed. Next, Naruto told the detailed information about the members of the Akatsuki organization. Kisame, Itachi, Kakuzu, Hidan, Konan, Zetsu, Pain, and the leader behind the scenes, Fei. Naruto did not point out the true identities of Konan, Pain and Fei, but told them all about their abilities. If Jiraiya knew the identities of Konan and Nagato, he would probably rush to Rain Shinobi village to find out. If Kakashi knew that Fei was Obito, he might cause some trouble. So, keep it a secret. Who is the Akatsuki organization? Why did the Rinnegan even come out? 1st generation couldn't help but ask. Ever since they arrived at Hokage's office, 1st generation and 2nd generation had stood quietly without speaking. After listening to Naruto's introduction to Akatsuki, 1st generation couldn't bear it any longer. This voice. Why does it sound familiar? Tsunade frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, which Anbu member are you? I don't think I have seen you before. Who am I? I am your grandfather. 1st generation simply stopped pretending, lifted up the cat-faced mask, and looked at Tsunade with a smile. 2nd generation also takes off its mask. Tsunade was stunned and looked at 1st generation 2nd generation. Grandfather. You. She wants to say that you are not dead, why are you alive again? Sister Tsunade, the 2 Hokage-samas were born from my dirty soil. Naruto explained with a smile. Impure world reincarnation. Tsunade had veins popping out on his forehead and he was furious. Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you use this kind of ninjutsu? Tsunade usually doted on Naruto, just like his own brother, but this time he was really angry. 1st generation and 2nd generation have been dead for so many years, and they still summoned his soul through impure world reincarnation to disturb his sleep. It's too much. Shao Gang, don't scold him. 1st generation quickly said. This young man did not force us to fight, he had no ill intentions. We also want to see Konaha. 2nd generation also said. Tsunade's face softened slightly and he glared at Naruto fiercely, I'll settle the score with you later. After saying that, Tsunade immediately turned into a smiling face, flew forward, and gave 1st generation 2nd generation a big hug. The grandfather and grandson had not seen each other for many years. When they met again, they were naturally very excited and talked a lot. Tsunade, what happened to the Akatsuki you just talked about? Why do they have the Rinnegan? 1st generation is very concerned about this issue and couldn't help but ask. Let me explain it. Naruto asked everyone to sit down, and then explained, Shodai, do you remember Uchiha Madara? Madara, of course you remember. 1st generation was stunned. Does this have anything to do with Madara? The 2nd generation frowned, the smile on his face completely disappeared, and he stared straight at Naruto. Who 2nd generation fears the most is undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. It can be said that Uchiha Madara has become the nightmare of 2nd generation. Now hearing Naruto mention Uchiha Madara, second generation again, I instinctively became vigilant. Naruto, isn't Uchiha Madara dead? Is the Akatsuki organization also related to him? Tsunade also looked at Naruto. When talking about the Akatsuki organization, we can't avoid Uchiha Madara, because this organization can be said to have been founded by Madara. Naruto smiled and explained. Back then, Shodai and Madara fought in the Valley of the End, and Madara apparently died in the battle. But in fact, instead of dying, he got Shodai's cells. This is impossible, second generation immediately retorted. I personally inspected and buried Madara's body back then. How could he not be dead? Second generation even used Madara's corpse to conduct a series of experiments, and they were very convinced that the person was Madara. First generation also sighed and said, Naruto, I can confirm that Madara was indeed dead at that time. You two adults know Izanagi, right? Naruto asked. Certainly, second generation nodded. During the Sengoku period, the Uchiha clan abused the Iin branch. As the Senju clan who have been fighting against Uchiha all year round, they naturally know Izanagi very well. Back then, before Madara died, she sealed Izanagi in her right eye and fought against the first generation. Naruto said. Due to the characteristics of Mangekyo Sharingan, Izanagi automatically activated after Madara's death, rewriting the reality that Madara was killed by the first generation, and Madara was reborn. First generation and second generation looked at each other with strange and angry expressions on their faces. We were actually tricked by Madara. This guy Madara is really cunning. And after that, Tsunade asked. In the battle with Shodai, Madara obtained Shodai's cells and transplanted them to the wound. Naruto sighed. Transplanting Big Brother cells. Second generation frowned. Why would Madara do this? Does he want to steal Big Brother's wood style? That's not right. Although wood style is powerful, it is impossible for anyone else to master it except my eldest brother. In order to crack the mystery of wood style, second generation also secretly conducted many experiments in private. Unfortunately they all failed. Second generation doesn't believe that Madara can master wood style by transplanting his eldest brother's cells at will. He does this kind of thing often. First generation and Tsunade also looked suspicious. Nadaime should know that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are two very special ninja clans. Naruto explained. Because these two ninjas are direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. First generation and second generation nodded. They Senju and Uchiha did belong to the Six Paths descendants. There is no doubt about this. I wonder if you have ever thought about what would happen if the Senju clan and the Uchiha bloodline merged. Naruto asked. Nothing will happen. Second generation shook his head and said, back then, Senju and Uchiha were our enemies, and we both wanted to gain the other's abilities. So they plundered each other's tribesmen and married them. Unfortunately, the offspring they gave birth to were not too special. During the Sengoku period, the Senju and Uchiha clans, as the two most powerful ninja clans in the ninja world, have been fighting each other for thousands of years. In order to seize the opponent's ability, I naturally did things like you stealing from me and me stealing from you. But unfortunately, the combination of Senju and Uchiha will not give birth to very good offspring. The combination of ordinary Senju and ordinary Uchiha will naturally produce no strange changes. Naruto smiled. But Shodai and Uchiha Madara are different. No, the same. What's the difference? The three of them looked confused. Sage of Six Paths has two sons, the eldest is called Indra, and the second is called Ashura. The former inherited the fairy eyes of Sage of Six Paths, and the latter inherited the sage body of Sage of Six Paths. These two are also the ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Is there such a thing? First generation, second generation and Tsunade looked at each other. The two families are indeed descendants of Sage of Six Paths, but it is still unclear who the ancestors are. Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect back then, and finally passed it on to my younger brother Ashura. Naruto continued. My brother Indra was furious and vowed to destroy the ninja sect. Ashura naturally stopped him. It was also from that time on that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were destined to be at odds with each other. After that, the chakras of Indra and Ashura were reincarnated again and again, facing each other day by day. And their last reincarnation was Uchiha Madara and first Hokage. Am I the reincarnation of my ancestor? First generation looked confused. I am not sure as well. Second generation shook his head and said he didn't know. Grandpa is the reincarnation of Ashura. Why does it sound like a fantasy? Tsunade muttered. It is precisely because Shodai and Uchiha Madara are the reincarnations of the two sons of Sage of Six Paths that they are so strong. Naruto continued. So you have the chakra of Ashura and Indra hidden in you respectively. The two merge into 903 and become one. To put it simply, they will merge into the power of six paths. Naruto sighed. After Madara transplanted Shodai's cells, she got Ashura's chakra. Ashura's chakra merges with the Indra chakra in his body. After a long period of transformation, Madara finally opened the Rinnegan when her life was about to end. Madara turned on the Rinnegan. Second generation's pupils shrank sharply, and he suddenly lost his composure. First generation and Tsunade were also shocked and looked at Naruto in disbelief. This news is so shocking. Even more shocking than first generation and Uchiha Madara, the reincarnations of the two sons of Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan. Those are the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Yes, turn on the Rinnegan. Naruto nodded. Rinnegan is the eye of Sage of Six Paths, the eye that controls life and death, and has the ability to transcend life and death. Then what? What happened? Tsunade asked. The leader of the Akatsuki organization owns Rinnegan. Is he Uchiha Madara? First generation and second generation stared at Naruto. No, Naruto shook his head. Madara is approaching the end of her lifespan after activating Rinnegan and will die at any time. Madara is obviously not willing to die. So before she died, Madara arranged a series of backup tricks to transplant the Rinnegan into Pain. Pen is from the Uzumaki clan, has huge vitality and chakra, and is a good host for Rinnegan. So, this is where the Rinnegan of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, came from. Tsunade murmured. As the eye that controls life and death, Rinnegan has a very buggy eye technique, Rinne Tensai technique. Naruto said. This pupil technique can resurrect the dead. Madara transplanted the Rinnegan to Pain in order for Pain to activate the Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect himself. Both first generation and second generation were silent, obviously trying their best to digest this incredible information. Madara, this fool. First generation suddenly punched the table. I didn't expect that he would cause so many things after I died. I have a question. Second generation stared at Naruto. How can Madara guarantee that Pain will resurrect him after his death? So he had a backup plan. Naruto smiled and said, these backhands will force Pain to resurrect Uchiha Madara. As for the specific backups Uchiha Madara has left behind, I don't know yet. But considering Madara's resourcefulness, the plan must be very thorough and there will be no obvious loopholes. Madara, this fool, won't live even if he dies. First generation let out a long sigh. Can't you just accept your fate and die honestly? Why are you messing around? Do you think everyone can be as idiotic as you? Second generation snorted coldly, looked at Naruto and said, young man, you just mentioned that the Akatsuki organization is on the collection level. What's their purpose in collecting tailed beasts? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with resurrecting Madara. They collect tailed beasts to resurrect 10 tails. Naruto sighed. And Madara wants to be 10 tails Jinchuriki, the second sage of six paths. Resurrect 10 tails. Become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Hearing these remarks, first generation, second generation and Tsunade felt as if they were hearing fantasy and felt unbelievable. Naruto, are you serious? Tsunade stared straight at Naruto. Uchiha Madara's ultimate goal is to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. That's what 9 tails said anyway. Naruto said. 9 tails. Tsunade was startled, then nodded. If 9 tails really said that, then there will be no problem. Why do you say that? First generation was confused. Second generation looked at Naruto and asked, young man, are you the 9 tails Jinbashira? Yes. Naruto smiled and nodded. 9 tails told me that it was driven by Madara and fought against Shodai together. When the power of Susano is turned on, its chakra and Madara's chakra are connected together. So 9 tails knows exactly what Uchiha Madara was thinking and what plans she had at that time. I see. First generation has no doubts. He and Madara fought for the last time in the Valley of the End. Madara did control 9 tails and use the powerful weapon Susano. Chakra is composed of spiritual energy plus physical energy. When Madara and Nine Tails chakra come into contact with each other, they can completely understand each other's inner thoughts. What was Madara thinking at the time? There was nothing wrong with her. Madara. First generation let out a long sigh, with helplessness on his face. You guy, you won't stop even if you die. Madara must be stopped. Second generation said with a cold face. Once he becomes Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the ninja world will never have peace. I think so too, Naruto said. Now we know Madara's conspiracy in advance and have the upper hand. Next, as long as we prevent the Akatsuki organization from capturing the tailed beasts, we can crush Madara's conspiracy. Second generation nodded, looked at Tsunade, and said, Suna, you know what to do, right? I will inform the other ninja villages about the information about the Akatsuki organization and Madara's plan. Tsunade nodded and said, by uniting with other ninja villages and acting together, Madara's conspiracy will be shattered. That's one thing. Naruto nodded. On the other hand, we must also be prepared in advance for failure of the operation. I think with Madara's wisdom, he must have left many backup plans. It's not that simple to crush his conspiracy. I agree. Second generation immediately said, Madara is a thoughtful and resourceful person. To deal with him, you must prepare for the worst. Naruto, what do you suggest? Tsunade asked. Naruto smiled slightly. I have two suggestions. First, since Shodai and Nadaime have come out, don't rush back. Naruto smiled and looked at first generation, second generation. Stay and help us, and deal with the Akatsuki organization together. Kid, we are all dead. You want to exploit dead people, but the capitalists are not as ruthless as you. First generation complained. Forget it. I have been fighting against Madara my whole life while I was alive, so why not continue to fight after death? Second generation smiled slightly. Konaha is my home. Madara wants to destroy Konaha, and I will be the first to refuse. Tsunade was overjoyed. With the help of our two grandfathers, we will definitely be able to crush Madara's conspiracy. Second suggestion. Naruto looked at first generation. I hope Shodai can teach me how to practice Sage Body. Naruto always thought, a large part of the reason why first generation is so powerful is due to the perfect Sage Body. The perfect Sage Body gives first generation massive chakra, huge vitality, and terrifying self-healing ability. It is precisely based on the perfect Sage Body that Wood style can exert terrible destructive power in the hands of first generation. Coupled with the increase in Sage mode, it achieves absolutely invincible strength under first generation 6 paths. Sage mode, Naruto already has it, now it just lacks the perfect Sage Body. Therefore, Naruto wants to develop the perfect Sage Body. Naruto also believes that he is qualified to develop, and the Ashura chakra in his body is the qualification certificate. Naruto can also wait for the draw, but the randomness is too great. Who knows that the perfect Sage Body will be drawn in the year of the monkey? You kid, I'm afraid this is your real purpose to make us dirty. First generation smiled and shook his head, looking at Tsunade. Suna, is this guy trustworthy? Totally trustworthy. Tsunade glared at Naruto, still blaming Naruto for filthy first generation and second generation. But she had unconditional trust in Naruto. Besides, Naruto also developed Wood style. So, Grandpa, I hope you can teach Naruto with all your strength and help him improve his strength. Wood style. First generation was taken aback. The second generation looked at Naruto in disbelief. Young man, have you really developed the Wood style? It's more than that. Tsunade looked proud. Naruto has also developed Crystal style, Boil style, Lava style, Ice style, plus Wood style, a total of 5 blood inheritance limits. By the way, he also mastered the perfect Sage mode. First generation and second generation were stunned. He stared at Naruto blankly, with an expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost, and it took him a long time before he uttered 2 words from his mouth. Monster. Next, several people discussed the details and formulated a detailed plan for the Shao organization. Then, Naruto left. First generation said that he will be officially taught to develop Sage Body tomorrow, so he can move freely today. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Naruto was woken up by his alarm clock. Naruto turned off the alarm clock and started a new day of drawing. Ding! Winning the lottery. The lottery was successful. Congratulations on winning the Six Tails Seiken chakra. What? Naruto woke up instantly and immediately showed ecstasy. Okay. I finally got the first-tailed beast. Naruto didn't bother to change his clothes and directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared into the room. When he reappeared, he came to the underground palace under the Sunagakure desert. With a thought, Naruto released the Six Tails chakra he had just drawn. Boom! A huge Katsuyu suddenly appeared. Its body was white, with a layer of highly viscous body fluid on its surface. It exuded a strange gas that corroded the surrounding soil. Nine Tails and Naruto suddenly stood up. Old man, how did you catch Six Tails? Take a closer look, Naruto said angrily. Nine Tails was stunned, and after sensing it carefully for a moment, he said, it can't be sensed at all, it's not the real Six Tails. Nine Tails immediately reacted. Old man, is this the Six Tails chakra made by Hamura? Naruto told it before that Hamura also peeled off his 10 Tails chakra and created 9-tailed beasts. However, Hamura was unable to give souls to the 9-tailed beasts, resulting in the 9-headed tailed beasts not being able to form real life. As of now, it is still sealed on the moon in the form of chakra. 9 Tails did not feel any consciousness or soul fluctuation from the 6 Tails in front of them. This is enough to show that this 6 Tails is just a huge aggregate of chakra, not a real ecology. This is indeed the case. Naruto drew this 6 Tails, which is just a ball of chakra without conscious thought. It's 6 Tails, but it's not 6 Tails. Now that 6 Tails is available, can 10 Tails be far behind? With great expectations, Naruto controlled the Gedo statue and sealed the 6 Tails chakra. I hope I can draw other tailed beasts as soon as possible. Naruto murmured and left here. The time came to 8 o'clock in a blink of an eye. Naruto had breakfast and met the first generation in the small forest outside the village. Today, Naruto will officially learn from first generation and develop Sage Body. The two briefly greeted each other, and first generation got straight to the point. Naruto, after listening to your words yesterday, I thought about it seriously after I went back. First generation said, finally, I came to the conclusion that I may really be the reincarnation of Ashura as you said. First generation gave its reasons. At the beginning, first generation was not as strong as it would later be, even though it had already developed the wood-style blood succession limit. What really transformed first generation was the accidental discovery of a special chakra hidden in the body. This kind of chakra not only contains terrifying vitality and self-healing ability, but is also much more powerful than normal chakra. This special chakra should be the Ashura chakra you mentioned yesterday. First generation said. Later, I devoted myself to practicing Ashura chakra to let it develop and grow. And use this chakra to transform cells and physical body, and finally transform your physical body into a sage body. It's pretty much what I guessed. Naruto felt excited. He has always believed that the main reason why the first generation is so powerful is Ashura chakra. There is another reason, which can also indirectly prove the existence of Ashura chakra. First generation added. I told Tobirama and Tsunade about this cultivation experience, but unfortunately they were unsuccessful. So I came to the conclusion that I alone have the Ashura chakra and no one else does. Naruto nodded. The first generation is the reincarnation of Ashura, so he naturally possesses Ashura chakra, and only he can practice Ashura chakra. Not everyone else. So, if you want to develop the perfect sage body, you must have Ashura chakra. First generation looked at Naruto and smiled. According to you, it must be the reincarnation of Ashura. Shodai, is there any way to detect Ashura chakra? Naruto asked. Have. The first generation reached out and held Naruto's shoulders. I know Ashura chakra well. If you have Ashura chakra in your body, I can sense it. After saying that, first generation closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes with surprise in his eyes. Naruto, the amount of chakra in your body is very huge. If you include the 9 Tails chakra, you can even catch up with me. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? My mother is from the Uzumaki clan and the previous 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto replied with a smile. No wonder. First generation praised, and then said with emotion, you and your mother have sacrificed a lot for Konaha. As the husband of the first 9 Tails Jinchuriki, first generation knew exactly what would happen to Jinchuriki. The first generation loved the village deeply, so he was very grateful to Naruto and his son for their contribution to Konaha. First generation closes its eyes and continues sensing. Found it. First generation suddenly opened his eyes and said excitedly, Naruto, you also have Ashura chakra in your body. Real. Naruto was overjoyed. Certainly. First generation smiled with determination. No one in the world is more familiar with Ashura chakra than me. Naruto nodded. Shodai, now that I have Ashura chakra, what should I do next? Roughly 3 steps. The first step is to sense the Ashura chakra. The second step is to transform the Ashura chakra. The third step is to use Ashura chakra to strengthen the physical body. In summary, first impression, take the Ashura chakra in your body, study it, dissect it, understand it, master it. After you have completely mastered the Ashura chakra, you can then transform the other chakras in your body into Ashura chakra. Let only Ashura chakra remain in your body. Finally, use the surging vitality of Ashura chakra to strengthen cells, organs, and even the entire physical body. Ashura chakra is rich in powerful vitality and has an exaggerated ability to strengthen the physical body. First generation concluded. Use Ashura chakra to strengthen the physical body, and the physical body will be strengthened quickly. Correspondingly, the stronger your body is, the more Ashura chakra you can refine. The greater the amount of Ashura chakra, the stronger the strengthening effect on the physical body. In the end, a virtuous cycle is formed, the body is super strong, and Ashura chakra is abundant. First generation smiled and said, this is the training idea of sage body. Do you understand, Naruto? Naruto nodded heavily. The essence of practicing sage body is actually practicing Ashura chakra. That's what I mean. First generation showed admiration. Next, I will help you bring out the Ashura chakra in your body. Feel it well. First generation held Naruto's shoulders and activated the Ashura chakra hidden in Naruto's body. After a while, Naruto clearly felt that a special energy appeared in his body, which was very weak, but full of surging vitality. As soon as this energy appeared, the weeds and trees around Naruto grew crazily, as if on steroids. Is this the Ashura chakra? What a rich vitality! Naruto suppressed the shock in his heart and carefully felt this new chakra energy. Naruto, remember the location of this chakra, sense its characteristics, and understand its composition. First generation instructs. When you fully understand it, try to transform yourself into chakra. I understand, Shodai. I've already taught you what you need to teach. Now it's up to you. Come on, young man. First generation patted Naruto on the shoulder and left instantly. After finally being resurrected, first generation didn't intend to keep an eye on Naruto. He wanted to take a good stroll, find a place to gamble, drink a few drinks, soak in a hot spring, and bump into girls. Thanks to the ability to perfectly control chakra. Only an hour after the first generation left, Naruto completely mastered the composition of the Ashura chakra. Then, Naruto began to try to transform his own chakra into Ashura chakra. Naruto's control over chakra is so strong. Without much difficulty, he successfully transformed ordinary chakra into Ashura chakra. The whole process was very smooth, without any obstacles. Li Wangjiao, it was like a matter of course. Transforming Ashura chakra is easy. With constant transformation. The transformation speed of Ashura chakra is getting faster and faster, it is getting smoother and smoother, and there are more and more crystals. Near dusk, Naruto has transformed all the ordinary chakra in his body into Ashura chakra. Ashura chakra indeed contains surging vitality. The cells in the body are like wolves that have been hungry for 3 months, devouring Ashura chakra crazily. With the continuous phagocytosis, the cells began to crazily strengthen the genetic material and the genetic material was constantly optimized. The physical body becomes stronger and stronger. First generation said it. After everything is transformed into Ashura chakra, the body will have a period of rapid improvement. This process can take as little as 10 days or as long as half a month. After the rapid improvement period, the sage body has just begun to take shape. This also means that within half a month at most, my sage body will be initially successful. Half a month is totally worth the wait. Naruto opened his eyes with anticipation in his eyes. How are you, young man. Have you figured out the characteristics and composition of Ashura Chakra? First generation appeared out of nowhere, with a drunken face, belching wine, and smelling of alcohol. Shodai. Naruto stood up, looked at the drunken first generation and smiled. I have completed the first and second steps. What did you say? First generation thought he heard wrongly and looked at Naruto in shock. Naruto repeated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. First generation looked like I believe you. It will take at least half a year to complete the first and second steps. How could you do it in one day? Why don't you take a look? Naruto smiled and held out his hand. Just take a look and take a look. First generation grabbed Naruto's hand and felt it. His expression immediately changed at this feeling. Impossible. How is this possible? How long has it been? How can the transformation be completed? First generation looked at Naruto like he was a monster. Kid, how on earth did you do that? First generation couldn't help but be shocked. He practiced Ashura Chakra back then. The first step of sensing Ashura Chakra alone took a month. The second step of transformation took even half a year. As a result, Naruto was finished in just one day, which made first generation feel like a dog. Hashirama also has his moments of weakness, it's rare. The 9 tails inside Naruto was a little gloating. I think back then, it was completely controlled by the first generation, and Hashirama scratched it like a cat. First generation also said, 9 tails, you are too strong, I cannot let you wander around, I will seal you. 9 tails thinks MMP, you are so much better than lousy, why don't you seal yourself? Listening to your tone, it was quite miserable to be dealt with by Hashirama back then, huh? Naruto asked knowingly. This guy is too strong. I can't beat him at all. 9 tails is truly convinced of first generation. His wood-style Tenka-tailed beast has a massive amount of chakra in his body, plus Sage Mode amplification. 9 tails sighed. Even if Uchiha Madara and I join forces, we are no match for this pervert. I never understood before that Hashirama is obviously a human being, why would he be so strong? After hearing what you said yesterday, old man, I suddenly realized that Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura. Over the next few days, Naruto continued to practice Sage Body. Refining Ashura Chakra every day, and then mobilizing Ashura Chakra to strengthen the physical body. Refining and strengthening at the same time. While the physical body is rapidly strengthening, the amount of Ashura Chakra is also increasing, forming a virtuous cycle. First generation appeared on the first day and then disappeared. Occasionally, when he appears, he is drunk. He must have gone out to drink wine. He has absolutely no ethics as a ninja god. Time passed quietly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto finally passed the rapid promotion period, and his sage body was first formed. From the outside, Naruto's physical body looked no different, but on the inside it had been completely transformed. Every cell of Naruto contains huge vitality, and the cell activity is astonishingly strong. Naruto cut his arm with a kunai, and in just half a minute, the scratch completely healed itself. Although it is not as good as first generation's instant self-healing ability, it is much stronger than Naruto's previous self-healing ability. Try wood style again. Naruto clapped his hands together. Wood style wooden golem jutsu. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, a huge trapped person rose from the ground. Naruto looked at the wooden golem. This wooden golem is not only much larger than the previous wooden golem, but also has much stronger vitality and toughness. Don't underestimate this gap. Same for wooden golem jutsu. Yamato's wooden golem can be blown to pieces with a single great fireball. Hashirama's wooden golem, however, was able to catch the tailed beast bomb with one hand and return the tailed beast bomb to 9 tails. The gap between the two sides is like plastic and refined steel. 543 is simply incomparable. Although my wooden golem can't compare with the peak Hashirama, it is much stronger than before. Naruto said with a smile on his face. Keep up the good work and strive to achieve Sage Body as soon as possible, comparable to first generation. Shua. An Anbu appeared quietly and knelt on one knee behind Naruto. I have met Naruto-sama. What's up? Naruto asked calmly. He is not well known in the village, but he is very famous among Anbu and even among the higher ups in Konaha and the Jonin class. Everyone knows that Naruto is not only the #1 master in Konoha, but also the successor of Hokage. Therefore, both Anbu and the Jonin respect Naruto very much and treat him as a Hokage candidate. Sir Hokage, please come over. Anbu said respectfully. Naruto nodded and suddenly said, listening to your voice, you must be Tien, right? Tenzo is Yamato, the acting squad leader of Class 7 in the original work, who is good at the 3 rooms and 2 living rooms technique. Yes, Naruto-sama. Yamato was a little flattered. I heard that you know wood style. Let's compare notes when we have time. Naruto said with a smile. He has a good impression of Yamato. He is very upright, capable, and can be cultivated as a confidant. Naruto-sama has time, I'm available anytime. Yamato replied quickly. Good. Naruto smiled and disappeared. The next second, we arrived at the Hokage office. Tsunade is correcting a document, Shizune is helping, and little Sakura is waiting with a document in her arms. Naruto. Seeing Naruto appear, Shizune smiled and greeted him, and little Sakura also looked happy and nodded at him. You came. Tsunade looked up at Naruto and said, we just received the news that Orochimaru is dead. So fast. Naruto was a little surprised. It's earlier than I expected. It seems that the last battle stimulated Sasuke quite a bit. The last time he fought with Sasuke, Naruto guessed that he probably dealt a big blow to Sasuke. With Sasuke's character, he would either train harder or kill Orochimaru and leave. Orochimaru, there is nothing left to teach Sasuke. Fight, what fight? Tsunade frowned slightly. Little Sakura and Shizune also looked at Naruto in surprise. I went to Orochimaru 2 days ago and asked him for the genetic material of the 1st generation and the 2nd generation. Naruto didn't hide anything. I happened to meet Sasuke and had a fight with him. Well, that's it. Tsunade's mouth twitched and he said angrily, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing earlier? Is it big? Naruto looked confused. Isn't it just that I met Orochimaru? Isn't this a big deal? Tsunade was actually speechless. Orochimaru is an extremely dangerous person to normal people, but to Naruto, it seems to be nothing. If something like this happens in the future, remember to report it. Tsunade snorted coldly. You are the hope of Konoha now. You have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders, so nothing can happen to you. I know. Naruto nodded. Tsunade's face looks pretty now. Naruto, Sasuke, is he okay? Little Sakura looked at Naruto anxiously, with tears in her eyes. Little Sakura has always loved Sasuke. After being sprayed by Naruto 2 years ago, she gave up looking for Sasuke, but she never forgot Sasuke in her heart. He is very good, Naruto said. I have completely adapted to Curse Seal 2, and my swordsmanship, physical skills, and illusions have all made great progress. Sharingan has also developed 3 Magatama, and coupled with the development of lightning-style ninjutsu, its strength is comparable to that of elite Jonin. That's good. As long as he has a good life. Little Sakura wiped away her tears. She wanted to ask something but didn't dare to ask. She looked like she was hesitating to speak. What else do you want to ask? Naruto asked. Little Sakura gritted her teeth and whispered, Sasuke, does he have any intention of coming back? Absolutely not. Naruto said it bluntly. According to my estimation, he should go to Uchiha Itachi next. It's impossible to come back before killing Itachi. What about killing Itachi? Little Sakura looked at Naruto expectantly. After killing Itachi and taking revenge, will he come back? After he killed Itachi, he was fooled by Obito and knew the truth about Itachi, let alone come back. Not only will he not come back, but he will take revenge on Konoha. Who knows? Naruto shrugged. I see. Little Sakura let out a disappointed sound, looking lonely. Lord Hokage. And Anbu suddenly pushed open the door and entered. What's up? Tsunade shouted. I just received news that the Temple of Fire was destroyed and all the monks including the presiding master Delu were killed. Anbu reported quickly. What? Tsunade stood up suddenly and asked angrily, who did it? Has the murderer been found? The Fire Temple is the largest temple in the Land of Fire, and has always maintained friendly ties with Konoha. Master Delu, the host of the Fire Temple, was once one of the 12 guardian shinobi of the Land of Fire, and he was highly respected. The killing of such people and the massacre of monks is definitely a major event that shocked the Fire Nation. According to reliable information, the murderer should be a member of the Akatsuki organization. Anbu quickly reported. It's the Akatsuki organization again. These hateful fools are really haunting. Tsunade slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Tell Asuma class to come and see me." Because Anbu got the order and immediately prepared to leave. "All go," Naruto suddenly said. "I have been practicing recently and I have made some small achievements. I just went out to practice my skills." "You go." Tsunade frowned slightly, then relaxed. "Please pay attention to your own safety. If nothing can be done, it is important to save your life." "Don't worry, sister." Naruto smiled and disappeared. The next second, Naruto was outside the barbecue restaurant. Through perception, Naruto knew that Asuma's class was having dinner at a barbecue restaurant. Every time they come back from a mission, they have to have barbecue, which has almost become a routine. Eating, Naruto walked into the barbecue restaurant. "Naruto, why are you here?" Ino's beautiful eyes lit up. Come on. Sit down quickly and eat some together." "Choji, leave some for Naruto. Don't be in a hurry to eat." Naruto waved his hand, looked at Asuma and said, "I just got the news, CHFB, that the earthbound warrior of the Fire Temple is dead. Lord Hokage wants us to hunt down the real culprit immediately." "What?" Asuma felt unbelievable. "You said Jalu is dead. When did it happen?" Asuma and Chiraku were once one of the 12 guardian ninja warriors, and their relationship was like that of Shikamaru and Choji. Jalu's death was unacceptable to Asuma. The angry Asuma immediately took his disciples, together with Naruto, to chase the murderer. The murderer was finally intercepted on Jukwon Street, and as expected, it was Hidan and Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu was not at the scene. He may have taken Jalu's head to the money exchange to pay back the money. Hidan was the only one taking a leisurely walk. The 4 Asumas launched a sneak attack without saying a word. The Asuma class obviously cooperates very well. Asuma took the initiative and threw a shuriken in a feint to attract Hidan's attention. Ino activated the heart turn technique to immobilize Hidan, and Shikamaru took the opportunity to use the shadow imitation technique to imprison Hidan. Asuma took out the chakra blade, flew forward, and cut off Hidan's head with the Japanese sword. Poor Hidan was caught off guard, and by the time he reacted, his head was already on the ground. Hey, who are you?" Hidan was very angry and cursed. "Why did you chop off my head as soon as you came up? Do you know it hurts a lot? My head was cut off, but I can still speak. This guy is indeed immortal. What a monster." Hidan's head is hung up, but he still talks like a fool. Asuma and others are very. The information about everyone in the Akatsuki organization has spread throughout the countries and is known to all the ninja villages in the ninja world. Hidan and Kakuzu are no exception. And, on the way here, Naruto introduced Hidan and Kakuzu's skills in detail and assigned tasks. Hidan is dealt with by Asuma's class, and Kakuzu is handed over to Naruto. Shikamaru formulated a strategy to deal with Hidan's immortality and curse ability by beheading him. All in all, the scene just now happened. The 4 masters and apprentices worked together and successfully captured Hidan through a tacit operation. "Naruto, thanks for the information." Asuma looked at Naruto with a happy face. "Otherwise, we might capsize in the gutter." Naruto accepted Asuma's thanks with peace of mind. If it weren't for his information, Asuma would have died today. In the original plot, Asuma died here because he didn't understand Hidan's abilities. "Asuma-sensei, you're welcome." Naruto smiled lightly and said, "However, this guy is immortal and will not die even if his body is separated. As long as he sews his head and body together, he will come back to life, so don't be careless." After that, Naruto lifted up Hidan's body, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared. After a while, Naruto returned. Hey, you kid, where did you take my body?" Hidan cursed. "Throw it into the sea," Naruto said with a smile. "You brat, how dare you do this to me?" Hidan's heart suddenly felt cold, and he really hated Naruto. "Even if I am shattered into pieces and only a human head is left on my neck, I will still get up and bite your throat. The sea is so big, who knows where to throw it? Furthermore, even if he was immortal, he still couldn't withstand the frenzied eating of the fish in the sea. It won't be long before his body will be eaten away, and his resurrection will become a luxury. Naruto, you're still thoughtful. Shikamaru couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Now, this guy will never come back to life again. Ino and Choji also looked at Naruto with admiration. The best way for such a person to stay alive is to separate his body and head forever. Naruto smiled lightly. As for this head, take it to the money exchange to exchange for money. It can be exchanged for 200 million taels. Every member of the Akatsuki organization is an S-class rebel ninja and the bounty on them is ridiculously high. Hidan 50 million, Kisame 200 million, Angle 300 million, Uchiha Itachi 800 million, Deidara 1.2 billion. Since the plans of the Akatsuki organization were reported to the ninja world by Konaha, the bounty for each member has increased several times. Hidan's bounty has also skyrocketed from 50 million to 200 million taels, a full four-fold increase. 200 million taels. Choji's eyes were filled with stars. Shikamaru, you have a brain and can help me calculate. 200 million ryo, can I eat grilled forehead? With your physique, a barbecue meal costs about 1,000 taels, and 200 million taels is enough for you to eat 200,000 times. Shikamaru calculated without thinking. On average, eating once a day is enough to last you for 547 years. 5.547. Choji exclaimed, looking at Hidan's head as if looking at a golden barbecue, his mouth watered. You guys, I remember your faces. Even if you become a ghost, I won't let you go. Hidan was so angry that he started talking unwillingly. Choji, put his head away quickly. Asuma ordered. This is all money. No, this is all barbecue, don't throw it away. Okay, teacher. Choji is timid and usually very resistant to corpses. But at this moment, in his eyes, Hidan's head is no longer a head, but a barbecue that can last a lifetime. So without any inner conflict, he took out a package and quickly wrapped Hidan's head. Hidan is solved, now only Kakuzu is left. Naruto smiled and said, his head is more valuable, the bounty has been increased to 1.2 billion. 12Z. This time, even Asuma was not calm. With the current strength of their class, they are usually performing B-level tasks and a small number of A-level tasks. B-level mission reward, 80,000 taels to 200,000 taels. A-level mission reward, 150,000 taels to 1 million taels. The average reward for a mission is 200,000 taels. With a huge sum of 1.2 billion, they need to carry out 6,000 missions, but they only carry out a few missions a year. Asuma has been a ninja for 22 years. He has performed a total of 111 D-level missions, 193 C-level missions, 217 B-level missions, and 178 A-level missions. Level 20 times. That adds up to 719 tasks. 719 missions performed in 22 years. This means that even if Asuma works until he dies of old age, he still won't be able to complete 5,000 tasks. In a word, Asuma will never earn enough 1.2 billion taels in his lifetime unless he does A-level and S-level tasks. But in peacetime, how can there be so many S-level missions? So how can Asuma remain calm after seeing a huge amount of money that he will never earn in his lifetime? This idiot Hidan was actually killed. At the corner of the street, Kakuzu, wearing a black coat, stared at Naruto and the others, his face extremely serious. He had just come out of the money exchange, holding a bounty of 30 million taels from Delu, and was preparing to join Hidan. Then I saw this scene. The people from Konaha are so fast. They arrived so quickly. Even Uzumaki Naruto is here. Asuma's 4 masters and apprentices were completely ignored by Kakuzu, but Uzumaki Naruto was different. The strength shown by this guy made Kakuzu very afraid. He had absolutely no confidence in defeating Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto fully understands my abilities. It is not wise to confront him head-on. Please retreat first. Kakuzu can live for so long because of the secret technique of earth resentment in you, and another reason is that he is cautious enough. So to be on the safe side, Kakuzu was ready to run away. Mr. Kakuzu, where are you going? A slightly teasing voice sounded from behind. Kakuzu froze and saw Uzumaki Naruto standing behind him, looking at him teasingly. You actually discovered it. Kakuzu's heart sank slightly. I'm a sentient ninja. Naruto smiled lightly. No wonder. Kakuzu waved his hand and pulled off the black coat on his body. Since you have discovered it, let's fight. I want to see if you, Uzumaki Naruto, are really as strong as the rumors say. Satisfy you. Naruto smiled slightly. Naruto. Hearing the noise, the four Asumas rushed over. They did not take action and chose to watch the battle. Naruto had emphasized when he came that Hidan and the others would deal with it, while Kakuzu would be left to Naruto. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Naruto take action since the chunin exam. Asuma lit a cigarette and dropped it in his mouth, looking forward to it. I often hear you say that he is awesome, which makes me feel itchy. Today I can finally witness his battle with my own eyes. Teacher, you will definitely be surprised. Shikamaru raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Naruto, this guy is much stronger than before. The last time we rescued the Kazekage, Naruto fought against the four Akatsuki alone. That scene, tisk tisk. I'll wait and see. Naruto and Kakuzu looked at each other and started fighting. The two held kunai and rushed towards each other like lightning. Because the speed was too fast, Shikamaru, Choji and Ino couldn't see their movements clearly. Only two afterimages, the clanging sound of kunai, and sparks flying could be seen. So fast, you can't see their movements at all. So amazing. The three of them let out bursts of exclamation. After a crazy collision, Naruto and Kakuzu stopped at the same time and stared at each other from afar. The warm-up is over, let's show our true strength. Naruto said calmly. Good, Kakuzu shouted, and countless black threads sprouted from his body, condensing into 5 masked monsters. It's the earthly evil monster. Well, so disgusting. Ino's face turned pale. What on earth are the 5 masked monsters? It should be the earthly resentment you that Naruto calls. Shikamaru said in a deep voice. Naruto said that Kakuzu stole the secret technique of Takigakure village, earthly resentment you. This allows Kakuzu to steal the hearts of others and store them in his own body for his own use. These 5 masked monsters are probably the result of other people's hearts and the resentment of the earth. This guy is so hateful. Here we go. The battle begins again. After separating the 5 masked monsters, Kakuzu took the lead in launching a ninjutsu attack without saying a word. Fire Style had hard work. The Fire Style mask monster spewed out a large piece of flame, forming a rumbling sea of flames and drowning Naruto. Wind Style Suppression. The Wind Style mask monster sprayed out a high-pressure wind ball, forming a terrifying vortex storm and crashing into Naruto. Fire Borrows the Wind. The combination of Wind Style and Fire Style caused the power of these two ninjutsu to increase dramatically, forming an overwhelming fire tornado, covering a large area around it, seeming to burn Naruto to ashes. Wind Style and Fire Style want to kill me at this level. Kakuzu, you are so naive. Naruto sneered, clapped his hands together, and shouted, Wood Style Laughing Buddha Jutsu. The ground rumbled and trembled, and a dozen large wooden hands broke out of the ground, growing to dozens of meters high in an instant. A wooden hand also appeared in front of Naruto, and with one tap, Kakuzu's Fire Style and Wind Style were scattered. Other large wooden hands, like the palms of Tathagata Buddha, whizzed towards Kakuzu and the 5 masked monsters. Wood Style. Kakuzu's pupils shrank, and he controlled 5 masked monsters to dodge, trying to avoid the capture of the big hands. Hide. Can you hide away? Naruto smiled lightly. Wood Style Cutting Technique. Countless wooden spikes like javelins appeared on the surface of more than a dozen large wooden hands, shooting out violently. Countless wooden spikes formed a dense rain of gunfire, shooting at Kakuzu from all directions, blocking the retreat. Kakuzu knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. The rain of spikes was too dense and there was no way to avoid it. We can only resist. Earth Style Wall. Kakuzu clapped his hands together, and a high wall rose from the ground, trying to block the rain of spikes. Unexpectedly, as soon as the earthen wall was formed, a big wooden hand came crashing down and smashed the earthen wall into pieces. The big wooden hand formed by the Laughing Buddha Jutsu was used by first generation to deal with 9 tails. The power is so strong that even 9 tails can be grasped. Do you want to resist the earth wall formed by a mere earth flow wall? Idiot's dream. It's over. Kakuzu looked desperate. Puff puff. A rain of spikes shot out, instantly drowning Kakuzu and the 5 masked monsters around him. In just a short moment, Kakuzu and the 5 masked monsters were stabbed into sieves and felt extremely cold. This is not over yet, Naruto thought. These spikes that penetrated Kakuzu and the masked monsters continued to grow, forming sharp forks that continued to destroy the internal organs of Kakuzu and the 5 masked monsters, which was very cruel. The 5 black line masks fell down softly, making no sound anymore, and were completely cold. Kakuzu has a strong vitality and does not memorize immediately. He stared at Naruto. Your wood style is even more powerful than last time. Kakuzu knows wood style very well. He could clearly tell that the wood style used by Naruto today was more powerful than last time in the cave. Kakuzu can't understand why Naruto's wood style has become so much stronger in just a short time. Naruto smiled. You are very tough, you are not dead yet, you might as well try this trick again. Lightning style pseudo-darkness. Naruto spit out a bolt of lightning from his mouth, formed a spear, and penetrated Kakuzu's neck. Kakuzu's head and body separated instantly. He became completely silent and died on the spot. Naruto, Asuma and Shikamaru rushed over. Looking at the big wooden hands and spikes on the ground, they couldn't help but Kyoto. Naruto, Shikamaru, they said you developed wood style, I still don't believe it. Asuma said in disbelief. I didn't expect that not only did you develop wood style, but your wood style is so strong. Asuma-sensei, do you believe it now? Ino said proudly. Can you not believe it? Asuma sighed. Wood style is the strongest bloodline that Master First Hokage can use to calm down troubled times. Now that Naruto has reappeared, Naruto will definitely lead us towards the revival of Konaha. Hope so. Naruto smiled and said, Choji, go up and search him, this guy should have a lot of money on him. Kakuzu is the wallet of the Akatsuki organization, and all expenses are supported by earning money from part-time jobs. He should have money on him. I will handle it. When he heard that there was a lot of money, Choji suddenly became excited and even searched Kakuzu's body. Sure enough, a lot of money was found. After counting, my dear, it's 86 million taels. Haha, it's posted, Choji said excitedly. Teacher Asuma, when we get back to the village, let's go have barbecue, okay? After successfully killing Hidan and Kakuzu and avenging his friend Shiraku, Asuma was in a good mood and agreed to Choji's request. Go to the money exchange first, that's the big deal. Aha! A group of people went to the money exchange and successfully exchanged the heads of Hidan and Kakuzu for a bounty of 1.4 billion taels. After final discussion, Naruto received 400 million taels, and Asuma each received 250 million. Not only was the task easy, but everyone was very happy to receive such a huge sum of money. After returning to the village and recovering, the group headed towards the barbecue restaurant and happened to meet Jiraiya on the way. So we went to a barbecue restaurant together. Pervy Sage, where have you been stealing, materials recently? Naruto chatted with Jiraiya while eating barbecue. With Jiraiya by his side, both Asuma and Shikamaru seemed uncomfortable. For Konoha Shinobi, Jiraiya has a high status, and everyone will inevitably feel awkward when staying with him. Let's take a walk around. Jiraiya took a sip of wine, ate another bite of barbecue, and breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto, I heard from Tsunade that you developed the wood-style blood succession limit. Is it true or not? Naruto nodded. You guys are such a monster. Jiraiya shook his head. Every time you come back, you are making rapid progress. The speed of progress is really embarrassing. Naruto's ninjutsu talent is truly amazing. Asuma smiled and said, if we continue to maintain this momentum, we may really be able to reach the heights of first generation in the future. Jiraiya was convinced and suddenly said, Asuma, how are you doing, old man? He was referring to the third generation. Not very good. Asuma shook his head and said, since Danzo's death, the old man's health has been deteriorating. I guess. Asuma wanted to say that he might not be able to withstand this winter, but as a son, he really couldn't say this. I also heard from Tsunade about Danzo. Jiraiya said helplessly. I can't make an evaluation. I can only say that since you are old, you must eventually accept it. It is not wise to make room for young people as soon as possible. It is not a wise move for people to hold on when they are old. With Danzo's character, asking him to give up his power would be even harder than killing him. A group of people ate barbecue and chatted until late. When Naruto got home at night, it was almost 11 o'clock. In the following days, Naruto continued to practice sage body while drawing draws. Occasionally, I would accompany Jiraiya to collect materials and soak in hot springs. After Jiraiya stayed in the village for a while, he went out to travel again. The first generation and second generation didn't know what they were doing, and Naruto rarely saw them. But through the induction of the dirty soil contract, Naruto could sense that they were not in Konaha village. He must have gone out on some mission. Time passes day by day, and half a year passes in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, the Akatsuki organization has lost several admiral members one after another. Instead of calming down, it has become more active. 3 tails, 4. News came that tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails had been captured one after another. Counting the 2 tails and 1 tail half that were captured long ago, the Akatsuki organization has captured 7-tailed beasts. Only 8 tails and 9 tails remained uncaptured. Naruto was actually not surprised by the news that the tailed beasts had been captured one after another. Although he had already reported the information about the members of the Akatsuki organization to Tsunade and asked her to spread it throughout the major ninja villages. All major ninja villages understood Akatsuki's ability to organize people. But knowing is one thing, defeating is another. The remaining members of the Akatsuki organization are Nagato, Konan, Obito, Zetsu, Kisame, and Itachi. Except for Ju, these people are difficult to deal with. Especially Nagato, Pain 6 paths can be used as 6 people. Coupled with the fact that Obito is elusive and always provides information, catching the tailed beast is really not difficult. A lot of things happened in Konoha during this period. The most influential among them was Kazuma, one of the original 12 guardian ninja warriors, who took his son Sora and a group of subordinates to attack Konoha. There was a big fuss. Because Kazuma and his men activated Earth-style creation and soil of the dead, many dead people were resurrected. These dead people are generally not strong, but there are many of them. Coupled with the death, it has a great impact on ordinary people and has a very bad impact. Especially the pseudo 9 tails Jinchuriki, Sora's explosion, the explosive momentum almost overturned Konoha. With Naruto here, such an attack would be child's play. Naruto was too lazy to take action himself, so he randomly dispatched a group of shadow clone, easily suppressed the attack, and gained a wave of fame. After this incident, the villagers and ninjas lived their lives as they should, and order was quickly restored. Naruto drew the lottery as usual and practiced Sage Body as usual. Sage Body has made amazing progress. Naruto's current physical body has reached a rather terrifying state, with vitality and cell activity far exceeding those before. The amount of Ashura chakra in the body is also very large. Although it is still not as good as peak Hashirama, it is several times better than when Sage Body first formed. Early that morning, Naruto was woken up by the alarm clock again. Lottery. Ding. Winning the lottery. The lottery was successful. Congratulations to host for winning that 1-tail Shukaku chakra. Good guy. I finally got the tailed beast again. Naruto lost sleep instantly. It's been almost half a year since I last drew the 6 tails chakra, and I haven't drawn the tailed beast chakra again. Today, I finally got it again. It's not easy. Naruto didn't bother to change into his pajamas and went to the desert underground palace outside Sunagakure to complete the 1-star seal. 9 tails was very happy. Old man, 1 tail and 6 tails chakra are already in place, now only 7 copies are left. As long as the remaining 7-tailed beast chakras are in place, you can resurrect 10 tails and enter the 6 paths level again. By then, even if Uchiha Madara really resurrects 10 tails, we don't have to be afraid of him anymore. Hopefully, Naruto activated Flying Thunder God and returned to Konoha. As soon as he washed up and prepared for dinner, Anbu came to the door. Naruto-sama, Tsunade-sama is looking for you. Did you say something? Naruto asked confused. Not sure. All right. Naruto didn't bother to have breakfast, so he had to go to Hokage's office. When he arrived, he found Tsunade with a serious look on his face. What's wrong, Tsunade-ne? Naruto asked with a smile. I just got the news that Uchiha Sasuke killed Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade said in a deep voice. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then sighed. These brothers have finally reached this point. Naruto felt a little pity for Itachi. After all, the Itachi god died at the hands of Auto. Sad, recycled. Naruto had thought about saving Uchiha Itachi, but after meeting him twice, he no longer had such intention. Although it was for his younger brother and Konaha that he massacred the entire clan. But since then, Itachi has been living in endless guilt and regret, and has been suffering internally. From that moment on, Itachi arranged the ending for himself, waiting for his brother to kill him. Itachi wants to die. Even if he takes medicine to survive and prolong his life, it is just so that he can die at the hands of his younger brother. How to save someone who wants to die? Tsunade had no time to hurt Harubaku. She worriedly said, Uchiha Itachi opened Mangekyo Sharingan many years ago. It is so powerful that even Orochimaru is not his opponent. Sasuke killed him. How strong does Sasuke have to be? Don't worry. Naruto waved his hand. The current Sasuke has just awakened Mangekyo, and at best he has entered the cage level, so he is not very strong. Are you confident you can defeat him? Tsunade asked. I can hammer him to death, Naruto said half-jokingly. Suddenly, Naruto's smile froze on his face. What's wrong? Tsunade's heart tightened. The summoning contract between me and the first generation and the second generation has been broken, Naruto said with a gloomy expression. What? Impure world reincarnation is also a summoning technique. It is the same as the regular summoning spell. You must first sign a summoning contract with the deceased before you can summon it. With the help of the summoning contract, the caster can sense and control the reincarnated person, and even erase the reincarnated person's personality. Ever since summoning released first generation and second generation, Naruto has been able to sense the existence of these two people. However, just now, Naruto lost contact with first generation and second generation. After careful sensing, he still couldn't make contact. There are two possibilities for this situation. First, the first generation and second generation are sealed. Second, someone unlocks impure world reincarnation. It is impossible to untie impure world reincarnation. Only he, the caster, can untie impure world reincarnation. There is only one possibility left. First generation, second generation is sealed. What happened? Tsunade asked as he stood up. Naruto briefly explained the reason and said, Tsunade's sister, I'll go out and look for it. Naruto left the Hokage office, grabbed two bandits as sacrifices, and launched impure world reincarnation. Sure enough, it failed. It seems they are indeed sealed. The reincarnated person is sealed and his soul is also sealed, so he cannot perform impure world reincarnation again. The last location where they disappeared should be within the Kingdom of Wind. Go over and have a look. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and followed the location where the first generation and second generation last disappeared. After arriving at the place, Naruto found that the missing place was located in a desert in the Kingdom of Wind. A war had obviously broken out here, leaving a lot of battle traces around. Trees made of wood style, yellow sand washed by water waves, ground blackened by flames. It can be seen that the fighting situation is extremely fierce. Kurama, can you sense whose chakra aura is left? Naruto asked. In addition to the chakra of the first generation and the second generation, there are also remnants of the chakra of Uchiha Itachi. Ninetales sensed it for a moment and then said, besides this, there is no other chakra that can be sensed. As I judged, it is indeed Itachi's chakra. 397. Naruto fell into deep thought. Itachi was dead. Since he is already dead, how can he fight the first generation and second generation here? As Itachi also polluted, Naruto thought of a possibility. After Orochimaru's death, Kabuto and I are the only ones in the entire ninja world who have mastered reanimation jutsu. It's probably Kabuto's fault. Naruto reviewed the battle. Kabuto first brought out Itachi from the dirty soil, and then controlled Itachi, and a fierce battle broke out between first generation and second generation. Finally, the first generation and second generation were sealed with the 10-fist sword. This stinky rat in the gutter came out to stir up trouble again. He really should have been killed in the first place. Oh shit, Naruto cursed secretly and separated a large number of shadow clone. Look around for any suspicious signs. Yes, the original body. What Naruto didn't know was that just as he left Konaha, Konaha was attacked. This time it's Pain invasion. All the ninjas resisted desperately. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen held up his old body to resist Pain's attack. Tsunade summoning Katsuyu, healing the dead and injured. Kakashi, Asuma, Ibiki, Hyuga Hiyashi, Nara Shukaku, and other Konaha heroes. Everyone turns out in full force. Since everyone knew about Pain's 6 paths abilities in advance, they successively killed the other 4 paths except the Heavenly Path and the Hell Path. In a rage, Tiandao Pain used Super Shinra Tenzhang at the expense of shortening his lifespan. The terrifying repulsive field exploded. Houses, streets, shops, and even the Hokage building instantly turned into rubble, flying in all directions. Wait until the smoke clears. Konaha village disappeared, and was replaced by a giant pit that looked like a standard circle. As for the garbage and ninjas left behind by the building, they were all chopped down around the circular pit. Fortunately, because Katsuyu's clone enveloped everyone, most of them did not die and survived by luck. However, when everyone saw Konaha in ruins, they fell into endless sadness and anger. This is Konaha. How so? The village was destroyed. Konaha has always been everyone's home, the place where everyone grows and lives. But now, Konaha is gone. The family that gave birth to and raised everyone is gone. Some mentally fragile people burst into tears, and some knelt on the ground and cried loudly. His heart was strong, his eyes were dull, like a puppet. Accept the pain. Experience the pain. Tiandao Pain hung high above the ruins, his voice majestic and loud. Back then, you Konaha ninjas rushed into my country and my village like you did today. Kill my parents and destroy my village. Let my country be reduced to ruins, with starvation everywhere, riddled with holes, and the people unable to survive. Today, let you taste my pain and experience the feeling of being trampled on. The survivors stared at the figure in the sky, their eyes filled with hatred, anger, and despair. This guy is so strong. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. Asshole. Shikamaru punched a stone and blood oozed out. Naruto, where are you? Naruto, come back quickly. Little Sakura burst into tears. Naruto. Hinata's delicate body trembled, her eyes full of hope. Naruto, please, come back quickly. Naruto. At this moment, countless people were calling Naruto's name, praying for Naruto's return. As if hearing everyone's inner call, a figure suddenly appeared in the ruins. As if she had telepathy, Hinata immediately noticed the man's appearance and quickly opened her eyes and looked over. Seeing this, Hinata was so excited that she cried with joy, he's back. Naruto is back. He's back. Little Sakura's delicate body trembled and she stopped crying. Hinata, you said Naruto is back. Where is he? Right there. Hinata pointed to the center of the ruins. Little Sakura looked in the direction Hinata pointed, with an excited and ecstatic smile on her face. Back. Finally back. Woo woo woo. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The survivors were all excited, with tears in their eyes, cheering and shouting, as if they had found their backbone. Naruto is finally back. Naruto, defeat him. Avenge Kakashi-sensei. Avenge the village. Naruto. Everyone was shouting Naruto's name crazily, pinning all their hopes on Naruto. As everyone knows, Naruto is confused at the moment. Where is this? Where is the village? Naruto quickly flew into the air. After seeing everything around him clearly, Naruto understood everything. Pain has invaded, and it has destroyed the village. I just left for a while, and Pain invaded. Is it a coincidence, or is it deliberate? Naruto's face turned completely gloomy. He felt like he had been trapped by someone else. The first generation and the second generation disappeared, and he left to investigate. As a result, Pain invaded and destroyed Konaha. This is too much of a coincidence. Was it really designed by someone else? Naruto wanted to know the answer. You are finally back. A cold voice sounded. Naruto looked up and saw Tendo Pain falling from the sky, slowly landing on the ground, staring at him indifferently. Rinnegan's eyes exude mystery, majesty, and dominance. Bang 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 _W. White fog exploded. The summoning of Pain's 4 paths that had just been killed appeared and stood in front of Pain's path. Are you angry now? It's painful, right? Tiandao Pain had a majestic look on his face. I was in the same pain as you are now. And the culprit behind all this is you Konaha ninjas. I am just returning all the pain you have inflicted on me to you. Fight. Naruto looked at Tendo Pain and said calmly, after I kill you, I will have a good talk with Nagato. As for you, it's just 6 corpses. No matter how many more you beat, it means nothing. You really know my identity. Tiandao Pain said coldly, then let's fight. Summoning technique. The beast slapped the ground, the curse mark lines spread, and 3 behemoths suddenly appeared. A giant hellhound, a giant rhinoceros, and a giant yata bird. Kill. The beast gave a low shout, and the 3 giant beasts immediately ran towards Naruto. The hell dog opened its mouth wide and saliva dripped from its mouth, seeming to tear Naruto into pieces. The giant rhino rumbled and stamped on the ground, making the ground tremble slightly, as if it was going to kill Naruto. The giant yata bird flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky, as fast as flying into the sky. Facing the attack of the 3 behemoths, Naruto snorted and used Sage Mode. Sage Art would style the birth of the tree world. Rumble. The earth trembled, the ground shook, and trees like horned dragons broke out of the ground and grew crazily. That's wood style. Oh my god. Wood style. Naruto can actually use wood style. Isn't wood style the blood inheritance limit of first Hokage-sama? Naruto also knows wood style. The survivors are excited. The whole of Konoha knows that Naruto knows wood style, only Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Hinata and a few others. Most people don't know. At this moment, seeing Naruto using the wood style, the survivors were in an uproar, causing an uproar. Shoo shoo shoo. The trees turned into pythons and entangled themselves towards the 3 behemoths. Against large enemies, such as summoning beasts and tailed beasts, wood style is surprisingly effective. The 3 giant beasts were soon heavily entangled by trees and wrapped into rice dumplings. They struggled desperately, but to no avail. Upon seeing this, Gedo immediately flew forward, stretched out his hands, and tried to swallow the wood-style chakra. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Naruto's figure flashed and he was behind Gedo. His right fist hit like a cannonball, and with a loud bang, Gedo was instantly smashed to pieces and became motionless. After a lot of practice, one's sage body reached a very terrifying level. The vitality, cell activity, chakra amount, and even strength and speed are extremely exaggerated. Coupled with the dozens of times increase in Sage Mode, the power of Naruto's current punch is even more terrifying than Tsunade's full-strength punch. It's so normal to kill a hungry Gedo with one punch. This is not over yet. Naruto waved his hand and threw the crippled Gedo into the storage space to prevent it from being resurrected. Naruto's speed was so fast that even though the 6 pains shared vision, they still couldn't see his movements clearly. By the time they reacted, everyone in hungry Gedo was gone. Amazing. Kill a pain with one strike. When the survivors watching the battle saw this scene, they suddenly became excited and shouted. Pain's 6 paths were so strong that it was extremely difficult for them to kill any one of them. Naruto could kill one of them with one punch. Such powerful strength is inspiring. This is the first one. Naruto looked at Pain indifferently and said, next, I will kill you all in one go. Naruto clapped his hands and shouted loudly, Sage Art Wood Style Cutting Technique. Wooden spikes several meters long sprouted from the surface of the trees at Naruto's feet. Quote exclamation mark quote. Naruto ordered. Countless wooden spikes were like arrows leaving the string, forming a dense rain of arrows, which exploded towards Pain and the 5 men. Summoning technique. Zhou Shengdao slapped the ground and summoned a giant chameleon, blocking Pain's path. Puff puff. Wooden spikes swarmed in, stabbing the giant chameleon into a sieve, letting out a painful wail. Take advantage of this gap. Shiradao raised his arms, 2 black muzzles appeared, and fired shells like machine guns. Whoosh! Naruto disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was strangely behind Shiradao. Another simple punch. Click! Shiradao was directly exploded into a pile of scrap metal. Shiradao. Die. This is not over yet. While Pain didn't react, Naruto grabbed the beast and teleported away with it. Crystal style. Naruto's hand spit out a bright red light, and the animal path was instantly crystallized and turned into crystal. Naruto threw it away like trash, and the beast fell to the ground, shattering into crystal slag. So awesome. In the blink of an eye, 3 pains will be eliminated. It's so cruel. Naruto is so cruel. Is this his true strength? It's too scary. Naruto returned to the present, but within half a minute, he defeated 3 pain one after another. Everyone watched with excitement. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. In order to deal with pain, the other ninjas in Konaha went through all kinds of troubles. Not to mention anything else, it was to deal with the Hell Dog earlier. Several Anbu used lightning-style 4-pillar binding, earth-style clay pendant, lightning-style 16-pillar binding, and fire-style unsteamed technique to form a powerful, rice cooker steamed dog technique. The result was that it was completely useless. This shows the strength of Pain's 6 paths. Naruto killed 3 as soon as he came back. This fighting power made all the spectators feel extremely ashamed. Only 3 left. Naruto's eyes fell on the remaining world, hell, and heaven. Buy some time for me. Tiandao Pain said indifferently. The Super Shinra Tensei move just now consumes so much chakra that it hasn't been recovered yet. The human realm and the hell realm nodded, and flew towards Naruto from the left and right sides, trying to attack from a flank. Court death. Naruto sneered, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Human World Road and punched Human World Road 37's head. Then there are the Hell Realms. Naruto stepped on the ground and a big hole was made in his chest, killing him on the spot. Vulnerable. Naruto spat and turned to look at the last Tiandao. You are the only one left, Tiandao. Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed dirty. The expression on Tiandao Pain's face did not change at all. Your appearance has seriously hindered people's good expectations for peace. I will punish you in the name of God. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiandao Pain raised both hands and said in a majestic and cold voice, Universal Pull. Naruto only felt a terrifying suction force acting on his body, and his body flew towards the sky uncontrollably. This is not over yet. Tiandao grabbed a rock with his right hand, which was more than 10 meters high, and threw it towards Naruto. Naruto, be careful, be careful. Hinata and everyone else's hearts immediately tightened. Under the effect of the repulsive force, Naruto hit the boulder uncontrollably and was about to collide with it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a green skull palm appeared on Naruto's body, pressing against the boulder. Then he grabbed it suddenly, and with a click, the boulder was directly grabbed and exploded, turning into gravel and flying everywhere. This is. Tiandao Pain's pupils condensed. Hinata and others were also stunned. Pen, I really don't know what you think, you dare to come to Konaha to die. Green flames continued to rise from Naruto's body, condensing into bones to form a huge skeleton. Immediately afterwards, meridians appeared on the surface of the skull, filled with flesh and blood, and the body surface was wrapped with green chakra. Finally, the Wutengu armor appears, covering the skeleton, making it appear majestic and sacred. Shisui Susano third form. But unlike Itachi's Susano, Shisui Susano's weapon is a spiral sword held in one hand. This is. Tiandao's pupils shrank sharply. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.